The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 100, Calm Before the Storm. There were more than 5 groups sprinting towards the store, and all of them had a 7th-rank Emperor Realm expert leading their respective groups. Such a lineup of cultivators would surely cause a major stir even in the Silver Wing Empire. The top experts of the noble families had long since felt the strong fluctuations within Zhu Shen's store, but none of them dared to intervene. Heck! Those experts were certainly people with huge backgrounds, and even the likes of them could only watch the scene with worry. In the Shui family's estate, an elder stood on top of the highest building in the Shui family's territory. He was wearing long black robes with the insignia of the Shui family drawn on its back. The elder appeared to be in deep thought, but later on, he let out a mocking smile while looking at the direction of the ongoing turmoil. This was Elder Ming, the elder of the Shui family who trained 5 sword assassins. After this event, the whole Silver Wing Empire will surely know the authenticity of the rumors around you, but even if you are lucky enough to survive this disaster, I will still come to you soon and claim your life. When I achieve my breakthrough, that's when this old man will shock the world with a single feat. Kikik. Elder Ming's figure turned into a dark smoke and then vanished into thin air. Asterisk. Inside the throne room of the Imperial Palace of the Silver Wing Empire. Your Majesty, I suggest that we send reinforcements to aid Wine Master Zhu. Although he doesn't need our help, we might gain his favor if we provide assistance to him in these hard times. Defender Duanmu suggested while kneeling in front of the Emperor. Emperor Elik remained silent for a brief moment before he replied. It appears that this emperor will have to make a move this time. Flickering in the emperor's eyes was the fierce vigor of a top expert. It has been long since he last showed his strength to the world, so he was feeling rather excited at the thought of fighting with other cultivators at his level. Defender Duanmu's mouth gaped open when he heard the emperor's words, and he could not help but glance at the latter. Your Majesty! The emperor waved his hands, cutting off Defender Duanmu's words midway. It's about time to show my strength again in order to quell the avaricious hearts of those who want to claim the throne for themselves. Duanmu, prepare my battle armor and my silver wing sword. We will come to aid Wine Master Zhu. Emperor Elik stood up from his throne and ordered with raging battle intent. Defender Duanmu could feel his blood boiling in excitement when he heard the emperor's words. This was the man who once brought fear to the neighboring empires. He was finally back. Defender Duanmu hurriedly stood up and saluted the emperor with an emotional look. I obey, Your Majesty. Dozens of strong experts came, but they were obviously here to make trouble. Even so, Zhu Shen's expression remained unchanged. He was besieged by thousands of strong immortals in his past life, but he was still able to escape right under their noses. It was only when Celestial Emperor Lao Go took matters into his own hands and captured Zhu Shen using the God Sealing Tower. As for the scene happening right now, Zhu Shen couldn't even be bothered to make a move. I might as well train my people using these annoying flies. He muttered to himself. Sect Mistress Lu, we've come to aid you in battle. A ferocious voice echoed about, making everyone turn their heads to look at the one that has spoken. Who could it be other than Hu Xiandao? Behind him were the 2 6th-rank King Realm experts that he had brought with him. As for the 2 youths at the 4th-rank Knight Crusader realm, Hu Xiandao didn't allow them to join the fight. Although he was a brute, he wasn't an idiot who would foolishly send his men to die. After the arrival of Hu Xiandao's group, the other experts stopped in their tracks while looking at each other warily. All of them were here for the same thing, so they remained cautious. Lu Sulan, Kenyat, and the 3 elders from the Undying Corpse sect who were fighting earlier also decided to pause their battle. Everyone knew that this was the prelude before a huge fight. Just then, an average-looking middle-aged man wearing crimson-red robes stepped forward and glanced at everyone with an amiable look. His movements didn't escape everyone's sights, and they immediately turned their gazes to him, looking at him curiously. Friends, I know that all of us are here for the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. He said in a nonchalant voice, but his words instantly made all the experts knit their eyebrows. After seeing that he had gathered everyone's attention, the man smiled and continued. This one is Xiao Fenhua from the Crimson Sun sect. I have a suggestion and I hope that everybody will consider this proposal. His voice was persuasive and full of confidence as he spoke. Dabai glanced warily at the man in crimson-red robes and spoke with a questioning look. This brother, I wonder what thoughts you have in mind. Dabai was a peak stage 7th rank Emperor Realm expert, but he could not even discern the cultivation level of the man in crimson-red robes. Xiao Fenhua smiled and replied in a cold voice. We all know that this store has a top expert protecting it, so I hope that everyone can temporarily refrain from stabbing each other's backs and ally ourselves together to barge inside the store. The crowd of experts murmured, but they all nodded their heads in agreement. They have heard from their respective groups that this unassuming store had a strong expert protecting it, so without further hesitation, they immediately agreed with Xiao Fenhua's suggestion. I agree, but who will take the Earth Origin Dragon Tree? Someone asked the question that was bothering everyone. Indeed, with all of them joining forces, who had the right to claim ownership of the Earth Origin Dragon Tree? Xiao Fenhua chuckled and replied. Of course it will belong to whoever gets it first. He knew that there were 4 Earth Origin Dragon Tree inside Zhu Shen's store, but he was thinking of taking them all for himself. Chapter 101, Thaya's Battle Prowess. Lu Sulan nodded her head at Kenya before she stood beside Hestia and Thaya. Kenya thought for a moment before choosing to stand together with them. Although he had no idea who Lu Sulan and Zhu Shen were, he was familiar with Hestia and Thaya since he had visited the store back then. Furthermore, Zhu Shen had also saved his life and he vowed to repay this huge favor. Hu Xiandao called out his men and stood together with Lu Sulan and the others as well. Even if the odds were against them, he was still willing to offer his assistance, even if it means his death. Thaya took out her sword and stood in front of her team while glaring at the several dozen experts with cold eyes. She didn't feel intimidated even though they were severely outnumbered. I'll give all of you one last chance to scram out of my sight. Thaya's voice carried a commanding air as if she was a war goddess that disdained the mortal world. Xiao Fenhua and the others became enraged at the clear contempt in Thaya's tone. It was obvious that they held the advantage in numbers, but the latter was still confident enough to tell them to scram. Such a bold young lady! Xiao Fenhua's eyes burned intensely as raging crimson flames slowly gushed out of his body. The people beside him immediately moved away from him for fear of being burnt to death. The techniques of the Crimson Sun sect was mainly comprised of flame arts and other fire manipulation manuals, so it came as no surprise that their people would practice such skills. Even so, Dabai and the others still felt wary at Xiao Fenhua's strength since they could still not see through his cultivation level at all. Either he was an 8th rank Divine Realm expert or he had a treasure that was capable of masking his strength. Brothers and sisters, charge with me. Xiao Fenhua led the charge since he was the strongest within their temporary alliance. They had more than 10 7th rank Emperor Realm experts on their side and several dozen others at the 6th rank King Realm. Such a strong lineup was enough to turn the Silver Wing Empire upside down, but to think that such a strong group was only here to attack a small store. The temporary alliance of Xiao Fenhua and the others prepared their attacks, but of course, they didn't want to expose much of their strength yet, since their enemies were not just the people from the store, but also everyone within their so-called alliance. They felt guarded and cautious that they advanced forward warily, making the atmosphere tense and unpredictable. The two sides issued their loudest battle cries, but the voices of Lu Sulan's group was still overwhelmed by their counterpart. Nonetheless, their courage didn't dwindle as they fearlessly fought with fierce killing intent. Since Thaya was at the forefront of their group, many cultivators tried to attack her, but they could not even come closer to her before their bodies were slashed in half by a single sword strike. Decapitated bodies dropped on the ground with dull thuds. Thaya's eyes remained indifferent and cold as she opened a bloody path, leaving corpses and mutilated body parts in her wake. Shit! This woman is a top expert. Her strength should have reached the 8th rank divine realm at the very least. Sheer terror enveloped the hearts of the temporary alliance of Xiao Fenhua and the others. Just what kind of monster was this woman for her to effortlessly kill those strong cultivators as if they were merely ants? Lu Sulan and Hestia stood side by side as they reaped the lives of those who charged their way. Although they didn't reveal an awesome fighting prowess, the both of them remained untouched despite being attacked from all sides. On the other hand, Hu Xiandao, Kenyet, and the other 2 barbarians were barely holding on, but they didn't want to back down, especially after seeing Thaya, who was at the center of the enemy's formation. She was like a meat grinder slashing anyone that came her way. Seeing that they held the advantage, Hu Xiandao leaped forward and swung his gigantic axe. He then shouted with a disdainful smile on his face. "Fools! Obediently stretch your necks for this lord." Suddenly, a piercing sword light streaked towards him, making Hu Xiandao feel threatened. Facing such an attack, he immediately lifted his axe to block it. Bong! Lord Hu! Lord Hu! Hu Xiandao took several steps back before he managed to stand firmly on the ground. He then glared at the incoming figure with a wary look on his face. "Was it you who attacked me?" Cai Jun remained calm while facing Hu Xiandao's ferocious gaze. He then pointed his sword at the latter and replied. "Cripple, I will be your opponent." Hu Xiandao's eyes flickered with violent killing intent when he heard how Cai Jun had called him. He howled at the skies and before pouncing towards the latter while raising his gigantic axe. "Lord Hu!" Kenyet and the 2 subordinates of Hu Xiandao called, but a cold streak of light prevented them from moving. "Kakik! You destroyed my divine weapon earlier, so you have to pay it with your life." Mu Bai laughed hideously as he sprinted towards Kenyet and the other 2. Following closely behind him was his corpse puppet that was roaring like a savage beast. Kenyet frowned while calming his tensed heart. It was the first time he had encountered so many experts who were much stronger than him, so he was feeling a mixture of excitement and worry. "The 2 of you, stand closely behind me," Kenyet ordered in a grim voice. The 2 barbarians nodded their heads, their faces covered with beads of sweat as they gripped their weapons tightly in their hands. Xiao Fenhua, who was currently facing Thaya, didn't dare underestimate the latter. He had seen for himself how she had carved a path of blood that even he could hardly do. He was at the initial stage of the 8th rank divine realm, but facing Thaya, he felt powerless. Luckily, there were more than 4 experts at the 7th rank emperor realm standing beside him, making him feel a bit assured. "Young lady, if you step aside, our Crimson Sun sect will be infinitely grateful. I can promise to give you ample rewards if you allow us to pass through." Xiao Fenhua tried to use the name of his sect to intimidate Thaya, but what he got was the latter's derisive smile. "Foolish! Your whatever Sun sect will soon be reduced to ashes for opposing my master. You don't even know what kind of being you have provoked." Thaya muttered in a cold voice. Chapter 102, Scaring Xiao Fenhua out of his wits. "Your master? What about him? Isn't he just an alchemy saint? The Lord Sect Master of our Crimson Sun sect is a genuine top expert at the 9th rank saint realm. Lord Sect Master can just squash that whatever alchemy saint with just one finger." "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Fenhua laughed with contempt, but he was not just randomly boasting either. The sect master of the Crimson Sun sect was indeed an expert at the 9th rank saint realm, and it was common sense for everyone in Nuar that if an alchemist and a cultivator would fight, the alchemist was highly likely to lose. Why? Because everyone believed that alchemists were only proficient in soul attacks and they could hardly resist a strong cultivator of similar level. Furthermore, most alchemists use cultivation pills to hasten their cultivation speed, and although doing this could indeed increase the speed of their cultivation, it would also make their foundations less stable compared to a cultivator who reached their level through sheer talent, will, and hard work. Thaya seethed with profound rage when she heard how Xiao Fenhua disparaged her master. The coldness in her eyes became even more chilling, making Xiao Fenhua and the other 4 7th rank emperor realm shiver unconsciously. I have to admit that your courage is commendable for having the guts to belittle my master. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If my master was only willing, he could have even conquered this whole world and rule above everyone else. So how dare a trifling 8th-rank divine realm ant mock such an esteemed person? Dia walked slowly towards them, each step carried a profound aura that made the air around her flow turbulently. The sword in her hand was still dripping with blood, making her look like an angel of death. Xiao Fenhua and the others were stunned at her words, but before they could laugh at her, they suddenly felt her aura skyrocketing at an unimaginable speed. 5th rank Spirit Realm. 6th rank King Realm. The initial stage of the 9th rank Saint Realm. Xiao Fenhua finally became horrified after sensing her true strength. So that was why she was able to reap everyone's lives as easily as swatting flies. Xiao Fenhua and the others thought to themselves as they took several steps backward. They didn't want to face the wrathful strike of such an expert at all. Run! We will only die here if we stubbornly remain. Shit! There was an error in the intel. Run! 2 experts at the 7th rank Emperor realm instantly sprinted away after sensing Thia's cultivation level. Heck! They will only at the latter's mercy if they chose to stay. Thia sneered and produced 2 sword lights aiming for the 2 fleeing experts. Pu! Pu! The 2 experts halted in their tracks and felt their visions becoming blurry, but before they could even realize what had happened, they already slumped on the ground with their eyes wide open. Even in their deaths, they still wore a perplexed look, not even knowing how they had died. Xiao Fenhua and the remaining 2 experts watched the scene in horror. They had seen a ray of light streaking towards the 2 experts, and in the blink of an eye, a bloody hole can be seen on their chests. Everything happened in merely a few seconds, but 2 top experts already died without even having the chance to fight back. Such an absurd scene made those had seen it shiver in dread. Xiao Fenhua finally realized that the blonde beauty in front of him was actually an expert that was on the same level as their sect master, but it was already too late for him to amend for his mistakes. He had already insulted Thia's master, which was equivalent to touching the dragon's reverse scale. Lord, we're blind and failed to recognize your esteemed self. We beg for your mercy. Don't kill us, esteemed Lord. I still have a family waiting at home. The 2 remaining 7th rank Emperor realm experts behind Xiao Fenhua dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. They slammed their heads on the ground, putting on a show for Thia that they had regretted their actions. Their foreheads bled profusely, but the 2 didn't stop from kowtowing. You spineless cowards! No matter how you beg for mercy, she will still kill you. I'd rather die fighting than beg for mercy. The men from the Crimson Sun sect never yield. Although Xiao Fenhua was already enveloped by fear, he stood tall and proud with no intentions of backing down. He would have looked cool if not for his shivering knees. Thia praised him internally for his bravery, but he will still die for insulting her master. She then glanced disdainfully at the 2 experts who were groveling on the ground like dogs. I hate cowards the most. Thia muttered as she brandished her sword at an incomprehensible speed. Pu! Pu! Xiao Fenhua didn't even see Thia's movements, but then, he felt a dreadful warmness in his feet. He unconsciously took a glance on the ground and saw the decapitated and bloody heads of the 2 experts who were begging for forgiveness just a few moments ago. A pool of blood dyed the ground red, making Xiao Fenhua's heart pound even more erratically. He saw a vague outline of his reflection on the bloody pool, which almost made his knees buckle in trepidation. He raised his head with great difficulty and turned his horrified glance at Thia's peerless visage. It was so hard to believe that such an ethereal and otherworldly beauty didn't even frown after killing a number of experts. Her face remained impassive as if she was merely killing a bunch of ants. Xiao Fenhua dryly laughed and muttered in his heart. Lord Sect Master, why did you have to provoke such an individual? The person that this woman refers to as her master, just what kind of person is he? Thia glanced at him coldly and was about to take his life when she heard Zhu Shen's telepathic message. I can sense the aura of that old brat Duanmu and another person at the peak stage of the 8th rank divine realm. That man should be the emperor of the Silver Wing Empire. Allow them to end things here and tell everyone to come back. Although Thea very much wanted to take Xiao Fenhua's life personally, she didn't dare disobey Zhu Shen's orders. I obey your command, master. She then took one last look at Xiao Fenhua before she turned around and called Liu Sulan and the others back. Chapter 103, The Emperor Arrives. Under the command of Thea, everyone gathered back at the store. Although they were fighting their own battles, everyone was still able to see how unstoppable Thea was during the entire skirmish, so after hearing her command to retreat, they immediately obeyed her. Even Hu Xiandao, who had a minor conflict with her yesterday, didn't dare voice out any form of protest. Heck! Even those experts who were on the same level as him died in merely one sword strike, so wouldn't he be courting death if he opposed this paragon of destruction? Throughout the entire fight, none of them received any fatal injuries. Kenyat, Hu Xiandao, and the two barbarians were only slightly injured, but with their cultivation level, it wouldn't take long for them to recuperate. Seeing their retreat, the remaining experts of the temporary alliance between Xiao Fenhua and the others were perplexed. Their opponent will surely win in no time, so why the sudden retreat? Xiao Fenhua felt the burden in his chest lightening a bit after Thea left. He sighed in relief while also feeling suspicious at this abrupt reaction from them. He was sure that Thea was about to kill him just now, but something compelled her to stop. Whatever it was, he didn't care anymore. His only thought left was to escape this forsaken land and never step foot in here again. He was even planning to no longer return to the Crimson Sun sect. The mental and emotional trauma that this battle gave him was just too overwhelming that his body and soul almost collapsed. Just as Xiao Fenhua and the others were about to escape, a loud battle cry drifted on their ears. His Majesty Emperor Elixilveria II has brought reinforcements to aid Wine Master Zhu in battle. After hearing the loud shout, realization dawned on Liu Sulan and the others. So that's why Sister Thea gathered all of us to retreat. They thought. Zhu Shen remained seated even after hearing that the Emperor has personally arrived. His actions were disrespectful to the Emperor's image and could be taken as a treasonous act, but would the Emperor dare to punish him? Definitely not. Xiao Fenhua and the others felt their bodies grew cold. Emperor Elix's reputation was too resounding for them to disregard. He managed to prevent many neighboring empires and sects from attack the Silver Wing Empire. Although he was only an expert at the 8th rank divine realm, he was a genius in the field of warfare and battle tactics. No matter how the others schemed to conquer the Silver Wing Empire, they could only shake their heads and leave in defeat. Shit! To think that even Emperor Elix is willing to offer his assistance to this store. No, I have to escape here. As long as that woman does not prevent me from leaving, no one else could. Xiao Fenhua's eyes flickered as he planned on how to escape. The sound of more than 100 savage beasts marching echoed about. Everyone including Zhu Shen glanced at the majestic-looking line-up of soldiers. All of them were at least at the 5th rank spirit realm. Each soldier wore the standard military armor of the Imperial Guards. The savage beasts they were riding were also at the 5th rank spirit realm. It was a breed of a warhorse that was raised by the most trusted subordinates of the Silveria imperial family, the blue-eyed unicorn. Leading this 100-strong army was a man dressed in silver armor and with a golden cape behind him. The silver helmet he was wearing was shaped like a dragon opening its mouth. This was none other than Emperor Elixilveria II in his full-body armor. Just his presence alone was enough to incite fear in weaker cultivators. He leaped off his mount in one graceful movement and rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword that was tied to his hips. His facial expression could not be seen, but the towering killing intent of the Emperor was truly oppressive that even Xiao Fenhua felt apprehensive. Is he really just an 8th rank divine realm expert? Xiao Fenhua muttered while silently gathering his true essence. No matter what, he had to escape here. With that thought in mind, Xiao Fenhua immediately turned around and fled from the scene. I am a coward? Who cares? As long as I can leave this bloody place alive. Then so what if I'm labeled as a chicken? It was as if all the righteous words he had spoken earlier was merely a pretense. In fact, he only said those words because he was too scared to even beg for mercy. After seeing Xiao Fenhua's escape, Dabai and the others who were still alive immediately fled in different directions, scattering like rats who had seen a cat. Emperor Elik coldly watched them and issued a command in a loud voice. "Soldiers, kill them all! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers' battle cries resonated, making everyone's heart pound in excitement. Although these soldiers were much weaker than the fleeing experts in terms of individual ability, their solid teamwork and coordination were more than enough to compensate for this weakness. Furthermore, the enemy's morale was already in tatters and their combat prowess was also at their weakest since they had just fought with Daya and the others. The emperor did not join them in killing those defeated experts. Instead, he walked towards the store while taking off his dragon helmet, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with a heroic image. His long wavy black hair had signs of turning grey, and his sharp eyes also carried a hint of exhaustion, but among everyone present, only Zhu Shen saw through this. Ken Yat, Hu Xiandao, and the two barbarians stood respectfully and bowed in respect. They could already be considered as top experts, so there was no need for them to kneel before the emperor. As for Lusulin and Hestia, the two beauties remained standing as if they were treating the emperor as someone with equal status as them. Meanwhile, Thaya stood subserviently behind Zhu Shen like how a maidservant would. Emperor Elik did not take this too seriously. He had a rough estimation of everyone's strength, so he didn't mind their lack of proper salutation. Emperor Elik stepped forward and gave Zhu Shen a light bow which made everyone present a bit surprised. "Wine Master Zhu, my apologies for our late arrival." Ken Yi's mouth gaped wide at what he saw. Is this really the majestic and lion-hearted emperor of their Silver Wing Empire? I'm not seeing things wrong, right? Even Defender Duanmu was a bit surprised, but since the emperor had already shown his stance, he could only follow suit. With a gesture of his hands, he commanded the few soldiers behind them to offer their respects as well. And with that, they all offered their respects to Zhu Shen who was still reclining nonchalantly on his chair. He looked very calm even at this absurd scene. Who was he? He was a heavenly god in the primordial god realm, someone that was only a bit weaker than the three celestial emperors. Who knew how many immortals were willing to pledge their allegiance to him, only to receive his cold rejection? Zhu Shen nodded his head at the emperor and waved his right hand as if telling the latter to stand at ease. Emperor Elik smiled wryly, but he didn't dare express any form of discontent. The man in front of him was an alchemy saint and he had already asked Master Fengzi about this. Just Zhu Shen's status as an alchemy saint alone was enough for him to greet the former with warm respect. Aside from that, the latter also gave off a mysterious aura that was veiled by his cold and aloof air. This wine master Zhu is an expert. Could he be a 10th rank god realm expert? Emperor Elik cried out in his heart. Although he had yet to see an expert at that level, the emperor was convinced that this man sitting calmly even in his presence was most likely an expert at the 10th rank god realm. Just the thought of it made his heart quiver. A brief moment of awkward silence enveloped the scene, but Zhu Shen's indifferent voice suddenly drifted, making everyone recover from their stupor. You should be Silverwing Empire's emperor. Tell me your name since I don't have the habit of calling someone emperor. Ken Ye almost had a heart attack after hearing Zhu Shen's disrespectful tone when he spoke to the emperor, but to his surprise, Emperor Elik merely smiled and replied in a humble voice. It's an honor to make Wine Master Zhu remember this old man's name. Just call me Elik. Ken Ye's jaw dropped and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chapter 104, Discussion with the Emperor. Ken Ye was stunned silly, and he even thought that he might have gone crazy. The almighty emperor of their Silver Wing Empire was actually acting so reserved and humble in front of this mysterious man who had given him the knife. Just who was he to make an expert like the emperor behave as if he was a subordinate? Elik, is it? Tell your subordinates to clean this place. This is bad for my business, Zhu Shen said as he slowly stood up from his seat. Ice, who was resting on his lap, once again dropped on the ground and bounced twice before she managed to stand steadily. Meow. She voiced out her displeasure, but she did not dare brandish her claws at Zhu Shen again. Who knew if that stinky human might really stop giving her that yummy and delicious milk? After thinking about that, she instantly put on an adorable look as if she had already forgotten what had happened. Emperor Elik was stumped for words, but after seeing Zhu Shen's profound gaze, he could only put on a forced smile. Wine Master Zhu, since when did my subordinates become your street sweepers? He cried out in his heart. The soldiers behind Defender Duanmu immediately revealed hostile looks, and if not for the Emperor's presence, they would have already pounced towards Zhu Shen and beat him to a pulp. But, could they really do that? Defender Duanmu stared at them coldly while feeling scared in his heart. You fools! You actually dare to reveal that kind of look to this person? A bunch of bastards! Luckily, you were still able to restrain yourselves, or I would have cut your heads personally to appease Wine Master Zhu's fury. Defender Duanmu thought as he sighed in relief after seeing that Zhu Shen didn't care about it, but then, he sensed a powerful suppression that was aimed at him, making him take a step back. After regaining his calmness, Defender Duanmu saw Thea standing behind Zhu Shen with a dark look on her face. He swore that he would surely teach these soldiers a lesson once they go back to the imperial palace. The emperor was oblivious to this little exchange since his focus was entirely on Zhu Shen. No matter how he looked at the latter, he could still not fathom the depths of his power. This made him believe that his earlier conjecture about Zhu Shen being a 10th-rank God Realm expert was most likely correct. The emperor's expression became even more respectful after that. Not a problem at all, Wine Master Zhu. And to make sure that those people won't be able to cause a ruckus again, I will have some of my men to stand guard here. Emperor Elik smiled as he gestured something to Defender Duanmu. The latter understood his meaning and gathered a few soldiers to clean up the battlefield. This time, Kenya was already numbed as he listened to the conversation between the two. He wouldn't even be surprised if the emperor would take Zhu Shen as his master. Zhu Shen pondered for a moment before he shook his head. There is no need for you to send your subordinates here. Come inside, I have some matters to speak with you privately. Emperor Elik was a bit surprised. He was curious about what Zhu Shen would like to discuss with him, but after pondering briefly, he still had no idea what it could be. Zhu Shen stepped inside the store while the emperor trailed behind him obediently. Defender Duanmu would like to come inside, but then he saw Thea standing at the entrance shaking her head with a calm look. The others were also curious about what Zhu Shen would like to discuss with the emperor, but after seeing Thea at the entrance, they instantly erased the thoughts of eavesdropping. Just then, a fat white cat strutted in front of Thea before it stepped inside the store while stumbling occasionally due to its obese body. Seeing how easily the fat cat was able to go inside, everyone felt their hearts convulsing violently. To think that a cat, a chubby white cat to be exact, was allowed to go inside, while they were denied entry. ******. Zhu Shen took a seat while before he gestured for the emperor to sit down. Emperor Elik looked around the store and was visibly impressed with the atmosphere. Furthermore, he had also seen the 4 Earth Origin Dragon Tree with each of them bearing 3 fruits, making his stunned. I thought an Origin Dragon Tree can only bear 1 fruit, so how come I am seeing 3 fruits for each tree? Emperor Elik was perplexed, but he didn't dare ask Zhu Shen. Normally, an Earth Origin Dragon Tree can only bear 1 or 2 fruits, but if it was planted in a good location with thick amount of true essence, then it wouldn't a problem for a single tree to bear 3 or even more. Emperor Elik sighed in his heart and just acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He then sat down in front of Zhu Shen. The two of them were silent for a brief moment, but after a while, Emperor Elik could no longer help but ask. Wine Master Zhu, how can I help you? With your strength, you should be able to dominate everyone in this continent, so how can a minor expert like me offer my assistance to you? His tone was incredibly humble and there was even a tinge of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen remained silent and took out 1 bottle of deep sea spring dew and 2 silver cups from his space earring. After that, he pulled the cork from the bottle, causing an aromatic scent to waft out, making the emperor's nose twitch from time to time. "Good wine!" the emperor exclaimed while looking at the bottle of wine in Zhu Shen's hands. He also had a treasured wine in his possession, the Phoenix's Godly Flames wine. It was priced at 100 true crystals by the imperial family and there was only a limited number produced every year. However, the aroma of his treasured wine paled in comparison to the wine in front of him. Zhu Shen ignored the emperor's heated look and slowly poured wine on the 2 silver cups. He then pushed 1 cup to the emperor and replied, "I want 100 slaves with ages between 13 to 19, the younger the better." The emperor's outstretched arms halted in mid-air when he heard Zhu Shen's words. Just what was he planning? Emperor Elik frowned as he tapped the table with his fingers. Zhu Shen ignored the emperor's look and calmly drank his wine. "Wine Master Zhu, it is indeed not a problem for me to gather that amount of slaves to be sent to you, but I'm curious about..." Before he could finish his words, Zhu Shen gestured for him to stop speaking. "You don't need to know that, but you have nothing to worry about since I'm not planning to conquer this little empire of yours." Zhu Shen put down his cup and glanced at Emperor Elik indifferently. Emperor Elik sighed and shook his head. "If that's the case, I will send them to you tomorrow," he muttered in defeat before he drank his wine. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes lit up and the worries in his heart vanished like a puff of smoke. This wine. Chapter 105, VIP Card. In his past life, Zhu Shen was a solitary cultivator with no one to rely on. He achieved his cultivation through sheer willpower and talent, while the others had it much easier than him. Even so, Zhu Shen still managed to stand out despite his lack of background and was even termed as the primordial god realm's 4th strongest person, just right behind the 3 celestial emperors. Because of this resounding reputation, nobody dared to provoke him, but his peaceful life came to an end due to his dispute with Celestial Emperor Lao Go. And without anybody's support, he was finally trapped by Celestial Emperor Lao Go in his God Sealing Tower. So in order to prevent the same thing from happening, Zhu Shen planned to establish his own sect while he was still in this mortal world. As for the 100 slaves that he asked from the emperor, he had different plans for them. Little did he know that he will actually nurture the most terrifying army that will one day shock the whole primordial god realm. "Wine Master Zhu, this wine." Emperor Elik was truly curious about the wine in Zhu Shen's possession. Just the taste of the latter's wine made him feel that his Phoenix's Godly Flames wine was as bland as water. Not to mention its indescribable aroma that has yet to dissipate in the air. Zhu Shen glanced at him and obviously knew what was on his mind. "It's my store's deep sea spring dew and it is 120 true crystals per bottle." Emperor Elik's eyes went wide in astonishment. He wasn't surprised because it was too expensive but because it was too cheap a price for such a great wine. He was already expecting that it might be at least 300 true crystals, but to think it was only sold for 120 true crystals. "I want 6 bottles of this, Wine Master Zhu," Emperor Elik hurriedly said with shining eyes. There was no semblance of a true ruler in him at this moment, but he didn't give a damn about that anymore. No one else was there anyway aside from Zhu Shen. Meow. A chubby cat rolled over his feet before it jumped on Zhu Shen's lap. The emperor glanced at the fat cat and couldn't help but feel surprised. He was certain that he didn't sense it earlier. If not for it rolling on his feet, he wouldn't have discovered the cat at all. However, his focus was now on Zhu Shen since he really wanted to get his hands on the wondrous wine that he had just drunk. "Our store does not allow takeouts, and with your strength, you can only consume 2 bottles at most," Zhu Shen said calmly while stroking Ice's fur. Emperor Elik felt disappointed after hearing that. After drinking 1 cup of the wine, he felt the true essence in his danshan expanding by a bit. Although this increase in strength was minuscule, it would have still taken him several months to achieve that kind of increase. So if he drank this wine daily, wouldn't he be able to break through to the 9th rank Saint realm in no time? Just the thought of it made him so excited that he now looked like a kid that had taken his first bite of ice cream. Wine Master Ju, since you don't allow takeouts here, what about giving me a discount every time I buy here? I wouldn't mind adding a few more slaves, what do you think? The emperor's eyes flashed with a cunning glow, but how could Ju Shen not see through his little tricks? He was still too young to fool this billion-year-old heavenly god. The trade of slaves was illegal in the Silver Wing Empire, but the emperor had his ways on how to give Ju Shen the number of people that he wants. The Silveria imperial family had a training ground for servants where they nurture the future maids and imperial guards of the imperial palace. Ju Shen's expression remained unperturbed despite his tempting offer, but he was actually telepathically communicating with the system. System, do I have the power to give him discounts? Ju Shen asked. Although 100 slaves was already a huge amount, adding a few more wouldn't hurt his plans. Ding! Host, after you activate the next store expansion package, you will be able to give VIP cards to the customers. With this VIP card, they will get a 20% discount for all of their future purchases. Furthermore, they will also gain the privilege of taking out one order of each wine and dishes. Oh? What about the next store expansion package, can I get it after I complete the current mission? Ding! Host, this is indeed one of the rewards for accomplishing this mission. Ju Shen became a bit curious about what these rewards would be. After you give me what I've asked, I might consider giving you a VIP card. Ju Shen said while looking at the emperor. The latter's jaw almost dropped after hearing Ju Shen's reply. He had heard from Defender Duanmu that this wine master Ju was a miser. He had even forced the old guy and the 4th prince to buy his wines. Recalling the aggrieved looks of the old defender and the 4th at that time, the emperor could not help but chuckle in his heart. VIP card? What does it do, Wine Master Ju? The emperor asked curiously. With that card, you will get a 20% discount for all your purchases in my store. Aside from that, you can also order a takeout, but you can only bring one wine and dish of each kind. Ju Shen replied patiently. He was only planning to give VIP cards to those he finds interesting. Oh? That good? Then I will surely deliver those 100 people over to you soon, Wine Master Ju. The emperor said with a smile. The VIP card that Ju Shen mentioned was very precious in his eyes. With that, he can buy those miraculous wines at a much smaller price. Furthermore, he was even allowed to order takeouts if he had that card. After getting that VIP card from Wine Master Ju tomorrow, I will show it to that old man Duanmu. I wonder what his reaction will be? Ha ha ha. Emperor Elik laughed in his heart. Chapter 106, News about the Profound Dragon Continent. After concluding his discussion with the emperor, Ju Shen told Thea to allow the others to go inside. With the emperor's authority, it shouldn't be a problem for him to gather 100 people in just a day's time. Ju Shen wasn't in a hurry either, but the earlier he can start his plans, the better it would be for him. There was still a long way to go before he can regain his former cultivation level, so at the moment, he might as well nurture a group of elites that was loyal only to him. The emperor and Ju Shen talked about random things after that, but it was more appropriate to say that the emperor was doing most of the talking, while Ju Shen was merely nodding his head. Wine Master Ju, the profound dragon continent may seem calm and devoid of huge conflicts, but it won't be long before the entire continent will be embroiled in a huge war if the dispute among the different races will continue to escalate. Emperor Elik said in a low voice. Although Ju Shen looked uninterested on the surface, he was actually intently listening to the emperor's words. According to him, the profound dragon continent wasn't as peaceful as it seemed to be, and if not for the prying eyes of the demons, the alliance between the countless races of the profound dragon continent would have already descended into war and chaos. Nonetheless, there were still minor disputes within the alliance since the leaders of each race were roughly on the same level. If only there was someone strong enough to quell the dispute within the alliance, things might have been much better. The demons may be brutish and evil, but they treat their brethren with respect. With their strong cohesiveness, the overall power of the demon race continued to grow day by day. On the other hand, the strength of the alliance stagnated due to the constant dispute between the leaders of each race. It won't be long before the alliance's power would dwindle. Emperor Elik was a man of foresight and talent, so he had already deduced what might possibly happen if the internal conflict within the alliance wasn't resolved. Unfortunately, his standing within the alliance was not that high since he had yet to cross the 9th rank Saint realm. Wine Master Ju, although I am powerless about this matter, but it will be a different thing if you personally resolve things within the alliance. And if you indeed decide to gather everyone under one banner, I will be the first one to come and offer my help. Emperor Elik said with a serious look. Because of the gravity of their topic, Zhu Shen had long since blocked their area in order to prevent others from eavesdropping in their conversation. I may have to disappoint you, Elik. I have no intentions in conquering this continent. Zhu Shen replied with an indifferent look. His only goal was to exact his revenge on Celestial Emperor Lao Go and uproot the Celestial Paragon Tower. As for conquering a small continent of a mortal world, he didn't have any intentions of doing so. Emperor Elik sighed and shook his head. What a pity. Wine Master Ju is strong enough to lead the alliance, but he doesn't seem to be interested in eating this huge pie. What can I do to change his mind? The emperor thought to himself while pondering deeply. After more than 2 hours, the street outside Zhu Shen's store was already clean and devoid of blood and mutilated body parts. It can be seen that the imperial guards truly had the talent in becoming street sweepers. Kenya was now inside the store sitting together with Hu Xiandao and the 2 6th-rank King Realm barbarians. They were still wearing blank expressions as if they couldn't forget the scenes earlier, but they couldn't be blamed either. It was just too shocking. Lord Hu, do you know who that man is? I've been away from the capital for quite some time to complete a mission, so I haven't been here in a while. Kenya asked while poking Hu Xiandao's arm. The first time he came here in Zhu Shen's store, there was only Thea and Hestia running things. At that time, Zhu Shen was still gathering the ingredients for his wine. Hu Xiandao glanced at the latter and replied in a slightly haughty voice as if he was enlightening a young kid. You're a citizen of the Silver Wing Empire and you don't even know him? Brother Kin, that man is Wine Master Ju, the owner of this store. It was also said that he is an alchemy saint. Furthermore, he is also the master of Sect Mistress Lu Sulan. Ken Yi's eyes widened and he could not help but take a clearer look at Zhu Shen once again. The latter clearly looked very young, but according to Hu Xiandao, Zhu Shen was an alchemy saint. This Sect Mistress Lu should be the young lady that helped me earlier. She should be an expert at the 8th rank Divine Realm, but an expert at her level actually took someone as her master? Then, is that man perhaps also a top cultivator? Kenya thought to himself, but when he recalled how Zhu Shen had slowed down the passing of time during his fight with Shidi Zibo, he suddenly felt that it must be so. It was very difficult to manipulate the element of time even for an expert at the 9th rank Saint Realm, but Zhu Shen did it so flawlessly and he didn't seem to have put that much effort either. Ken Yi's heart was overwhelmed with fright at the mere thought of it. Was there really such a kick-ass person in their Silver Wing Empire? I seem to recall young Miss Lu calling me her junior brother. Could it be? Ken Yi's heart pounded in excitement. Ding! Host, congratulations on completing your mission. Loading rewards. You received X1 store expansion package. You received X2 fruit of cultivation. Zhu Shen saw several flashes of texts appearing in front of him as the system notified him about the success of his mission. He had already expected the store expansion package, but the 2 fruits of cultivation was out of his expectations. Will it be enough to promote him to the 10th rank God Realm? Chapter 107, Second Disciple. Zhu Shen's present cultivation was at the late stage of the 9th rank Saint Realm, but the gulf towards the next realm wasn't that easy to cross. Now that he has 2 fruits of cultivation, he felt that it won't be long to reach that level. Ding! Host, would you like to claim your rewards now? No. I'll open it later. Zhu Shen answered. After a little more than an hour, the Emperor left with Defender Duanmu and the Imperial Guards. Emperor Elik was satisfied with his discussion with Wine Master Zhu. Although he wasn't able to convince the latter in going to the alliance with him, Emperor Elik still managed to establish a good relationship with Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen merely asked for 100 slaves, and with the Emperor's power, it wouldn't be a problem to gather that much in a day's time. On the other hand, he will be getting a VIP card from Zhu Shen. Emperor Elik could not help but laugh at the thought of it. Defender Duanmu and the Imperial Guards were surprised at the Emperor's behavior, but they were gratified to see him happy. After all, the Silver Wing Empire has experienced a lot of conflicts and disputes lately that the Emperor no longer had much time to rest. This made his loyal subordinates to feel heartbroken. Your Majesty, it seems that your discussion with Wine Master Zhu ended up great. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Defender Duanmu said while looking at the Emperor curiously. He truly wanted to know just what made Emperor Elik so happy that his smile almost stretched to his ears. Emperor Elik glanced at the old defender and chuckled. Old Duanmu, Wine Master Zhu will give me something great tomorrow. I don't think anyone else within the Profound Dragon Continent has this item. Defender Duanmu became even more curious about this item that the Emperor spoke about. Your Majesty, you truly want this old man to die in curiosity? The old defender said with a wry smile. Emperor Elik laughed heartily and urged his mount to sprint forward. Defender Duanmu shook his head and smiled faintly. No matter what is, I'll eventually know about it soon. Our relationship with Wine Master Zhu should have improved, right? Being acquainted with such an expert is the good fortune of His Majesty. I just hope that Wine Master Zhu will be there if our Silver Wing Empire faces a calamity. He muttered as he gave a kick to his mount, urging it to follow behind the Emperor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside Zhu Shen's wine store. Zhu Shen glanced at Kenya and sent a message to him telepathically. Go sit here with me. I have something to discuss with you. Kenya almost jumped in fright when he suddenly heard someone speak inside his head, but the voice was very familiar to him. He then turned his gaze at Zhu Shen and saw the latter pointing a chair in front of him. So, he wants to discuss something with me. Kenya thought. Kenya smiled at Hu Xiandao and said apologetically. Lord Hu, please excuse me for a moment. Hu Xiandao waved him off and replied. No worries. Go ahead, Brother Qin. Kenya gave him a fist palm salute before he walked towards Zhu Shen's direction. Greetings, Lord Alchemy Saint. Kenya bowed respectfully. Sit. Zhu Shen said with an indifferent voice. Kenya felt pressured sitting in front of such an esteemed individual like Zhu Shen. He did not even dare to lift his head to take a look at the latter, but in the end, he was still the first one to break their silence. Lord Alchemy Saint, I want to express my gratitude to you for saving my life. No matter what you want me to do, I will get it done immediately. Oh, really? Then why does it seem like you have no intentions in giving back my kitchen knife? Zhu Shen glanced at him calmly. Kenya almost spurted blood when he heard Zhu Shen's words. What? That peerless weapon was actually his kitchen knife. I thought it was some godly saber. That. I am naturally planning to give it back to you, Lord Alchemy Saint. Kenya forced out a smile while scratching the back of his head. He truly had plans in keeping the knife for himself, but since Zhu Shen had already spoken, he didn't dare hide it anymore. Lord Alchemy Saint, here's your SAB kitchen knife. Kenya placed the knife on the table with a look of longing. Although it was only a knife, it was good enough to be used as a saber. Furthermore, it was even capable of cleaving a divine weapon in half, so the quality of this knife shouldn't be ordinary, right? Zhu Shen didn't glance at the knife on the table and focus his gaze on Kenya. I can give you that knife, but you have to take me as your master. Ken Yi's eyes popped out when Zhu Shen's voice drifted. Without further hesitation, he stood up from his seat and immediately offered Zhu Shen 3 kowtows as he said in a solemn voice. Disciple Ken Yi greets master. Zhu Shen didn't stop him and merely glanced at him with a satisfied look. Although Ken Yi's peerless saber divine body was only a divine physique, it was still very rare even in the primordial god realm. The customers gasped in surprise at this sudden development. Who was Zhu Shen? He was alchemy saint. Anyone who becomes his disciple would surely experience a massive change in fate. Lu Mendi and the others could only glance at Ken Yi enviously. Zhu Shen flicked his fingers making Ken Yi abruptly stand up. You're my second disciple, and I naturally have to give you a gift for taking me as your master, but that has to wait for now. Ken Yi was feeling an intense excitement in his heart. He was already in his 40s and he had no hopes in breaking through to the 9th rank saint realm with his current cultivation speed, but he now had a master who was an alchemy saint. I will introduce you to your senior sister later. Zhu Shen added. Congratulations, Wine Master Zhu. Congratulations, Brother Ken. The customers offered their felicitations to the men, making the store somewhat boisterous. Chapter 108, Present for Ken Yi. Lu Sulan had already expected this scene the moment Zhu Shen told her to protect Ken Yi. Even so, she was still curious about what was so special about this junior brother of her that even her master decided to take him as his disciple. Looking at junior brother's face, he should be around 40 years old, but his cultivation is surprisingly at the late stage of the 6th rank king. Although that kind of cultivation speed can only be considered as not bad, it must be mentioned that Ken Yi didn't have a noteworthy background, making it even harder for him to advance in level. Master might have discovered that he has some talent, Lu Sulan thought. A few hours later, Thea closed the store's entrance to end the day's business. She then took a glance at the 4 Earth origin dragon trees and nodded her head internally. These 4 spiritual plants bore fruits just this morning, but to think that it didn't even take much time for them to ripen. In a few hours, they can already be plucked. Thea muttered to herself as she walked towards Zhu Shen. The moment she was reincarnated to this place, the first person she saw was Zhu Shen. There was also something within the depths of her soul that compelled her to serve him faithfully, but in truth, even without that, she will still stay by Zhu Shen's side. She didn't know why she felt that way, but there was something inexplicable about Zhu Shen that made her want to be with him. Ken Yi, this is your senior sister Lu Sulan. She is the sect mistress of the Ice Cloud Sword sect. She is also much younger than you, but her strength is already at the early stage of the 8th rank divine realm, and it won't be long for her to advance by another minor realm. You need to work hard if you want to catch up to her. Zhu Shen said indifferently. Hearing her master's praise, Lu Sulan could not help but blush while looking at Zhu Shen coyly. Ken Yi clenched his fists tightly with a determined look as he nodded his head at Zhu Shen. Don't worry, master. I will not disappoint you. Good. I will also be giving you guys your presents for taking me as your master. Zhu Shen muttered calmly. I already have a suitable present for Ken Yi, but I don't have anything else to give for my senior disciple. And it has been quite a while since I have promised to give her a present, so she might feel despondent if I don't give her anything now, Zhu Shen sighed in his heart. Ken Yi. Zhu Shen called out. Master. Ken Yi bowed respectfully and looked at Zhu Shen expectantly. Just what kind of item would I receive from Master? Considering his strength and identity as an alchemy saint, his gift shouldn't be ordinary. Zhu Shen took out the supreme eternal knife set that was still sheathed state on an ordinary-looking wooden block. The moment it was taken out from his space earring, an oppressive aura enveloped the whole store, causing Ken Yi and Lu Sulan to pale in fright. Even Hestia and Thea furrowed their eyebrows as they glanced at the supreme eternal knife set in Zhu Shen's hands. If one would look close, there was an empty slot in the knife block. Indeed, it was the slot for the huge knife in Ken Yi's possession. Ken Yi could hardly stand up from the overpowering aura and even staggered. This. What kind of godly weapon is this? Zhu Shen waved his hands, instantly removing the immense aura that weighed down on everyone. This is the Supreme Eternal Knife Set. The huge knife in your possession is part of this set. Each knife from this set is an immortal weapon, and the complete set is a god weapon. With your cultivation, you don't have the power to control the full set yet. As of the moment, you can only use one knife. Take it and brand it with your blood. Zhu Shen handed the knife block to Kenya with an impassive look. He had no use for this since he already a weapon. Furthermore, Hestia was the cook of his store, so the Supreme Eternal Knife Set was now useless to him. Aside from that, he still had two more kitchen tools, the Divine Devil Skull Frying Pan and the White Tiger King Griller. However, he decided to keep it as a reward for his disciples. Ken Yi's breathing intensified as he stretched out his shaking arms to receive his master's gift. Although he didn't know what an immortal weapon or a god weapon was, he believed that it must be awesome, especially after recalling that frightening aura earlier. Master! Thank you! He bowed solemnly at his master and vowed to work harder in his cultivation. Lu Sulan was also shocked, but she merely smiled happily for her junior brother. Congratulations, junior brother! You must cultivate well so that you can use the weapon's full potential. Kenya smiled at Lu Sulan and replied humbly. Yes, senior sister. I won't disappoint you and master. Lu Sulan then turned her gaze to Zhu Shen and asked with a stern look. Master, in the history of Nuar, there are only 3 levels of weapons, the earth weapon, the divine weapon, and the saint weapon. So what are this immortal weapon and god weapon that you speak about? She grew curious about it the moment it left Zhu Shen's mouth, and because of this, she also became even more suspicious about Zhu Shen's origins. Kenya furrowed his eyebrows and was similarly curious, so he glanced at Zhu Shen, waiting for him to speak. Zhu Shen looked at his 2 disciples and sighed after shaking his head. He didn't want to tell them about his identity, but since they were already his disciples, it might be good for them to know who he was. Since the both of you are curious, I might as well tell you a bit about me. Hestia, Thea, you two can listen as well. After gathering his thoughts, Zhu Shen spoke in a cold voice. I came from the primordial god realm. Chapter 109, Lu Sulan's consecutive breakthrough. Primordial god realm. Lu Sulan, Kenya, and Hestia muttered curiously, while Thea revealed a thoughtful look. Master, what kind of place is that? Kenya asked as he sneaked a glance at Zhu Shen. He has not heard of such a place before, but since his master came from there, then that place should be awesome. Looking at their faces, Zhu Shen grabbed a seat and leaned on his chair, but instead of answering them, he asked a question of his own. What is the strongest cultivation level that someone can attain? Lu Sulan knitted her eyebrows and replied. Master, isn't it the 10th rank god realm? Zhu Shen glanced at her and shook his head. You are correct but also wrong. Every one of you thought that the 10th rank god is the strongest cultivation level that one can attain, but this isn't the case. Aside from Thea, the other 3 revealed a look of surprise. Who wouldn't be? In the history of Nuar, there were only a few 9th rank saints in every generation. As for 10th rank gods, there hasn't been one in the profound dragon continent for tens of thousands of years. Master, do you mean, there is still a level above that? Lu Sulan asked with wide eyes. Zhu Shen shook his head once again. Not just one level, but several more. In order to achieve godhood, a peak stage 9th rank saint realm expert must overcome his tribulation lightning, and if one crosses that successfully, they will be promoted to the nascent god realm. That's the start of one's path to godhood, and someone at that level is referred to as immortal due to their long lives and supreme strength. Lu Sulan and the others could feel the disdain in Zhu Shen's tone as he told them about that. It was as if someone at the nascent god realm wasn't even worth mentioning in his presence. In that case, how strong is someone at that level? Kenya was stunned to hear all these words, but his eyes sparkled with longing. Zhu Shen thought for a moment and replied in a calm voice. A nascent god realm expert can destroy the whole Silver Wing Empire in one casual attack. Lu Sulan, Kenyat, and Hestia sucked in deep breaths of cold air when they heard Zhu Shen's words. The Silver Wing Empire occupied a vast expanse of land in the profound Dragon Continent, so when Zhu Shen told them that an expert at the nascent god realm was that strong, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Master, are you also at this level? Kenyat asked carefully. Zhu Shen's expression turned strange, but he hurriedly concealed it. Let's talk about this when Sulan's cultivation is at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. Everyone felt disappointed, but they didn't reveal it outwardly after seeing Zhu Shen's serious look. I have given Kenyi's present. This time it's for Sulan. I initially wanted to give you a god weapon as well, but I don't have a suitable weapon for you. However, I have something here that can make your cultivation jump to the 9th rank saint in less than an hour. Zhu Shen said while looking at Lu Sulan. Lu Sulan was at first dispirited, but after hearing the second half of Zhu Shen's words, her expression immediately became vibrant. Master! Zhu Shen sighed internally and took out the 2 fruits of cultivation from his space earring. The fruits of cultivation emitted a brilliant golden light that almost blinded everyone. They covered their eyes while also taking a look at the item in Zhu Shen's hands with difficulty. Just what kind of fruit was it for it to produce such blinding light? Zhu Shen grabbed both Lu Sulan's hands, making the latter blush coyly. The former then gave her the 2 fruits of cultivation with a slightly heavy heart. This was supposed to help him reach the nascent god realm. Master, this is... Lu Sulan's trembling voice drifted in everyone's ears. This is the fruit of cultivation. Consume it and you'll know its effects. Zhu Shen replied indifferently. This was supposed to be taken by him, but since he had nothing better to give to Lu Sulan, he could only give it to her. He had already spoken with the system about it earlier and it had told him that Lu Sulan will be promoted to the 9th rank saint if she consumes the 2 fruits. It was a much bigger jump compared to his own when he consumed 2 of such fruit, but after recalling that he had the seamless deity physique, he could only sigh. Lu Sulan gulped as she looked at the 2 golden fruits in her hands. The 2 fruits felt so weightless that it was as if she was holding 2 small feathers. She inhaled its fragrant aroma and instantly felt her true essence fluctuating wildly. What? I haven't even consumed the fruit yet, and just its smell alone is already capable of enhancing my true essence. How astonishing can this fruit be? Looking at Zhu Shen's rare stern look, she immediately consumed the 2 fruits in several large bites. The taste is not bad. Wait, my true essence? What? She was startled when she felt the absurd growth of her true essence after she consumed the 2 fruits of cultivation. Before, the true essence in her dantian was just like a small stream that flowed gently, but looking at the insane speed at which her true essence expanded, it was now like a vast ocean smashing the shore. Truly shocking. Early stage 8th rank Divine Realm. Mid stage 8th rank Divine Realm. Late stage 8th rank Divine Realm. She broke through consecutively and there was no sign of stopping yet. Kenyat, Hestia, and even Thea glanced at the scene with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Peak stage 8th rank Divine Realm. This time, the speed of her growth slowed down, but it still hasn't stopped. Lu Sulan opened her eyes and a flash of power flickered within her gaze. Early stage 9th rank Saint Realm. She had finally broken through to the 9th rank Saint Realm. Lu Sulan felt excited and she couldn't help but hug her master tightly in her embrace. And it was already too late for her to realize her impulsive actions. Ah! Like a startled rabbit she hurriedly stepped back. Chapter 110, Arrival of the Dragon. Zhu Shen's expression remained calm even after he was embraced by a peerless beauty. Even Kenya praised his master in his heart. Any other man would have definitely revealed heated expressions if they were in the same situation, but his master was actually able to maintain his indifference. With Zhu Shen's current heart realm that has reached the 3rd stage, heart unmoved like mountain, it was easy for him to stabilize his emotions in seconds. Zhu Shen took a glance at Lu Sulan and casually said, "You've reached the early stage of the 9th rank Saint Realm, not bad. However, you still have to stabilize your power. Furthermore, the fruits of the Earth Origin Dragon Tree must have ripened by now. Do you know what that means?" Lu Sulan's embarrassed expression turned eager when she heard those words. "That means Master can concoct the 9th rank pill for me." Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and walked towards an Earth Origin Dragon Tree. Lu Sulan and the others immediately trailed behind him with expectant gazes. Their master was planning to concoct a 9th rank pill. A pill at that level would surely make those esteemed 9th rank saints scramble and fight for it, but their master was able to refine such a pill. There were 3 oddly shaped fruits hanging on the small tree, each of them producing a pure draconic aura that made everyone inside the store feel the noble and dreadful power that each fruit contained. Under everyone's dumbstruck gazes, Zhu Shen plucked the 3 spiritual fruits as if he was merely plucking a random fruit from an ordinary tree. Everyone's mouths twitched after looking at the scene. "Master, anyone would have been very careful while plucking such a high-level spiritual fruit. We know you're awesome, but can you at least allow us to prepare our fragile hearts?" After plucking the 3 spiritual fruits, Zhu Shen went to another Earth Origin Dragon Tree and did the same. His expression remained neutral with no hints of changing. This time, Lu Sulan and the others were already numbed, so they just stood behind Zhu Shen obediently as they stretched their necks to get a clearer look at the spiritual fruits. Just when Zhu Shen was about to pluck the last fruit, he turned his gaze in a certain direction and frowned. "It looks like that lizard from the Endless Forest has failed to achieve godhood, so it wants to get a piece of the Earth Origin Dragon Tree's fruit after sensing its pure draconic energy. Although the fruit is indeed capable of helping it attain godhood, but so what?" Zhu Shen muttered disdainfully as he plucked the remaining fruit. He then kept all the fruits and walked outside his store while taking out a chair from his space earring. After that, he placed the chair on a random corner and reclined on it with a lazy look on his face. Meow. Ice had already sensed that a strong being was moving towards them, but she merely took a cursory glance at the dark sky before she jumped on Zhu Shen's lap. Lu Sulan and the others were confused, and only Thea put on a grim look as she stared in a certain direction. She felt a very powerful aura streaking towards them at an unimaginable speed. Even this fearless beauty revealed a wary look and she could not help but place her right hand on the hilt of her sword. Seeing her strange actions, Kenya and the others were perplexed, but then later on, Lu Sulan also put on a serious look on her face. "Someone powerful is coming straight to us," Lu Sulan muttered grimly. This time, all of them turned serious. Just what kind of being was coming towards them that even the usually calm Thea was now putting up a solemn look? Ruoar! A draconic cry reverberated throughout the whole Silverwing Empire that instantly made the citizens pale in shock. Those weaker ones even spat mouthfuls of blood while covering their ears with terrified looks. A huge creature hovered above Beltran City and its huge eyes flickered with intense bloodlust as it searched for something below. Its gigantic wings created strong gusts of winds that wreak havoc in its wake. Luckily, there was a 9th rank array formation that protected Beltran City from this. Everyone inside Beltran City became frantic after seeing the flying behemoth. It was the first time they had seen such a monstrous creature that even just the sight of it already made their hearts beat wildly in trepidation. Emperor Elik hovered above the skies, but he didn't dare step out of the city's array formation. Standing on top of the city's city wall were 4 old men at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. One of them was Defender Duanmu. These old men were the 4 guardians of the Silverwing Empire. They were usually cultivating within the Imperial Palace, and they would only step out when the Empire was faced with extreme danger. Their presence signified the strength of this flying monstrosity. "Friend, what brings you here in my humble empire?" Emperor Elik clasped his hands as he respectfully asked the dragon. The dragon turned its bloodthirsty eyes on the Emperor, instantly making the latter feel his heart contorting, but he stubbornly put on a calm expression. He had to maintain his powerful image as the emperor of his empire. If he showed a terrified look, then the citizens of his empire would surely descend into a state of unrest. Humph! You've got guts for a weak human. This saint dragon will spare your worthless life as long as you offer me the Earth Origin Dragon Tree in your possession. A beastly voice drifted, causing strong vibrations in the air. The four guardians revealed angry looks, but they didn't dare lash out after seeing that the emperor raised his hand to stop them from acting rashly. It should be talking about Wine Master Zhu's Earth Origin Dragon Tree. What should I do? The emperor's heart was now in turmoil on what he should do. He was facing a dragon that was most likely at the peak stage 9th rank saint. On the other hand, Zhu Shen's strength remained a mystery to him up until now. He weighed the pros and cons and let out a sigh. Sigh. Emperor Elik glanced at the dragon with a determined gaze and replied in a cold voice. Insolence! What right do you have to speak lightly of this emperor? The emperor's majestic voice echoed throughout the whole Silver Wing Empire, which made the citizens surprised and at the same time admire his courage. This was their emperor. Chapter 111, The Dragon's Rage. The dragon's dreadfully large eyes emitted a chilly glow as it focused its gaze on the puny human in front of it. This weak human actually dared to shout at this saint dragon. Since when did these cowardly humans learn to have some backbone? Infuriating. The dragon that was almost as huge as the entire Beltran city suddenly raised its towering head upon the skies and opened its enormous mouth, showing everyone its sharp rows of serrated teeth. It then emitted an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire Silver Wing Empire. Roar! At the end of its earth-splitting cry, a massive ball of blazingly hot flames materialized inside its wide-open mouth. Everyone inside of Beltran City was still affected by the dragon's mighty roar, and some of those with fragile bodies even lost consciousness. Now, they could only watch as this flying behemoth produced a huge ball of fire. They all knew that it will definitely be aimed at the city's array formation. Emperor Elik was drenched in a cold sweat as he stared fixedly at the dragon hovering above the sky. Because of the radiant brilliance from the scorching flame in its mouth, everyone was finally able to clearly see the features of this gigantic dragon. Its humongous body was covered entirely by dark fish-like scales, each of which emitted a dull metallic luster that showed how sturdy it was. On top of the dragon's head was a single horn that was shaped like a karambit's blade. The dragon had 4 huge limbs with appallingly sharp claws that could tear through mountains. The tip of its long whip-like tail was covered by sharp spikes, extremely hideous and frightening. The 4 guardians almost lost their courage when they saw the dragon's petrifying visage, but after seeing the lone figure of their emperor who was still hovering above the sky, the 4 old men resolutely remained standing on top of the city wall. Emperor Elik's figure didn't waver even after facing this unusually tyrannical dragon. There was a tinge of fear underneath his solemn look, but the emperor refused to yield. This emperor is unafraid. Bring it on! He bellowed loudly, causing his veins to almost pop out of his face. Since he had already chosen to side with Zhu Shen, he could only stubbornly hold on and pray that Zhu Shen would immediately send his help. He could barely even maintain his sanity in front of this dragon that was nearing godhood, so the amount of pressure he was facing was inconceivable. After condensing the raging ball of fire in its mouth, the dragon immediately spurted it out with a furious look. A devastating dragon cry reverberated following the descent of the huge ball of flames. Roar! The air trembled as the ball of searing flames descended towards Beltran City. Emperor Elik felt his palms drenched in sweat and his eyes emitted a trace of panic, but he took a deep breath as he pulled out the silver wing sword from his space ring. If the array formation of the city is destroyed, I will use every ounce of my true essence to take this dragon's attack. As long as I can show my stance to Wine Master Zhu, even his stone-cold heart might possibly waver, right? Emperor Elik thought to himself as he silently gathered the true essence in his danshan. The sky brightened as the huge ball of flames struck the city's array formation. Bong! A terrible explosion boomed as spiderweb-like cracks slowly spread out on the array formation's defensive light. A rain of fire enveloped the whole of Beltran City, but luckily, the city's array formation was still able to prevent those searing flames to touch the land below, or the whole city would have been wrecked and covered in flames. Emperor Elik's hand that was holding the silver wing sword quivered under the intense scene that he had witnessed. This array formation is a peak 9th rank protective array, but it actually almost crumbled after one attack from that dragon. Emperor Elik cried out in his heart. The dragon glanced coldly at the array formation that was on the verge of crumbling. Its huge eyes revealed a hint of surprise, but it slowly turned into disdain. I have to admit that I underestimated your city's protective array formation, but can it block one more attack from this saint dragon? Its draconic voice was full of ridicule as it slowly opened its mouth again. Everyone immediately turned scared as they watched as it slowly condensed another ball of flames. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In an ordinary-looking store, 5 figures can be seen staring at the sky with gloomy expressions. Master. Lusulin glanced at her master with a pleading look. Although her relationship with Emperor Elik was shallow, her Ice Cloud Sword sect was still allied with the Silver Wing Empire, and she also didn't want to see the empire being reduced to ashes. Even Kenya fixed his imploring gaze at his master. There was only one person he knew that might be able to stop that dragon. It was his master, Zhu Shen. Although he has yet to see Zhu Shen's true might, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart that this stern and usually deadpan master of his was definitely a true paragon among experts. Zhu Shen sighed and stood up from his seat. The lazy look in his eyes turned horrifyingly cold as he gazed at the massive silhouette of the dragon hovering up above the sky. The serene aura around him vanished and was replaced by a dark and dreadful air that made Thea and the others unconsciously take a few steps back. Even the usually mischievous Ice revealed a trace of fear in the depths of her crystal-clear eyes. That stinky human, just how strong is he? Meow. Zhu Shen's long silver hair fluttered as he streaked through the skies under the stunned gazes of Lusulin and Co. Was that really master? Lusulin muttered with a blank look as she looked at Zhu Shen's figure that was slowly disappearing from their sights. Will they finally be able to see Zhu Shen's true power? Chapter 112, The Resolute Emperor. As the dragon was conjuring its attack, Emperor Elik felt an overwhelming sense of danger coming from it. He hurriedly turned his gaze towards the 4 guardians standing on top of the city wall and shouted. The 4 of you immediately go back and get my children to safety. Bring them to Wine Master Zhu's store and do everything as long as they will allow you to go inside. Defender Duanmu and the other 3 glanced at each other before they turned their gazes to the Emperor. Their murky eyes turned red as they looked at the majestic figure of Emperor Elik, who was hovering just right behind the city's protective array formation. They knew that the Emperor would surely use his body as a shield to block the dragon's attack, but would he be able to come out alive after taking its terrifying blow? After seeing their hesitant looks, Emperor Elik's expression turned stern as he hollered. Are you disobeying this Emperor's words? Go the fuck away and leave this place to me. Defender Duanmu hardened his heart after seeing the Emperor's look. His lips quivered, but in the end, he didn't know what to say. Tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks as he turned around with a heavy heart. What are the 3 of you waiting for? His Majesty has already spoken. Go back immediately. Defender Duanmu shouted with a distorted expression. The 3 guardians felt their hearts being squeezed by a tumultuous sensation, but they were powerless to help the Emperor. They looked at Defender Duanmu and nodded their heads gravely. The 4 old men took one final glance at Emperor Elik's lofty figure before they darted out of the scene. Emperor Elik sighed in relief and fixed his cold gaze on the dragon. He gathered the true essence from his dantian and coated his whole body with it. He then slowly conjured his own battle spell and waved his silver wing sword to form a huge diamond pattern. Sky Diamond Protective Halo. Materialize. Emperor Elik muttered in a grim voice, and the moment his voice left his mouth, the diamond pattern he drew in midair lit up and the incorporeal diamond shield slowly solidified. Emperor Elik lifted his sword and pointed it towards the glowing translucent diamond shield. It looked incredibly sturdy, but the Emperor's expression remained grave. The dragon finally spurted the second ball of flames, but it looked twice as strong as the previous attack. Roar. The night sky suddenly brightened as the raging orb of flames plummeted towards Beltran city. Swoosh! It left countless flakes of fire in its wake, but everyone's focus was on the solitary figure of their emperor. He looked so tiny compared to the descending fireball, but his reliable and staunch back made them feel that he might be capable of blocking this attack. When the colossal fireball struck the city's array formation, the protective light emitted a violent cracking sound before it shattered into motes of light. Shatter! Everyone revealed a panicked look when they saw that, and they solemnly prayed that the emperor will be able to block the attack. However, was that really possible? Emperor Elik roared as he held his silver winged sword with both his hands, pointing it straight towards the diamond shield in front of him. He was using his last bits of true essence to strengthen it. Stabilize! Finally, the enormous ball of flames pounded his sky diamond protective halo, but it didn't even last for a second before it fragmented into pieces. The emperor felt the smoldering heat burning his skin, but he continued to roar in a hoarse voice. Roar! Just as he thought that he would be burnt to ashes, a tall figure silently appeared in front of him and raised his right arms. His long silver hair fluttered vigorously. Wine Master Ju! Emperor Elik muttered in surprise as he stared at the familiar figure, but before he could even gather his thoughts, he felt a gentle push that made him fly several hundred meters away. Don't forget our deal, Elik. A calm voice drifted in the emperor's ears, but he could only stare at Zhu Shen's firm and solid back as the latter blocked the dragon's fireball with one hand. Bayong! Multiple shockwaves blew out, blinding everyone as the huge fireball exploded violently. The emperor's figure was instantly blown away by the intense shockwaves produced after the explosion. He stumbled a dozen times in midair before he could stabilize himself. Some buildings down below also collapsed after bearing the brunt of the shockwaves. Such devastating power, but the emperor was completely certain that he saw Zhu Shen blocking it with only one hand. Emperor Elik turned his gaze towards the sky, but his sight was obstructed by a thick cloud of black smoke. Wine Master Zhu! He didn't know why, but he felt that the weight on his shoulder lightened down considerably after the arrival of Zhu Shen. He composed himself and streaked towards the imperial palace. With Zhu Shen's presence, the dragon shouldn't be able to destroy Beltran city. Now, he must go back to ensure that his children were safe. Swoosh! Behind the thick cloud of black smoke, Zhu Shen can be seen flying towards the gigantic dragon, but strangely, the dragon that was high and mighty just a few moments ago was now wearing a wary look as it glanced at the human that was moving towards it. This human! After getting close to the stunned dragon, Zhu Shen waved his right hand. Archaic golden patterns materialized in a circular motion, making the dragon feel a sense of foreboding. Following Zhu Shen's movement, the space in front of the dragon slowly ripped open and abruptly produced a strong suction force that made the dragon pale in apprehension. Roar! It issued a baleful draconic cry, but it was completely useless under the strong suction force from the rift of space. It continued to suck the dragon, not giving it any chance to escape. The dragon frantically flapped its enormous wings but to no avail, it was still sucked by the rift. Roar! After the dragon's figure can no longer be seen, Zhu Shen jumped into the rift before it vanished into thin air. A few minutes later, the thick cloud of black smoke subsided, making everyone see a tranquil starry night sky. Chapter 113, Zhu Shen's Power. Everyone stared speechlessly at the serene night sky. If not for the dilapidated buildings around them, they would have believed that everything that happened earlier was merely a nightmare. The huge dragon that was about to destroy the whole Beltran city was nowhere to be seen. Everyone only saw the starry sky and the bright moon that gave off a pale white light. His Majesty defeated the dragon. No one knew who started shouting, but everyone immediately erupted into joyous cheers and chants as they loudly praised the Emperor's victory. His Majesty is invincible. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The citizens' cry resonated throughout Beltran city and anyone could tell the relief in their voices. Emperor Elik, who was flying towards the imperial palace, heard their praises and he could only sigh ruefully. In the end, Zhu Shen still chose to remain anonymous despite having done a great deed for the Silver Wing Empire, but why did he choose to stay away from the limelight? Even the emperor didn't know his reason, but the former would never forget this huge favor. In not less than a few minutes, Emperor Elik arrived at the imperial palace. Just right outside the palace, he saw the 4 guardians circling the 4th prince and the 5th princess with resolute gazes. They had just come out from the imperial palace, so they were unaware of what had happened. Of course, they have heard the violent rumbling in the sky, but they still had no idea what had transpired. The 3 eldest princes had their own manners, so they were not inside the imperial palace, and only the 4th prince and 5th princess were there among the emperor's children. "Hey? Where's the dragon?" One of the guardians spoke in a confused voice. His old face was painted with bewilderment. Defender Duanmu and the others knitted their eyebrows into a frown when they saw the peaceful evening sky. "Where's Imperial Father?" The 5th princess balled her fists as she stared at the sky with a sorrowful look. Her cheeks had long since been drenched by her own tears as she sobbed forlornly. Everyone was affected by her emotion and they could not help but well up in tears. Even the 4th prince, who was usually a cheerful fellow, was now covering his eyes with the sleeve of his robes. Step! 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 They heard a familiar sound of footsteps making them unconsciously turn their heads in a certain direction. There, they saw a middle-aged man with graying hair. His imperial robes was now a tattered mess and his exposed skin even had some burnt marks, but the stern expression on his face remained unchanged. "Father! Your Majesty!" The 4th prince and the others cried out pleasantly after seeing the bedraggled figure of the emperor. Although his appearance was now a ramshackled mess, the regality in his presence was still evident. Emperor Elik sighed in relief and let out a warm smile after seeing their worried looks. The 5th princess dived on her father's figure and tightly embraced him as she continued to sob. "Hoo, it's good that you're safe, father." Emperor Elik's eyes turned gentle and he could not help but rub his daughter's hair gently. "Amen, father's back now. Everything is over." The 4th prince heaved a huge sigh of relief after seeing that the emperor was safe. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th rank spirit, he was still able to vaguely see his father's valiant figure when he faced off against the huge dragon. "Imperial Father, that dragon!" he muttered with a frown. The emperor glanced at him and turned his gaze at the clear sky. He looked like he had a million words to say, but in the end, he shook his head after letting out a sigh. The 4th prince and the others were confused, but they no longer asked since the emperor refused to divulge the truth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Above the centermost part of the endless forest, a huge rift suddenly opened. Behind the rift, one can see a completely dark void that gave off an otherworldly and profound atmosphere. Suddenly, a dragon head emerged from the rift, and moments after, it was forcefully ejected out of the rift, causing the dragon to emit a baleful draconic cry. Roar! Before the rift in space vanished, the figure of a man came out from it. His expression cold and filled with blazing killing intent that made the surrounding beasts immediately scurry away from the scene. "Human, why did you stop this saint dragon from destroying that crappy empire?" The dragon spoke in a beastly voice filled with extreme fury. Although it revealed a wrathful look, it was also looking at Zhu Shen intently. This human was actually able to control the element of space. From the knowledge that the dragon gained from its bloodline inheritance, only experts at the nascent god realm were capable of wielding the element of space. That was why it remained cautious in front of Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen ignored it and disappeared from his previous spot before reappearing on top of the dragon's head. He then lifted his fist and released an ordinary-looking punch that produced circles of ripples in its path. Swoosh! The dragon was caught unprepared and it didn't even realize that Zhu Shen was already standing on its head. Zhu Shen's fist struck the sturdy scales of the dragon and it was easily penetrated by his punch, causing it to frantically swing its head in pain. Roar! Roar! Zhu Shen pulled his fist, leaving a trail of blood in the air. He then teleported several hundred meters away from the dragon that was still violently swinging its head. Dozens of large trees were toppled after being stomped by the distressed giant monstrosity. In Zhu Shen's right hand was the bloodied flesh of the dragon. He gave it a sniff as he slowly burned it in his hand. "I haven't tasted a dragon's meat for millions of years," he muttered with a nostalgic voice. Although his voice wasn't that loud, with the dragon's sensitive hearing, it was still able to hear his words clearly. Zhu Shen was actually cooking its flesh right in front of it. How humiliating! A dense meaty aroma wafted in the air, causing the dragon's nose to twitch in anger. How hateful! This human actually cooked this saint dragon's flesh. The dragon cried out in its heart, but it could only stare at Zhu Shen with an enraged look as the latter consumed the cooked dragon meat in his hand. "Not bad. Although your dragon bloodline is impure to the point that it can be considered as trash, your flesh is still a bit tasty." The dragon's eyes emitted a murderous flicker and its nose puffed clouds of grey smoke, but it didn't dare attack Zhu Shen after seeing his inestimable power. Chapter 114, The Awakening of Zhu Shen. Under the dragon's murderous gaze, Zhu Shen calmly took the last bite of the cooked dragon meat. Not bad indeed, but it was too small to fill my stomach," Zhu Shen muttered as he fixated his tranquil gaze on the dragon not far away from him. The tone in his voice revealed the arrogance of a former heavenly god that once stood at the top of the hierarchy. Although he had already transmigrated into a mortal world, the billions of years of experience he had gone through was already deeply engraved in his marrow, so how could a mere dragon with impure bloodline and was only at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint realm be worthy of his attention? Sensing the disdain in Zhu Shen's tone, the dragon was incredibly furious, and it could hardly restrain itself from smacking the hateful human in front of it. It was the first time the dragon had experienced this kind of humiliating treatment since it was always itself that had trampled upon others, not the other way around. "Human, I have to admit that you indeed possess a strong cultivation, but don't push me too far or else." The dragon's cold and furious voice was laced with a threat as its huge body continuously trembled from holding back the extreme rage in its heart. Zhu Shen, who was always silent and stern in his store, now revealed a rare trace of a cold smirk on his handsome face. It was as if all the pent-up emotions after being trapped for millions of years surfaced at this instant. An overbearing and dense aura gushed out of him, causing the surrounding air to become disordered. Even the dragon, who was still wearing a furious expression moments ago, exhibited a flicker of horror. "Or what? Kill me? A lizard with impure dragon bloodline and failed to cross its tribulation wants to kill me?" Zhu Shen's calm voice drifted above the endless forest. His face remained unusually calm without any hints of ripple, as if a pool of stagnant water. Just that, the indifference in his voice was filled with mockery and contempt. "Roar!" The dragon could no longer suppress the towering wrath it concealed deep within its heart. The human had gone too far. "Kill! Roar!" The dragon flapped its wings with a crazed look in its beastly eyes. Its actions caused the scattered wind to coalesce and form more than a dozen tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall that immediately wreaked havoc in the central parts of the endless forest. Trees that were 100 meters tall were uprooted and flung away by the tempestuous wind. Although the beasts within this part of the endless forest were fairly strong, they instantly scuttled away, not daring to stay near the region where Zhu Shen and the dragon faced off. The dragon opened its enormous mouth and spurted a breath of flames that burned everything within its path. "Roar!" Zhu Shen's indifferent expression displayed a sense of excitement that was never been seen after he had transmigrated in Nuar. He was unmatched in this world and nobody was capable of making him eager for a great battle, but the power that this dragon exposed was sufficient to awaken the slumbering passion hidden at the depths of his soul. And as if a string had snapped, Zhu Shen erupted with an unrivaled aura. His long silver hair fluttered vigorously and his dull silver eyes flickered with a golden hue. A pair of incomparably dark and baleful burning wings sprouted behind his back like a butterfly breaking out from its cocoon. His new pair of dark wings fully opened, leaving a trail of dreadful pitch-black flames floating in the air. Zhu Shen moved his golden eyes on the sea of flames aimed his way. He then flicked his right arm casually. Shockingly, his relaxed and ordinary movement created a separation in the dragon's flame breath. What an inconceivable scene! The dragon's eyes dilated after witnessing the absurd scene. It hurriedly circulated the true essence left in its body to conjure another wave of attack, but before it could spurt another spell, Zhu Shen had already teleported right in front of its eyes. Zhu Shen didn't give the dragon a time to evade and promptly raised his right fist and swung it towards the dragon's exposed eyes. Pu! The dragon didn't have time to close its eyes and was thus penetrated by Zhu Shen's fist. Buckets of blood gushed out from its injured eye, causing it to emit a pained cry. Roar! Roar! The dragon violently struggled and attacked randomly, but how could it accurately hit Zhu Shen when one of its eyes was already damaged? The dragon could not even touch Zhu Shen's shadow, making it incomparably frustrated and furious. Roar! This saint dragon is unresigned. Roar! Zhu Shen didn't stay idle during this moment and he continued to attack the dragon from different angles, causing more injuries to surface in its huge body. The once majestic dragon that threatened to destroy Beltran City was now a bloodied mess after suffering the barrage of attacks from Zhu Shen. All it could do was violently struggle and swing its spiky tail randomly, but it was never even able to touch a hem of Zhu Shen's clothes. Such a one-sided battle was enough to tell the dragon's miserable plight, but Zhu Shen didn't have any thoughts of stopping his actions. He had been holding back for long. And this was the first time he could use a bit of his strength, so why would we stop midway? The dragon finally let out a horrified cry as it could no longer hold on after having been bombarded non-stop by Zhu Shen. Roar! Human, I submit. Stop! The most arrogant among the savage beasts admitted defeat. A dragon, though with impure bloodline, was still a dragon descendant. Its body that was devoid of strength plummeted on the ground. Bonk! A massive crater was formed as its huge body fell. Zhu Shen glanced at the unconscious dragon and thought for a moment. System, can I put this lizard inside the spirit world? Zhu Shen asked the system. Although he had a space earring, it could not take in living beings, so his only option was to bring the dragon inside the spirit world. Ding! Host, this injured dragon can indeed be taken inside the spirit world. Since the host is the ruler of the spirit world, it can do nothing but submit to you no matter how it grows inside. Chapter 115, Bringing the Dragon to the Spirit World. At first, Zhu Shen had the intention of killing this dragon, but after hearing that he could take it inside the spirit world, Zhu Shen immediately extinguished that idea. Although the true dragon bloodline that the dragon possessed was minuscule, it was still a dragon descendant after all. If he could somehow tame this dragon, he would have an incomparably strong mount in the future. Furthermore, with his experience, he could even help it improve its dragon bloodline. Without further hesitation, Zhu Shen retracted his pitch-black wings and stood before the unconscious behemoth. It had varying sizes of wounds all over its body that made Zhu Shen feel a shred of guilt. Something hidden within him had awakened a few moments ago and he found it hard to restrain himself at that time. Zhu Shen took out a 9th-rank healing pill from his space earring and stuffed it inside the dragon's mouth. He then told the system to open the spirit world. A 2-meter-tall door emerged out of thin air. This time, Zhu Shen's expression was calm after seeing this door, but after looking at its small size, he frowned and looked at the dragon's incomparably huge body. System, can you make this door larger? Zhu Shen muttered. Ding! Host, please wait for a moment. Zhu Shen's calm and indifferent eyes suddenly twitched when he saw the 2-meter-tall door made from the immeasurably precious Ionic Ragardwood tree expand to a size that could almost fit a huge mountain. Zhu Shen sighed and no longer bothered to be surprised with it. He then turned around and grabbed the dragon's body and dragged it towards the spirit world. From an aerial point of view, an absurd scene of a human dragging a dragon's gigantic body can be seen. The huge door that led to the spirit world slowly reduced in size and retained its normal length before it vanished into thin air. Inside the spirit world, Zhu Shen lifted the dragon's body and brought it to a nearby island. There were hundreds of islands in the spirit world, and a few of them were even large enough and can be considered as a continent. Zhu Shen brought the dragon to one of these huge islands. Although this spirit world appeared to be desolated, there were already a few species of savage beasts that lived within, and with the high concentration of true essence, it won't be long for them to become stronger and produce more offsprings. System, you mentioned that I am the true ruler of this spirit world. What do you mean by that? Zhu Shen asked the system. He was a bit perplexed about what the system had told him earlier. Ding! Host, this spirit world is naturally owned by you, but because you are still at the 9th rank saint, you are still unable to refine its world heart. World heart? What is it? It was the first time Zhu Shen has heard of that term, so he asked the system promptly. The world heart is the core of the spirit world. After refining it, the host can freely teleport from any part of the spirit world. Furthermore, the host's authority can never be challenged inside the spirit world, since you will become the deity of this place after you've refined the world heart. Zhu Shen's tranquil heart was shaken by these words. The ability to teleport from any part of the spirit world was already absurd and heaven-defying. Even in his peak, he can only traverse 1,000,000 miles using the element of space, but this spirit world was so huge that it must have a diameter of several billions of miles. As for becoming the true ruler of the spirit world, that was even more ridiculous. That means that no matter how strong the inhabitants of this spirit world become, they will still be at the mercy of Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen took out a chair from his space earring, and his usual lazy look once again surfaced on his handsome face. He leaned on the chair with one of his legs on top of the other. I'll wait for this lizard to wake up and see for myself if it is willing to serve me. What a pity though. Its meat is delicious and I want to take another bite. Zhu Shen's calm voice drifted as he glanced at the dragon with a strange glint in his eyes. As if it had heard Zhu Shen's words, the dragon's body trembled ceaselessly and its closed eyes suddenly sprung open. Rumble! Rumble! The dragon slowly stood up and stared at Zhu Shen in horror, as if it was looking at the messenger of death. The fear in its eyes was evident, and the constant shivering of its body showed how scared it was of Zhu Shen. Human, you may have defeated this saint dragon in battle, but I won't allow you to humiliate me like this. Although it was terrified by Zhu Shen, the dragon still put on a brave front, as if it had already forgotten that it was almost beaten to death by the human in front of it. Zhu Shen let out a light smile as he looked at the dragon, but the latter immediately felt its scales becoming itchy after seeing Zhu Shen's smile. In the dragon's point of view, it was the smile of a demon. I'll give you an opportunity to live, but under one condition. Zhu Shen's smile vanished and his expression turned incredibly serious as he fixed his cold gaze at the dragon, which instantly made the latter swallow the words it was about to say. Looking at Zhu Shen's solemn gaze, the dragon sighed in its heart and replied in defeat. Speak, as long as it does not go against this saint dragon's will, then I will agree. Serve me. Zhu Shen's cold and indifferent voice reverberated and shook within the dragon's heart. His voice was full of confidence and serenity, as if serving him was something to be proud of. The dragon's eyes narrowed as it took a deep breath before it finally released a sigh. This human's strength is unnaturally strong, and even if I break through to the nascent god realm, I'm still unsure if I can defeat him. Furthermore, he seems to be someone from that place. If that's the case, he should be able to help me increase the purity of my dragon bloodline. After weighing the pros and cons, the dragon dipped its huge head and spoke in a respectful but beastly voice. Long Melee greets Master. Chapter 116, Supreme Dragon Heavenly Canon. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and walked towards Long Melee with calm and unhurried steps. He stopped just right in front of her and extended his right arm and gestured Long Melee to come near him. Zhu Shen was only a few meters away from the Long Melee's sharp claws, but Long Melee didn't even dare harbor any thoughts of attacking Zhu Shen, since all the brutal beatings she had experienced at the hands of Zhu Shen was still freshly engraved in her memory. After seeing Zhu Shen's gesture, Long Melee was confused about his intentions, but she still dipped her head further, just close enough for Zhu Shen to touch her head. The moment Zhu Shen touched Long Mei's head, a soul contract instantly appeared in her mind. It's actually a soul contract. This kind of profound soul technique is definitely unavailable in the world of Noir, so how come he knows this kind of never-been-seen soul technique? Recalling her earlier speculations about Zhu Shen's identity, she immediately nodded her head inwardly. So I was indeed right. This fellow is most likely someone from the primordial god realm. Only the immortals from that place has this level of soul technique. Becoming his servant might not be a bad choice. The soul contract is a soul technique used by the immortals when they want to take someone as their subordinate, but the latter has the choice to reject the contract, so in order for this to be successfully bounded, the two parties involved had to be in mutual agreement. Long Mei only needed to bind the soul contract to her soul for it to take effect, and although she was slightly reluctant in her heart, she could only helplessly agree to it. She bounded the contract on her soul and it instantly vanished. The two immediately felt a slight connection between each other after the soul contract was bounded on Long Mei's soul. Now, she can no longer disobey him no matter how she wanted. Furthermore, Zhu Shen can also sense if she harbors evil intentions, but Zhu Shen believed that Long Mei was not stupid enough to do that. Recuperate your wounds, but before that, can you tell me why you failed to achieve godhood? Zhu Shen asked with an amused look. It was rare for a dragon to fail in ascending to the nascent god realm since they were naturally endowed with great talent, not to mention the bloodline inheritance in their memories, so how did Long Mei fail her tribulation lightning? Tribulation lightning is the punishment of the heavens to someone who was going against the heavens' will. Apparently, the path to godhood was considered as going against the heavens' will, and the tribulation lightning will only become stronger as one's cultivation level increased. Long Mei was embarrassed after having been exposed by her master. She indeed failed to cross her tribulation lightning, but it was only because her bloodline inheritance was incomplete. Master, since I don't have a pure dragon bloodline, my bloodline inheritance was incomplete. Furthermore, this isn't the first time I've failed on crossing my tribulation lightning, and it seems like I have no more hopes in achieving godhood in this life. Her beastly voice revealed a trace of dejection as she spoke. She tried breaking through to the nascent god realm for quite a number of times already, but it all ended in failure. Zhu Shen was slightly affected by her sorrow because of their connection through the soul contract, so he somewhat felt pity for her. The heavenly Dao encompasses all strands of things in. Zhu Shen spoke a random chant, making Long Mei confused, but after intently listening to his words, she felt her dragon bloodline stirring violently within her body. This was a dragon's cultivation technique. Long Mei felt shocked in her heart, but she immediately closed her eyes to focus on remembering every word that Zhu Shen spoke, and as she muttered those words silently to herself, she felt that her true essence and dragon bloodline was stimulated to a certain degree. How can this be? What kind of technique can produce this kind of change in my body? Long Mei's eyes sprung open and saw that Zhu Shen was smiling at her warmly. She felt gratitude in her heart and the slight reluctance that she had felt after taking him as her master instantly vanished. Master, Zhu Shen sighed in his heart as he recalled the origins of the dragon technique that he had chanted earlier. I wonder how the Long clan is doing right now. This is the strongest cultivation technique of the dragon race, the Supreme Dragon Heavenly Canon. Zhu Shen spoke in a calm voice, his tone revealed a sense of nostalgia, but Long Mei wasn't able to sense it. Supreme Dragon Heavenly Canon. Master, how did you? Long Mei wanted to ask Zhu Shen how he learned the dragon race's strongest technique, but she saw him shaking his head, so she promptly swallowed down her curiosity. Just who is my master? How did he even learn this Supreme Dragon Heavenly Canon? Judging its effect after I chanted it, I can confidently say that this technique is far from ordinary. Long Mei's curiosity was piqued, but she didn't dare ask Zhu Shen after seeing the look on his face. His expression changed a number of times as if he was recalling a distant memory. In the end, Zhu released a sigh and took out something from his space earring. It was a fruit from the Earth origin dragon tree. He had 12 fruits in total and now he decided to give one to Long Meili. Seeing the small fruit in Zhu Shen's hand, Long Meili's eyes instantly brightened, but she obediently waited for Zhu Shen to speak. After you recuperate your wounds, use this to increase your chance of achieving godhood, and with the addition of the Supreme Dragon Heavenly Cannon, I'm completely certain that you won't have any problems in breaking through to the nascent God realm. Zhu Shen muttered as he tossed the fruit to Long Meili, who immediately wrapped the tiny fruit with her true essence. She bowed her head gratefully at Zhu Shen and spoke in a solemn and respectful voice. Master, Long Meili will not forget your help. I will follow Master's orders even if it means this dragon's death. Her tone was full of determination and resolution, making Zhu Shen smile lightly. Chapter 117, Element of Space. Long Meili would have never thought that she would submit to a human. Before meeting Zhu Shen, she was even confident that she would one day rule the whole of Nuar with her identity as a dragon descendant, but who knew that she would meet such an extremely terrifying man that was able to defeat her without expending much strength. The difference in their strength was like comparing mud to a diamond. The gulf in their strength was just too large that she couldn't even fathom the depths of Zhu Shen's power. Looking at Zhu Shen's lean and handsome figure, she found it hard to believe that hidden behind his striking facade was a strength that could only make others submit. She was lucky enough to have gained Zhu Shen's acknowledgement, or she would have ended as his food. Recalling how Zhu Shen cooked a piece of her meat earlier, she could only smile wryly in her heart. Zhu Shen turned around and flew slowly towards the sky. Don't take too long to break through to the nascent God realm. I might need your strength soon. His indifferent voice travelled in Long Meili's ears, causing her to feel slightly shocked at his words. I wonder what Master needs my strength for? Well, no matter what it is, I will follow every word he says. Long Meili stared at Zhu Shen's receding figure with respect and veneration. It was only when she could no longer see his back that she started recuperating her injuries. This place has an abundant amount of true essence. Cultivating one day here is the same as cultivating 1 week in my previous lair, such a huge difference. Anyway, I should heal my injuries now and consolidate my strength before attempting to break through. With all the resources that Master gave me, if I still can't achieve a breakthrough, then I might as well offer myself to him to be cooked. Zhu Shen stepped out of the spirit world and was once again within the central part of the endless forest. Looking at the chaotic mess in front of him, he felt even more guilty for Long Meili. I should go back to the store. I still have to concoct the Crimson Astral Blaze pill for Sulan, and I might as well tell her more about her verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. As for Kenyat, I will also tell him about his peerless saber divine body. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he waved his right hand, causing a rift in space to break open. He then jumped inside the rift without further hesitation. Although Zhu Shen was only at the late stage of the 9th rank saint realm, he had the seamless deity physique that was never been seen even in the primordial god realm. With his comprehension and deep understanding of the spatial element, it was not a problem for him to partially control the power of space. Although the element of space he could control at this instant was nothing in comparison to his former self, it was still more than sufficient to traverse thousands of miles with a mere flick of his hands. As to why he didn't use this power when he was searching for the ingredients for his wine, it was because he wanted to roam and see for himself the scenery of this mortal world. Shallow as it may be, he just wanted to once again experience the beauty of nature, since the last millions of years of his life was spent to slowly die in the cold and dark God Ceiling Tower. Right in front of Zhu Shen's store, a man with long silver hair came out of a rift in space, stunning Hestia, Lu Sulan, and Kenyat. Only Thea remained calm, but she still felt a slight surprise in her heart. Of course, this man was none other Zhu Shen. Master! Master! They called out promptly after seeing him walking out from a rift in space. How could they not be shocked at this inconceivable scene? From their knowledge, only those who had achieved godhood could control this mysterious element. Zhu Shen waved his right hand after hearing their greetings and spoke in a calm voice. All of you go inside first. Lu Sulan and the other three were bewildered, but they still followed behind Zhu Shen with curious looks. They had seen him streaking towards the dragon earlier, and moments after he confronted the dragon, the creature vanished into thin air. They wanted to ask what had happened to the dragon. Did Zhu Shen manage to kill it? Or did the dragon escape after Zhu Shen came to confront it? All sorts of thoughts flashed in their heads, but they truly had no idea what had happened. Such a powerful creature disappeared just like that, but they knew that it must have something to do with Zhu Shen. After everyone was already inside, Zhu Shen took a glance at them and said, Hestia, Thea, you may go back to your rooms and take a rest. As for you two, sit down. Thea and Hestia bowed at Zhu Shen and went to their rooms respectively, while Lu Sulan and Kenya sat down with perplexed gazes. Master, what happened to the dragon? Lu Sulan could not help but ask. She was truly curious about this. Zhu Shen fixed his gaze at her and replied indifferently. You'll know soon. Just keep quiet and listen to what I have to say. What I'm going to tell you both is important since it's related to your future. After hearing their master's words, the two immediately went silent and looked at him intently. When the two heard that it was related to their future, they swallowed down their curiosity and waited for Zhu Shen to speak. Just what was their master going to tell them? When he saw their expressions, Zhu Shen let out a faint smile. After awakening the lost passion in himself during his fight with Long Meili, Zhu Shen decided to no longer restrain his personality. He might as well go with the flow and accept what may come his way. Chapter 118, Supreme Physiques. In the long history of the primordial god realm, there are countless earth-shaking geniuses with supreme talents whose names shook the entire cultivation world, and most of these great geniuses had something in common: they possess supreme physiques. Zhu Shen sat down and started talking after seeing their earnest looks. These supreme physiques are naturally endowed to them by the heavens, and it is something that they were born with. There are 3 levels of supreme physiques known since the ancient times: the divine physique, the saint physique, and the immortal physique. The difference between the 3 physiques isn't noteworthy during the earlier levels of cultivation, but once one reaches the nascent god realm, the gulf between them will only continue to increase. Zhu Shen added and stopped for a moment to allow his 2 disciples to absorb his words. Lu Sulan and Kenya were both astounded by Zhu Shen's words. They finally realized that they were just like frogs at the bottom of a well. They could only see the same sky no matter how they look above, not knowing that the sky they were seeing was merely a tiny portion of what was not revealed to them. Now, after hearing Zhu Shen explain about the supreme physiques, they felt as if they had opened the first page of a new book. Truly a marvel. Master, are these supreme physiques common in the primordial god realm? Kenya asked promptly. He felt that the place where Zhu Shen came was definitely 100 more times better than the profound dragon continent or even the whole of Nuar. Lu Sulan was similarly curious, so she glanced at Zhu Shen and waited for him to speak. Zhu Shen was amused at this question, but he couldn't blame them either since they weren't inhabitants of the primordial god realm. Although the primordial god realm is thousands of times larger than Nuar, the number of geniuses that have supreme physiques are still very rare, so if someone was born with such physique, countless strong powers will immediately contend in order to take them as disciples for their sects or clans. Zhu Shen answered. Kenya and Lu Sulan's expressions were painted with disbelief when they heard Zhu Shen's reply. Among 1 million cultivators, there is only one that has a divine physique, and among 1 billion cultivators, there is one that has a saint physique. As for those with immortal physiques, geniuses like them are so hard to come by, but most of them are the ones that stand at the very top of the cultivation hierarchy. Zhu Shen said in a calm voice, but his words shook the hearts of his 2 disciples. Master, this primordial god realm that you speak of, how can one go to that place? I want to see for myself the geniuses with supreme physiques. Lu Sulan was like an excited young girl who had found herself a new toy, causing even the usually stern Zhu Shen to smile. The primordial god realm isn't a peaceful place. Death, infamy, and chaos is a common occurrence in there. In that place, only the strong have the right to speak while the weak can only live a life of humiliation or mediocrity. So if you want to go there, cultivate hard and I will bring you both to meet countless geniuses of your generation. Zhu Shen's reply caused his two disciples to become gloomy. Just hearing about how treacherous of a world the primordial god realm already made them turn pale, but their eyes burned with determination after hearing his last sentence. Master, how is this related to our future? Ken Ye asked with a perplexed look. Zhu Shen smiled at them and replied. The both of you have supreme physiques. Bang! Lu Sulan wasn't surprised about this since Zhu Shen had already told her about her supreme physique, but Ken Ye's heart quivered at his master's words. I have a supreme physique? Then, does that mean I am a genius as well? Ken Ye thought to himself as excitement covered his face. You too have supreme physiques, but you weren't able to maximize your true potential since you didn't know anything about it. Especially you, Sulan. You almost destroyed your own life since you cultivated a technique that greatly opposes the element of your supreme physique. If not for my abrupt visit, then only death awaited you in less than a few years. As for Ken Ye, your case is just too pitiful. You have great natural talent, but because of your humble background, you weren't able to use your advantage from the very beginning. Such a pity. Zhu Shen's words was like a bucket of cold water, making Lu Sulan and Ken Ye incredibly dejected and sad. Master, is that why you made the chaotic ice flame formula for me? Lu Sulan asked as a flash of understanding dawned on her beautiful face. That's right. As a disciple of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, you cultivated many ice-type cultivation techniques. This might have been great to someone else, but this was a foolish move for you. Sulan, you have the very rare verdant flame saintly vermilion body which is of the fire element, but you have cultivated a technique with an opposing element. This was why you were experiencing occasional pain and discomfort when you start cultivating. Later, I will concoct the Crimson Astral Blaze pill for you since we already have the primary ingredient. With the help of that pill, your verdant flame saintly vermilion body will surely awaken, but since you're now cultivating both the ice and fire elements, we have to nourish your supreme physique with ice-type treasures as well. With that, your cultivation speed will increase exponentially. However, we don't have any ice-type treasures yet, so you only have to consolidate your strength for now. Zhu Shen replied patiently. He didn't tell her that he can upgrade her supreme physique to become an immortal physique since it was still too early for that. Furthermore, they needed to gather the necessary treasures in order to nourish that kind of heaven-defying physique. Master, how about me? What kind of supreme physique do I have? Ken Ye asked with an expectant look on his face. Zhu Shen glanced at him and said in a calm voice. Ken Ye, you have the peerless saber divine body. Although it's a bit weaker than your senior sister's supreme physique, your peerless saber divine body is much easier to cultivate. You don't need as many resources as your senior sister, and all you need to do is comprehend the way of the saber. Zhu Shen explained to him, which made the middle-aged Ken Ye to look like a young man in his teens from the sheer excitement in his expression. Lu Sulan and Ken Ye asked more questions to their master who then immediately answered them. He didn't skimp on every detail and told them everything that he knew. Of course, he didn't tell them that he had once died and he also kept his enmity with Celestial Emperor Lao Go to himself. He didn't want them to feel unnecessary pressure since it was still too early for them to know some things. As of now, Elik should have already gathered the 100 people that I asked from him. By tomorrow, they should be here. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart. Chapter 119, Second Store Expansion Package opened. Lu Sulan and Ken Ye were still seated with eyebrows knitted into a frown. Everything that Zhu Shen told them was too surreal, but somehow, their thirst in breaking through the higher levels of cultivation increased significantly. They wanted to see for themselves the so-called supreme geniuses of the primordial god realm, but they also knew that it was still too early for them to do that. As his two disciples were consolidating his teachings, Zhu Shen recalled the store expansion package that he got as a reward. System, open the store expansion package for me. I still have to give the VIP card to Elik tomorrow as what we have agreed upon. Ding! Commencing store expansion. Host, please wait for a moment. The system's monotonous voice echoed inside his head. After the system's voice died down, the whole store was suddenly enveloped by a vast and profound aura that made others want to submit and prostrate in worship. Zhu Shen waved his right hand and wrapped Lu Sulan and Kenya with his true essence, greatly reducing the pressure they felt. However, the two could still feel the overwhelming aura inside the store, making them slightly confused and curious at the same time. Senior Sister Lu, what's happening? Kenya asked in bewilderment. Lu Sulan shook her head and replied. Junior brother, I have no idea about this, but look at Master, he seems to be unperturbed, so it should be related to him. Just keep quiet and don't disturb Master. Kenya spoke no more and only watched his master's back in awe and reverence. Golden patterns enshrouded the whole store and all things inside slowly changed as if the golden patterns evoked their transformation. Lu Sulan and Kenya stood up simultaneously as they watched how the store changed with gaping mouths. Just what kind of power was this that it could make such massive modifications on everything in a short span of time? Lu Sulan and Kenya thought to themselves. The two also felt that the store's internal space has enlarged and it was now twice as spacious as before. Wooden chairs and wooden tables emerged out of thin air, but all these furniture no longer looked ordinary. Dragons and phoenixes were drawn on them, making them look imposing and regal. Although they were still made from the same sanctum sapphire wood sacred tree, the craftsmanship was many times better compared to how they once looked. Last time, these furniture looked crudely made, but now, it was as if they were crafted by the most elite craftsmen. The eye-catching design, the sleek surface, everything about them was close to perfection. Senior sister, look! Kenya pointed in a certain direction as he let out a surprised shout. Lu Sulan followed the direction that Kenya was pointing and was dumbstruck at what she saw. She saw a small spiritual tree that was emitting a chilly air. Its trunk was as thin as a newborn's arms while the icy blue leaves attached on its three small branches were shaped like swords. Although Lu Sulan and Kenya had no idea what kind of spiritual plant it was, they knew that it was definitely on par with the Earth Origin dragon tree just from its striking appearance alone. The two looked around and realized that there were 4 of the new spiritual plants inside the store. Including the 4 Earth Origin dragon trees, there were now 8 spiritual plants inside the store. Too amazing! Host, the store now has 3 floors. The topmost floor has 5 rooms in total including the master's bedroom at the centermost part. The second floor is an extension of the dining area and is already prepared to accept more customers. Lastly, the store's plaque is also modified by the system. The system said in an emotionless voice. System, where can I get the VIP card that you mentioned? Zhu Shen asked promptly. Ding! Processing VIP cards. Host, please wait for a moment. Zhu Shen stood motionless for a little more than 10 seconds before he saw 2 small cards hovering in front of him. The cards have a length of 4 inches and a width of 2.5 inches. They were black in color with golden highlights and the store's name was written in italic golden letters, the Immortal's Wine. Zhu Shen grabbed the 2 VIP cards and was slightly surprised at their smooth surface. So I can only give 2 VIP cards? Anyway, I don't plan on giving it to someone else other than Elik. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he kept the VIP cards inside his space earring. The system mentioned that there are now 3 floors in total. I should go and check the 2 floors above. He thought to himself as he walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Lu Sulan and Kenya were still stunned at what they saw and after seeing Zhu Shen walking towards the stairs, they followed behind him curiously. Master, what happened to the store? Did you use your power to make all those changes? Lu Sulan asked with shining eyes as she looked at her master's elegant side profile. Zhu Shen took a quick glance at her and nodded his head calmly. Yes. He didn't want to expose the system's existence to them since it was too mysterious even for someone like him. Although he trusted his disciples, it was much better to keep the secret to himself. Lu Sulan had a look of worship after hearing his response, and even Kenya was looking at Zhu Shen with the same expression as his senior sister. They haven't heard of anyone capable of making things out of thin air. Perhaps only their master was capable of such a feat. Master, those 4 new spiritual plants below. What are those? Kenya asked while looking at Zhu Shen. Without turning his head back, Zhu Shen replied in a calm voice. Just another 9th rank spiritual plant, the true heart icy sword tree. Zhu Shen's indifferent voice contained a trace of disdain as he said those words, making his 2 disciples smile wryly. Chapter 120, Ren Zhuang. When they reached the 2nd floor, Zhu Shen and his 2 disciples saw a man in his late 20s standing guard at the entrance of the 2nd floor. His short inky black hair was messy as if a vine that was left unattended for many years. He wasn't on the handsome side, but his face was finely chiseled that he looked like a valiant general who had gone through an uncountable number of wars. There was also an eye-catching scar that stretched from his forehead down to his left cheek, but it didn't make him look unsightly. In fact, it added a manly charm that enhanced his masculinity. This man was wearing a set of black armor that looked even more imposing than the standard military armor of the Imperial Guards. 2 swords were strapped on the man's back which formed an X shape. Looking at him, Lu Sulan and Kenya were unable to discern his exact cultivation level, but after sensing his rigid and bloody aura, they knew that this man must have gone through hundreds of bitter wars, which made them look at the man in fear and respect. Ren Zhuang greets Master. The man who had his eyes shut tight moments ago immediately stood in attention and bowed respectfully at Zhu Shen. Although Zhu Shen was surprised at Ren Zhuang's sudden appearance, he managed to quickly calm himself down. This guy should be someone that was reincarnated by the system, but looking at his fierce aura that is full of bloodshed, just what kind of world did he come from? Zhu Shen thought to himself as he waved his right hand, producing a stream of invisible energy that wrapped around Ren Zhuang, making him stand straight abruptly. I'll get back to you later. Stay here and don't disturb us inside. Zhu Shen spoke as he patted Ren Zhuang's shoulder before stepping inside the 2nd floor. Ren Zhuang nodded his head respectfully and closed his eyes once more. He didn't even bother greeting Lu Sulan and Kenya as if the 2 of them were unworthy of his attention, but the 2 didn't feel displeased about this since they can subtly feel that Ren Zhuang was a strong expert that was possibly even stronger than Thea. Just the thought of it already made their hearts quiver. Looking at the spacious 2nd floor, it was no different than the store's 1st floor. Just that, there was a room at the far left with the word Refining Hall written on the plaque right outside this room. System, what's that room for? Zhu Shen asked the system with a thought. Ding! Host, that room is the Refining Hall. The Refining Hall is a perfect place for pill refining, array formation making, weapon crafting, etc. Zhu Shen was pleasantly surprised at the system's words. With the help of that room, he can enhance his skills in pill refining, weapon crafting, etc. Although those are just auxiliary occupations, it will be a significant help to his growth if he could somehow manage to increase his skills in those fields. Within the 2nd floor, there were no longer any spiritual plants placed inside. However, there were several paintings on the wall that depicted different kinds of arts, each with its own beauty and charm. An Immortal's painting? Interesting. Zhu Shen put on an intrigued look as he stared at the paintings on the wall. Although the paintings looked normal and plain, Zhu Shen can sense that each stroke on the paintings contained an Immortal's unique aura, so how could he not be surprised about this? Each of the paintings hid a deep secret that would be of great assistance to someone's cultivation if they managed to comprehend the meaning within. However, only those with discerning eyes would be able to see the peculiarity of these paintings. Furthermore, comprehending an immortal painting is too hard for those who haven't achieved godhood, so inside Zhu Shen's store, no matter how precious they were, they can only remain as ornaments that add more grandeur to his store. Not long after, Lusolin and Kenya glanced at the paintings with curious expressions. Although they could somehow feel an indistinct oddity on the paintings, they still couldn't pinpoint what is it, so they instantly lost interest after looking at them for a while. Zhu Shen shook his head after seeing their reaction, but he wasn't disappointed by this since only those fated with the paintings can see through the secret behind them. Solon, let's go inside the refining hall to start concocting the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. Kenya, you may go inside with your senior sister and watch me refine the pill. Zhu Shen said as he walked towards the refining hall. The Crimson Astral Blaze pill was the pill that he had promised to concoct for Lusolin when he got the Frozen Cloud Glacier from her Ice Cloud Sword sect. The Crimson Astral Blaze pill was a 9th rank pill that was mainly used to enhance a cultivator's comprehension of the element of fire. Besides, it can also enhance someone's physical body, remolding it with the fierce energy hidden inside the pill. That means, it was also a great tonic for body-strengthening experts, but Zhu Shen planned to use it to awaken Lusolin's damaged verdant flame saintly vermilion body. After stepping inside the refining hall, the three of them felt the sudden change in the atmosphere. It was calming, serene, and tranquil, making them unconsciously forget the worries in their hearts to a certain degree. Lusolin and Kenyi's expression became relaxed and calm as if they had forgotten that a dragon almost destroyed Beltran City just a while ago. Zhu Shen frowned as he stared at an inconspicuous-looking crystal embedded on the wall. There were 4 such crystals inside the refining hall, each of which was embedded in different locations. The crystal emitted a dull bluish light that made whoever sees them feel a gentle and soothing aura enveloping their whole body. These crystals were the reason why the refining hall's atmosphere was different outside. So that's why. It's actually the heart-calming bead. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 121, Refining the Crimson Astral Blaze Pill. Zhu Shen took out the heaven-trampling cauldron from his space earring and he also took the ingredients needed to concoct the Crimson Astral Blaze Pill, including 1 fruit from the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. After taking out everything, Zhu Shen set up his heaven-trampling cauldron and sat cross-legged before it. A serious expression suffused his handsome face. Seeing his solemn look, Lusolin and Kenya didn't dare make any noise. Although they were not experts in alchemy and pill refining, they knew that an alchemist needed a tranquil and silent atmosphere in order to properly concoct a pill. Furthermore, Zhu Shen wasn't just concocting any random pill, he was going to refine a 9th rank pill, the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. In the whole of the Silver Wing Empire, no one was capable of refining such a high-level pill. Even Master Fengzi, the top alchemist of the empire, would be helpless if he was tasked to concoct it. Perhaps the Supreme Elder of Alchemy Hall might be able to do it, but no one knows his whereabouts. Zhu Shen flicked his fingers to create a small wisp of inky black flame. The black flame was so tiny and it flickered ceaselessly at the tip of his forefinger, but the heat it produced was enough to burn an expert at the 8th rank divine. Looking at the small dark fire in their master's finger, Lusolin and Kenya drew surprised gasps. Lusolin still remembered how Zhu Shen used the same flame to cook meat when they were searching for the Green Mountain Lake. Recalling the scenes back then, she couldn't help but let out a warm smile, making her peerless face look even more beautiful. As for Kenya, he was focused on his master's every action. The way Zhu Shen conjured the flame and the casualness in his movements made Kenya sigh in admiration. If it was him, he would have to form several hand seals and mutter incantations to produce a flame using his true essence, but his master was able to do it with such ease that he could only look up to him in worship. Zhu Shen, who was focused on his pill concoction, was unaware that his simple act of conjuring the weakest flame he could produce actually made his 2 disciples drown in their own thoughts. Under his disciples' earnest gazes, Zhu Shen pointed the tip of his forefinger towards the bottom of the heaven-trampling cauldron, sending the small wisp of black flame flying towards it. The 4 azure dragons engraved on the cauldron lit up as if they had gained sentience. The 4 lifelike dragons emitted a draconic cry with might that could shake the heavens, but strangely enough, they weren't able to draw out the tribulation lightning this time. Roar! Lu Sulan was perplexed about this, since she knew that this cauldron from her master was certainly a treasure that had attracted the tribulation lightning some time ago, but now, it seemed like the heavens wasn't even able to realize its presence after Zhu Shen took it out. Zhu Shen was similarly surprised, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. This refining hall might have blocked the heavens from sensing the presence of the heaven-trampling cauldron. Oh, this is getting interesting. The 4 azure dragons continued to emit baleful roars as their lifelike figures flickered with a flash of golden brilliance. Zhu Shen knitted his eyebrows in displeasure and smacked the cauldron as if telling it to behave. Clang! A dull clanging sound echoed as Zhu Shen slapped the cauldron, but after doing that, the 4 azure dragons immediately went silent. Without dallying any further, Zhu Shen grabbed the auxiliary ingredients and started refining them inside the heaven-trampling cauldron. If any alchemists saw this scene, they would instantly be dumbstruck, since they would usually refine the ingredients one by one, not refine them all at the same time. Luckily, Lu Sulan and Kenya had no idea about pill refining, but they still stared at Zhu Shen with reverence, especially after seeing how carefree he was when concocting a high-level pill. Zhu Shen tapped the cauldron with his finger from time to time. It might look like an ordinary set of actions, but behind these plain movements, each tap of his finger actually contained vast amounts of true essence that continued to circulate inside the cauldron, making the refining process of the ingredients even faster. Several seconds later, Zhu Shen took out the main ingredient, the fruit of the earth origin dragon tree, and calmly threw it inside the cauldron. Inside the heaven-trampling cauldron, the ingredients were separated by Zhu Shen's true essence and were refined simultaneously. After refining the ingredients, the next thing to do was to seamlessly merge them into one mixture and form the pills. An alchemist had to have strong spiritual power in order to refine high-level pills, and as the quality of the pill increases, the spiritual power needed similarly increases. However, cultivating one's spiritual power was too hard and required strong will and determination, since one needed to connect the spiritual nodes in their bodies. Just that, connecting one's spiritual nodes was a painful process, and the sheer amount of soul-strengthening treasures needed was humongous as well. Thus, one had to have sufficient wealth and will if they wanted to nourish their spiritual power. Zhu Shen placed his hands on the cauldron and focused his attention in forming the pills inside. Normally, an average alchemist could only form 5 pills in one set of ingredients, but inside the heaven-trampling cauldron, there were 10 pills that were slowly taking form. Condense! Zhu Shen's calm voice reverberated inside the refining hall, and right after those words left his mouth, a blinding rainbow brilliance flashed from within the cauldron. Pill Aurora! Lu Sulan muttered in shock. She didn't know what that exactly means, but she could still recall the dumbfounded looks of Master Fengzi and the alchemists from the alchemy hall when they saw the same rainbow brilliance after Zhu Shen concocted the invigorating Meridian's pill back then. What does that mean, senior sister? Kenya asked with a perplexed look when he saw the surprised expression of Lu Sulan. The latter glanced at him and told him about the events that happened in the alchemy hall, and after hearing the story, Kenya's mouth gaped and his eyes widened that it almost popped out of his eye sockets. Zhu Shen ignored them and opened the cauldron, revealing 10 pills that were still emitting hot steam, and a dense herbal aroma wafted about after Zhu Shen grabbed the pills. Crimson Astral Blaze Pill, acquired. With the same calm and indifferent look, Zhu Shen retrieved his heaven-trampling cauldron and kept 9 of the Crimson Astral Blaze Pill from the 10 that he had concocted. With Lu Sulan's present condition, she only needed 1 pill to awaken her damaged verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. He then grabbed Lu Sulan's hand, making the latter produce a soft yelping sound similar to a startled rabbit that was trapped by its prey. Amidst her surprise, Lu Sulan looked at the blazing red pill in her hand, and she could not help but feel slightly emotional. I can finally cultivate without feeling pain, she muttered to herself. It has been many years since she had to endure the excruciating pain every time she cultivates. Now, the pill that would end her suffering was in her hand. Who wouldn't feel emotional about it? Consume it. Zhu Shen smiled as he patted her head gently, his expression was full of tenderness and care which was never been seen by Sulan. She felt her heart stirring violently when she saw her master's smile, her cheeks turned a shade redder as an alien feeling enveloped her heart. Sulan closed her eyes and slowly placed the pill inside her mouth. A fiery sensation struck her tongue, making her abruptly open her eyes. It was scalding hot, and it was even hotter than her master's viper magma chili. Concentrate on extracting the pill's efficacy. Zhu Shen's gentle voice drifted to her ears, instantly diffusing her emotional turmoil. Sulan sat cross-legged and with her eyes shut tight. Her mind was now focused on extracting the Crimson Astral Blaze pill's efficacy. Zhu Shen smiled after seeing this. With Sulan's aptitude, she would certainly be able to awaken her verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. Chapter 122, Sulan awakens her verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. Kenyat, step out of the refining hall. You won't be able to handle the awakening of your senior sister's verdant flame's saintly vermilion body with your current cultivation level. Zhu Shen said in a calm voice as he turned to look at Kenyat. When Sulan will awaken her saint physique, which was of the fire element, she will produce a violent and raging flame all over her body. Although this fierce flame won't affect her, it was a different case to those around her. That's why Zhu Shen told Kenyat to temporarily leave the refining hall. Kenyat's expression turned serious when he heard those words, so he immediately bowed his head at his master and left the refining hall. Sulan, who was refining the Crimson Astral Blaze pill's efficacy, looked calm on the surface, but she was experiencing a scalding sensation throughout her body. It was definitely painful, but that was the sign that her verdant flame's saintly vermilion body was slowly awakening. Zhu Shen sat cross-legged in front of Sulan and awaited her awakening. This was only the first part of tapping her true potential, and Zhu Shen still had to help her balance the element of water and the element of fire in her body, which was quite difficult since the two elements were each other's bane. She could have chosen to completely neutralize the icy nature in her body, but she resolutely chose for it to remain and balance it with the fire element instead. Just that, her cultivation speed will decrease because of this choice, but the good thing about this, her prowess will increase exponentially if she managed to properly control both elements. Furthermore, what is there to worry about when her master was an expert in the field of alchemy? No matter how slow her cultivation speed will become, Zhu Shen's pills and teachings will certainly help her increase her growth faster. Little did she know that the alchemy standard of Zhu Shen was actually worth crap in the primordial god realm. However, those are just things of the past. Sulan let out a muffled groan as she gritted her teeth because of the excruciating pain she was feeling, but her abrupt cry came as a surprise since it sounded attractive and appealing. Zhu Shen's eyes remained peacefully calm without a hint of ripple, and his expression was indifferent as if he had heard nothing. Sulan's body turned red as the element of fire within her body continued to circulate to a terrifying degree. This was the effect of the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. It strengthens the body's fire element. Crimson flames slowly enveloped her body and her skin turned red from the continuous circulation of the element of fire. Ah! Ah! She let out pained moans every now and then, but it sounded weird at the same time. Her red face and pained expression made it look even more unusual. Sulan panted and her face was covered in beads of sweat as the burning sensation she was feeling continued to increase. Her clothes slowly burned after it came in contact with the flames enveloping her body. Crackle! Crackle! The crimson flames around Sulan turned even fiercer and her pained expression became even more evident. Ah! Crackle! Crackle! After being subjected to her fierce crimson flames, Sulan's clothes finally disintegrated into ashes. No! Master and junior brother are still here. She thought to herself as her emotion became turbulent from the rising embarrassment she was feeling. She was, after all, a pure lady who had not even allowed a man to come close to her, so she didn't want to be seen naked. Although she didn't mind if it was just her master. When those thoughts surfaced inside her head, she felt even more bashful, but then, she suddenly heard Zhu Shen's gentle voice carrying a hint of worry drifting to her ears. Solan, I've already asked your junior brother to step out of the room a few minutes ago. You don't have to worry about anything else, so just continue to refine the Crimson Astral Blaze pill's efficacy. After hearing that, Lu Solan sighed in relief, but when she realized that her naked body was now in full display for her master, the crimson flames around her body roared intensely as if it was significantly affected by her tumultuous emotions. This drastic turn of events intensified the pain she was feeling, and she could not help but let out more suppressed groans. Ah! Ah! This time, Zhu Shen's eyes twitched. No matter how high his attainments in the heart realm was, he wasn't completely immune to this kind of stimulus. Sigh, this silly girl. He muttered with a wry smile and stood up from his position. Looking at his disciple's bewitching figure that was fully exposed in front of him, it would be a lie if he said that it was not affecting him. He hurriedly circulated his true essence to calm his heart and moved closer to Lu Solan. He planned to let Lu Solan awaken her saint physique on her own, but with her present state of mind, it was likely that she would fail and even injure herself, so he had no choice but to help her circulate the element of fire in her body. Step! 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 Lu Solan's body quivered when she heard those familiar footsteps and could not help but abruptly open her eyes, revealing her tantalizing pair of blue irises which now had a tinge of crimson red. Master, her trembling seductive voice echoed like an enchanting siren's whisper. Any other man would have jumped straight to her and devour her right away, but Zhu Shen remained calm and indifferent. Lu Solan stared at her master's charming facial features, which was now wearing a stern look. She finally realized that she had failed to control her emotions, resulting in her current plight. She felt ashamed in her heart for failing her master's expectations. Don't move and properly circulate the element of fire in your body. I will help you refine the remaining pill efficacy, but you have to tame your own verdant flame saintly vermilion body. Zhu Shen's voice was strict as he reprimanded Lu Solan. Lu Solan nodded her head shyly and slowly pulled herself together. She then felt Zhu Shen's warm hands touching her back and his soothing true essence that directed the Crimson Astral Blaze pill's efficacy throughout her body. Concentrate, Solan. Zhu Shen said sternly, making Lu Solan obediently focus herself on awakening her saint physique. With Zhu Shen's help, the refining process of the pill became much easier and the burden on Lu Solan lightened down considerably. Crimson flames enveloped the two figures inside the refining hall. Zhu Shen controlled his true essence and directed half of his attention in protecting himself from Lu Solan's fierce flames, while the other half was guiding the last bits of the Crimson Astral Blaze pill all over Lu Solan's body. However, no matter how calm and indifferent he was, Zhu Shen still felt a burning sensation in his heart as he touched Lu Solan's smooth back. His lips quivered as he found it hard to control his emotions due to his divided attention, but his third-level heart realm, heart unmoved like mountain, helped him in his awkward situation. Lu Solan could now sense that her saint physique was about to fully awaken, so she channeled her true essence to speed up the process, causing her to faintly feel the might of the verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. So this is the true power of a saint physique! She exclaimed in her heart as the crimson flames around her burned even more intensely. If not for the system reinforcing the refining hall, there would have been burnt marks on the ceiling. With the level of its materials, it wouldn't burn so easily, but it would still have burnt marks if exposed to the flames of an awakened saint physique. Shriek K. A majestic-looking and incorporeal heavenly vermilion bird slowly manifested before Lu Solan. It emitted a sharp cry as it vehemently flapped its wings as if trying to escape from its restraints. Control it. Don't let it run wild. This is the manifestation of your saint physique, and this is the last step in awakening it. Zhu Shen muttered as he glanced at the figure of the translucent heavenly vermilion bird. It was a genuine ancient beast with power that could topple the heavens. He had seen their kind several times in the primordial god realm, and each of them were so powerful that their flames could even burn a whole planet into ashes. Shriek K. Lu Solan's eyes flickered as she raised her dainty right hand before the struggling ancient beast. She then muttered in a cold voice that was as icy as the glacial mountains. Suppress! Dozens of crimson chains appeared in front of her and locked themselves onto the heavenly vermilion bird, forcing the ancient beast to stop its struggle. The violence in the ancient beast's incorporeal eyes subsided and became gentle as it emitted a soft chirp. Chirp! Lusolin smiled and felt relieved in her heart. She had finally awakened her saint physique. After a few more seconds, she then realized that her master's warm hands were still pressing her back, making her involuntarily let out a shriek. Ah! Her startled cry stunned Zhu Shen, so he hurriedly retrieved his hands and looked at her back figure with a smile. She had finally awakened her saint physique, making him silently happy in his heart. He then stood up and walked in front of Lusolin and said in a calm voice, "Are you not planning to get yourself dressed?" Lusolin hurriedly covered her exposed body with her hands, but her chests were too big to fully cover everything. Instead, her actions made her look even more enticing and alluring. Master, I don't have clothes anymore inside my space ring." Her bashful voice echoed inside the refining hall, and the stern-looking Zhu Shen broke out into a smile as he chuckled lightly. "This silly girl! She can just cover herself with true essence, but she didn't, sigh." Zhu Shen removed his upper clothes, exposing a well-defined and exquisite-looking muscles. He then approached Lusolin and covered her body with his clothes. He could have given her the clothes inside his space earring, but that would only make her even more embarrassed. It was indeed a bit too shallow, but he still decided to do so. After all, Lusolin was his first disciple. Lusolin stared intently at her master's finely chiseled and well-proportioned upper body, making her face turn crimson red. She hadn't seen a man's exposed figure before, but she was certain that no other man could compare to her master in terms of appearance and temperament. Not to mention his profound cultivation level. "Wait here. I'll tell Kenya to call Hestia." Zhu Shen patted her head with a warm smile as he looked at her shy face. How could he not know his disciple's feelings? Chapter 123, Misunderstanding. The moment Zhu Shen stepped out of the refining hall, he saw that Kenya was seated on a random corner while covering his ears with both his hands. This perplexed Zhu Shen, so he walked towards him and asked in a curious voice, "Kenya, what are you covering your ears for?" With Kenya's cultivation level, although he was way weaker compared to Zhu Shen, he still felt his master's presence approaching him, and when he heard him speak, Kenya stared at him with an unusual look and shook his head forcefully. "Master, I didn't hear anything, I swear." After hearing his reply, Zhu Shen was at first confused, but then he thought of something, which made his eyes twitch. His gaze towards Kenya turned incredibly stern, causing the latter to misunderstand the situation even more. "Did Master just, with senior sister?" "I'm certain that it was senior sister's voice." "So Master is so fierce even in that field," Kenya muttered in his heart. "Master, I won't speak about this to anyone, and no other soul will know that this happened. I vow under the heavens that this will remain a secret, and if I break this promise, may the heavens incinerate my soul." Kenya stood up as he made a heavenly oath with a serious look on his face, but this made Zhu Shen's face twitch even more. A heavenly oath is a vicious vow that was usually established to protect secrets, and if the oath was broken, the person who made the vow will immediately be punished by the tribulation lightning. Just that, this scene looked comical in Zhu Shen's eyes. "This kid! I haven't even spoken yet." "Oh well," Zhu Shen sighed in his heart. "Go upstairs and tell Hestia to come down here," Zhu Shen said in a calm voice as he looked at Kenya's ever-changing facial features. Kenya nodded his head like a chicken pecking on rice and replied with a quivering voice, "Why yes, Master." After bowing at Zhu Shen, he immediately sprinted out of the second floor, but before he could take a step outside, he suddenly heard Zhu Shen's indifferent voice. "Oh, tell her to bring some clothes for Solon." Kenya almost stumbled when he heard those words. Luckily, he was able to balance himself after taking several steps. "Master is so mighty. He didn't even spare senior sister's clothes." With a face full of reverence, Kenya answered. I'll be back right away, master. Zhu Shen waved his right hand impatiently and didn't even bother looking at Kenya's figure. He was afraid that he might smack the latter to death if he saw his weird expression. This is going to be a long night. If Thea hears this, she will most likely come down here and make things even worse. That kid can yet. Sigh. Zhu Shen shook his head with a wry smile suffusing his handsome face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the same night, inside the Silver Wing Empire's imperial throne room, Emperor Elixilveria was already wearing a new set of robes and he was seated on his throne with a dignified look on his face. In front of him were the 4 guardians of the Empire who had cultivation levels at the peak of the 7th rank Emperor realm. It won't be long before they break through to the next realm looking at their stable and vigorous true essence. Your Majesty, what will Wine Master Zhu do with those 100 people? Defender Duanmu asked with a curious look. He was together with the Emperor when the latter had discussed with Zhu Shen, but unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to join their discussion. Emperor Elik recalled the scene when Zhu Shen blocked the dragon's flame breath with just one hand. That kind of attack was enough to decimate half of Beltran City, but Zhu Shen merely used a hand to ward off that kind of frightening ball of raging flame. Emperor Elik thought that he had already overestimated Zhu Shen's strength, but it appears that he had underestimated Zhu Shen's true power. That kind of power. Is Wine Master Zhu someone above the 9th rank saint? Emperor Elik sighed in his heart. Defender Duanmu and the other 3 guardians were surprised at the Emperor's silence, but they didn't dare disturb him after seeing his preoccupied look. It seemed like he was still affected by earlier events, but it was understandable since even the 4 of them were still shaken about it. After all, it was their first time seeing a dragon that was at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint, but they were also curious about how Emperor Elik managed to turn things around. However, the Emperor remained silent and refused to talk about it, so they refrained from asking him. Emperor Elik glanced at the 4 old men kneeling before him and let out a gratified smile. They were willing to stay and die with him even in the most precarious situation, so he was happy to have such loyal subordinates. I've tried to ask Wine Master Zhu about what he will do with those 100 people, but he refused to answer me. It's not too much anyway, so we can just give him what he wants. Furthermore, with his strength, he could have long since conquered my Silver Wing Empire, but he didn't do so. By this alone, I can tell that he doesn't harbor malicious intentions, so make haste and arrange this properly. Emperor Elik was still uncertain about Zhu Shen's purpose in staying inside Beltran City, but he welcomed his presence especially after what had happened recently. Defender Duanmu and the 3 defenders bowed their heads in obeisance. Yes, Your Majesty. They answered in unison. Emperor Elik closed his eyes as the figure of a woman with icy blue hair suddenly appeared in his mind. He could not help but shake his head and silently bury this unrequited emotion deep within his heart. I can finally be at ease. With a man like Wine Master Zhu standing behind her, she will certainly reach the heights that I can only look up to. Lu Sulan, I wish you good luck. He muttered in his heart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All the major households within Beltran City were still unable to calm themselves even if the dragon can no longer be seen. They saw the huge behemoth that towered over the skies as it looked down towards them as if it was looking at a group of ants. They couldn't forget how it had almost obliterated the whole capital city in just 2 attacks. However, their surprise was also because of their emperor's majestic presence during the entire event. The fearless and dauntless Emperor Elik of the olden days was back with a much more frightening power. Some were happy about this, but a few were also feeling unsettled. Inside the Shui family's estate, Elder Ming can be seen standing with his hands behind his back. The look on his face was unsightly as he stared at the 3 figures in front of him. All of you failed in taking the Earth Origin Dragon Tree and even Shidi Zibo died. Useless fools! Elder Ming's face contorted in fury as his spittle rained on the faces of the 3 old men who were kneeling before him. The 3 old men were none other than Dabai, Mu Bai, and Cai Jun, who were elders of the Undying Corpse sect. They were actually showing a look of dread as they knelt before Elder Ming. Lord Sect Master, there is a very strong expert in that store. She should be on the same level as the Sect Master in terms of cultivation prowess. Furthermore, the Emperor also offered his assistance to them that even Xiao Fenhua of the Crimson Sun sect could only escape from the scene. De Bai's voice was slightly quivering as he spoke. The person in front of him was the person he feared the most in his entire life. He might look like an amiable old man, but behind his facade was a vicious personality with great strength. Cai Jun and Mu Bai remained silent and they didn't even dare lift their heads. Thick beads of sweat trickled down their wrinkled faces as they faced Elder Ming's oppressive aura. Elder Ming snorted and waved his sleeves, throwing the three old men a few dozen meters away from him. Swoosh! Thud! 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 The three hurriedly knelt down after standing up with difficulty. Blood trickled down their lips and their bodies trembled ceaselessly in trepidation. This is just a light punishment. Scram out of my sight before I kill you! Elder Ming shouted with a dark countenance. Dabby and the other two immediately scrambled out of the scene and they even stumbled as they left. Elder Ming stared at their receding figures with a trace of killing intent, but he decided to let them off. Zhu Shen! Zhu Shen! Zhu Shen! I have underestimated you severely and I even lost a capable elder. Besides, the dragon that came earlier. It was definitely a peak stage 9th rank saint, so how did that old bastard Elik manage to defeat it? I don't believe it was done by him, but I need to be careful with my actions now. Elder Ming's voice carried a deep tone of furiousness and hate, but his contorted face slowly regained its usual amiable and kind look. It was as if two persons with different personalities exist in one body. His figure slowly turned into a small cloud of dark gas before it vanished from the scene. Chapter 124, Furious Thaya. The next day, the brilliant ray of the sun illuminated Beltran City. The damaged infrastructures were now being rebuilt and the entire city also talked about the events that had happened last night. To others, it was an unforgettable memory that made their blood boil in excitement at the mere thought of it, but to some people, it was a violent nightmare that they wished to forget. A lot of things happened in Beltran City that it was even almost decimated overnight. Not to mention Zhu Shen's store that was attacked on the same day, however, it remained unharmed and those who went to the store with malicious intentions were almost wiped out. When this news circulated the city, everyone became stunned, and this slightly famous wine store became even more prominent in the whole of Beltran City. Hey! Have you heard about that wine store that is the talk of everyone in the city? Of course. I even heard that the store's owner is an alchemy saint. Not just that, all the staffs inside the store are also strong experts. It's indeed as you said. Someone even told me that more than 100 experts launched a raid on the store. In the end, almost all of them were killed, and even our almighty Emperor Elik went there himself to offer his assistance. 4 young ladies in their late teens can be seen walking on the street that led towards Zhu Shen's store, and they were somewhat surprised at the news that had circulated. The 4 of them wore the same set of icy blue robes with a sword and cloud insignia drawn on their right shoulder. Each of them were beauties with different temperaments, but the one leading them still stood out. Sister Hua, I thought this place is a remote part of Beltran City. How come there are a lot of people walking in this place? One of the 4 young ladies spoke with a bewildered voice as she looked at the young woman leading the 4 of them. If one would look closely, this young woman was actually the disciple of the Ice Cloud Sword sect that first received Zhu Shen's guidance in sword techniques. Furthermore, she was now at the peak stage of the 4th rank Knight Crusader realm and was on the verge of breaking through the next realm. When Zhu Shen visited the Ice Cloud Sword sect last time, she was only at the early stage of the 4th rank Knight Crusader, so it can be seen how huge her development was after getting Zhu Shen's sword guidance. Xiao Hua was similarly surprised at the scene in front of her. She had once come to this place when she was out in a mission for the sect, but it was not as bustling as today. It was to the point that she almost thought that this wasn't the same street she had once been into. I've been here before and I'm certain that it wasn't as prosperous as it is today, but I think I know the reason for this. Xiao Hua's voice was filled with tenderness as she suddenly recalled the figure of the man who had helped her correct the mistakes in her sword techniques. Actually, after he had guided her that day, she could no longer forget his image, and it even reached the point where she dreamt of him from time to time. Looking at Xiao Hua's blushing face, the three young ladies giggled teasingly, which immediately attracted the attention of some nearby pedestrians. A few young men with notable backgrounds even tried to approach them, but when they felt the cultivation levels of the four young women, these confident young scions instantly lost their courage and left with dejected looks. A bunch of useless men. Did they really think that they can flaunt their status to us sisters? Humph! The young lady with short black hair snorted as she glared at the young scions who were eyeing them like prey. Little sister Meigui, just ignore them. These people are not worth our attention. We should just quickly go to that senior's store since master told us to make haste. Xiao Hua said as she grabbed Meigui's arm and ran away from the scene as her peals of laughter drifted in the street. Looking at their two friends, the two young ladies who were left by two instantly sprinted towards them, leaving a sweet flower-like scent lingering in the air. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Right outside the Immortal's wine. The store was still shut tight, but a lot of customers were already waiting outside with patient looks on their faces. However, when the regular customers of Jushen saw the new look of the store, their eyes widened in surprise and their jaws almost dropped to the ground from the sheer amount of shock that they felt. Yesterday, it was just 2 stories, but now. Some customers rubbed their eyes, dumbstruck at what they've seen, and pointed at the number of floors in the store as they counted silently in their hearts. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. There are 3 fucking floors now. Holy shit! Some of them exclaimed in their hearts as they excitedly glanced at the store. Aside from the fact that it was now a 3-story store, they also realized that it now looked more grandiose on the outside, and they could even feel an imposing aura coming from the store. The store's deep crimson color and the vivid phoenixes and dragons carved on the walls made it look so majestic and awe-inspiring. If the outside was already this great, then what about the inside? The regular customers thought excitedly in their hearts. They were now eager to go inside and take a look at the changes in the store's interior. They didn't even bother thinking how such an absurd change happened overnight. Who was Wine Master Zhu? He was a very awesome and glorious alchemy saint. He was definitely capable of making this much change in the store, right? Not long after, the entrance of the store suddenly sprung open, making everyone see the most beautiful and striking interior design that they had ever seen in their whole lives. Even the Silverwing Empire's imperial palace paled in comparison to the store's magnificent style. Truly awesome! The customers impatiently sprinted towards the store, but they suddenly saw the familiar figure of a blonde beauty who had a sword strapped behind her back. Those who knew her abruptly stopped in their tracks, and like obedient kids, they walked slowly as if they were under the presence of the emperor, and they even forced out a crooked smile as they stared at Thea, who was looking at them with a calm expression. When her tranquil gaze lingered on them, their hearts felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible energy, scaring them out of their wits. As for those new customers who didn't know who this hell's daughter was, they continued to sprint excitedly towards the store. This promptly made Jushen's regular customers let out knowing smiles as they glanced at each other with evil gazes. And just as they had expected, before these new customers could even step inside the store, they suddenly felt an oppressive aura weighing down on them, making them stumble on the ground face first. Putong! 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 More than 10 individuals who had run the fastest landed on the ground with their faces kissing the solid ground, making them grimace in pain. Those who were just a step behind them were confused, but before they could even laugh at those who were grimacing on the ground, they similarly met the same end. Putong! 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 If it was just a few people stumbling, everyone would surely believe that it was just a coincidence, but if more than a few dozen stumbled all at the same time, then there should be a reason for it. The ones who had yet to suffer stopped in their tracks, and they finally glanced at the beautiful figure who came out from the store and thought to themselves, was it this weak and dainty lady that caused the others to stumble as if their legs turned into jelly? If you want to go inside the store, line up properly, and don't cause a ruckus. If not, then you can scram. Thaya's cold voice echoed like a morning bell that stunned the new customers who wished to go inside the store. As for the regular customers, they glanced at the newbies as if they were waiting for a show. A trace of disdain flashed in their eyes as they stood to witness the scene. There was bound to be someone who was unaware of the store's strength. And not long after, someone from the crowd of new customers indeed voiced out his displeasure. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat your potential customers? If that's the case, then I might as well leave this place since we're not welcomed here. Pa! A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes spat a mouthful of phlegm as he stared angrily at Thaya. Oh! Oh! Someone actually has the guts to do this to young Miss Thaya. Big bro, we admire your courageous heart. Admirable! Admirable! The regular customers laughed coldly in their hearts as they spectated the scene with excitement. A flicker of killing intent flashed before Thaya's beautiful blue eyes. Old dog, lick that phlegm off the ground and I'll spare your dog life. Thaya's cold voice was laced with a threat as she stared at the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. Here it comes. Young Miss Thaya's implacable rage. The middle-aged man felt furious as he spat another mouthful of saliva. He then pointed at Thaya and shouted with an arrogant look. Little girl, listen carefully, this old man is Bai Yat from the Bai family. Who do you think you are to act willfully in my presence? Thaya's body trembled as the murderous look in her eyes intensified to a terrifying degree. The temperature in the surroundings changed and it turned cold all of a sudden. Bai Yat glanced at Thaya mockingly after seeing her shivering body. He thought that he had scared her by mentioning his Bai family, making him raise his head high proudly. Are you fucking scared now? Don't worry, I can spare your little life as long as you stay with me for a night. How about it? It's not too bad a deal, right? Ha ha ha. Bai Yat's arrogant laughter reverberated on the streets. The Bai family was indeed quite strong in Beltran City since it was just below the top families in terms of power and authority, so Bai Yat's arrogance was not unfounded. However, he had just provoked the most baleful existence of the Silver Wing Empire. What? Are you too scared to speak? And before Bai Yat could even finish his words, his head suddenly slanted sidewards before it dropped on the ground. Thud! Thud! His headless body managed to take 2 steps forward before it slumped on the ground, bathing in his own pool of blood. Thud! His severed head, which was still wearing an arrogant look, rolled on the ground. The bloody scene made the spectating crowd shiver in dread. Chapter 125, Shocked Customers. A tranquil gust of wind blew by, sending shivers to the onlooking crowd. He died just like that. He was still laughing disdainfully just a few seconds ago, but his headless corpse now sprawled on the bloody ground, while his decapitated head still had an expression of arrogance. No one saw how Thaya moved, but they all knew that it was her who had killed Bai Yat. A silent kill in less than a second. Looking at Thaya's cold and indifferent expression, they finally realized that this seemingly weak and dainty young lady was someone that shouldn't be trifled with. Even the regular customers who already knew Thaya's personality drew gasps of surprise, but they calmed down much faster than the rest since they had already expected this to happen right from the very beginning. Thaya glanced icily at Bai Yat's corpse and flicked a small orb of golden fire towards him. The moment the golden flames touched his corpse, it was instantly engulfed by the raging golden flames, burning his body under everyone's petrified gazes. Crackle! 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 Faint crackling sounds echoed about, sending chills down everyone's spines. And in not more than a minute, only a small pile of dust remained, even his blood evaporated from the intense golden flame. A gentle wind blew past them, scattering the ashes in the air. Gulp! Someone could not help but gulp at this terrorizing scene, but no one laughed at him since all of them were feeling the same amount of fear. Suddenly, someone came out of the store. It was a peerlessly beautiful young lady with long fiery red hair. She had a gentle smile on her face as she walked out of the store with graceful steps. "Sister Thea, what's everyone standing here for?" Hestia asked with a curious voice as she looked at the silent crowd standing still like wooden statues. Thea glanced at Hestia and the former's cold face suffused with a light smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I just told them to line up properly." The crowd's lips twitched when they heard her words, but no one dared to voice out their opinions. Who would dare to that? Only those tired of living would be so foolish. Hestia giggled when she heard her reply. Her faint laughter gradually made everyone's heart calm down to a certain degree. "Welcome, dear guests. Please come inside to our newly renovated store," Hestia said with a smile as she curtsied at the crowd. Her gentle gaze full of expectations instantly lightened the stiff atmosphere. "Since young Miss Hestia has already spoken, then I shall go inside now. I'm really excited to see the new look of the store." Lu Mendi, the young patriarch of the Lu family, was among the onlooking crowd, and he had also seen everything that had transpired. He hurriedly led his subordinates to go inside the store since he could hardly remain standing after witnessing the scene earlier. The other customers followed behind them and lined up neatly without causing any disturbance. Who would dare cause a ruckus before the daughter of hell? Not long later, Xiao Hua's group of 4 finally arrived at the store. They could not help but gasp in surprise as they looked at the majestic store in front of them. "Sister Hua, is this wine store of that senior? It looks awesome!" The short-haired young woman Meigui exclaimed with shining eyes. Even their ice cloud sword sex ice castle was not as sublime as the store in front of them. Xiao Hua was similarly stunned to see the awe-inspiring exterior of Zhu Shen's wine store. She glanced at the plaque and muttered the store's name. "The Immortal's Wine. Such a beautiful name. This name is definitely perfect for such an imposing wine store." Meigui was already excited to go inside the store, so she hurriedly grabbed her 3 stunned friends. "Let's go. I wanna see how awesome the man our sister Hua always talked about." Her excited voice echoed on the street as the figure of the 4 ladies moved inside the store. The faces of the 4 immediately lit up when they saw how beautifully decorated the interior was. From the ceiling down to the floor, everything was close to perfection. Even the chairs and tables didn't look ordinary. "Whoa! What a beautiful place!" Meigui's eyes widened as she kept on turning her head to see every corner of the store. She looked like a young kid who had just visited a theme park. Xiao Hua and the other 2 nodded their heads in agreement. "Why did the sect mistress told us to come to this place?" Fei Lingro asked with a perplexed look on her face. She was not that tall and was only 160 centimeters in height, but her bosom was the biggest among the 4 of them. Her perky behind was also enough to make the imaginations of men to run wild. With her soft and supple lips and seductively beautiful pair of brown eyes, she can be considered as a budding young beauty. Xiao Hua shook her head. "I've no idea why the sect mistress told us to come here, but her voice sounded urgent, so it should be something important. Anyway, this place is nice and I don't think our time will be wasted here." Fei Lingro crossed her arms as she thought deeply, her huge bosom trembled from her movements that it almost broke out of her tight robes. This scene instantly made Meigui laugh wickedly as she walked towards Fei Lingro with evil intentions in her eyes. The former sneakily stretched out her hands and grabbed Fei Lingro's bountiful bust, which made the latter cry out in surprise. "Ah! Sister Gui, stop!" Xiao Hua rolled her eyes after seeing the 2's actions. "Hey! Stop it, you 2! There are a lot of people watching." Her voice carried a half-hearted scolding tone. She was already used to this pair's teasing and bantering, but she still let out a soft chuckle after looking at their faces. When Meigui and Fei Lingro heard her words, they were immediately stunned and they could not help but glance at the customers who were eyeing them with unusual gazes. Some looked at them with heated gazes, while others looked at them with a smile. However, no one came to cause trouble for them, which they found unbelievable, since most men would usually approach them in this kind of situation, but even though some had heated gazes, they remained seated on their chairs. The men here are surprisingly much better than those young scions outside. Mei Gui muttered in a soft voice. Xiao Hua and the other two nodded their heads in agreement. Just then, the four of them suddenly saw a familiar figure coming towards them. Her icy blue hair now had crimson highlights, and her pair of irises were deep red in color. Her cold temperament also changed, and there was now a tinge of tantalizing fieriness in her aura. This was of course Lu Sulan, the sect mistress of their Ice Cloud Sword sect. Master! Master! The four bowed their heads in unison as they greeted Lu Sulan respectfully. Lu Sulan smiled gently after seeing them. These four young ladies were the most talented disciples among the youngest generation of their Ice Cloud Sword sect. It's good that you're here. Come, I'll introduce you to my master. Lu Sulan said with a sweet smile. Xiao Hua and the other three were confused, but they still nodded their heads promptly. Lu Sulan led them towards the corner of the store, where they saw a man with long silver hair reclining on his chair with a calm and lazy look in his eyes. He was holding a sleeping chubby white cat in his arms as he stroked its fur gently. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she could feel her heart pounding loudly. Master, these are the disciples that I told you about. Although they are still young, their talent is not that bad. Lu Sulan gave Zhu Shen a respectful bow before she said those words. Looking at the man that their sect mistress called as master, they couldn't help but be stunned. He looked so young and they couldn't even feel a strand of cultivation from him. It was as if he was an ordinary mortal who had not started cultivating, but they didn't dare reveal their usual attitude, especially after seeing how respectful their sect mistress was when she spoke to him. Zhu Shen glanced at the four young ladies, and his gaze lingered longer on Xiao Hua's figure. Not bad. You've managed to comprehend the things that I taught you. Hearing his compliment, Xiao Hua broke into a splendid smile as if a lotus that had just bloomed. Chapter 126, Body Reforging Heaven Pill. Looking at your talents, you can indeed reach at least the 7th rank Emperor realm. Zhu Shen calmly said as he studied the four young ladies in front of him. However, he was somewhat disappointed since none of them had a supreme physique. I've thought too much. A supreme physique is already so rare in the primordial god realm, so how can it be so easy to find someone with a supreme physique here? Perhaps Lu Sulan and Kenya are the only persons with the supreme physique in the whole of Nuar. However, these ladies can still be molded into elites. As long as I teach them my sword techniques and a few mythic level cultivation techniques, then even if their talents are worth crap, their cultivation would still advance by leaps and bounds. Zhu Shen thought deeply to himself. After they heard Zhu Shen's words, the four young women couldn't help but smile. A cultivator at the 7th rank Emperor realm was already very strong in their eyes, so when they heard from Zhu Shen that they had the potential to be one, they felt happy and excited. Only Lu Sulan was frowning when she heard her master's words. She was no longer the same ignorant woman she had once been, and after receiving Zhu Shen's guidance for quite some time, she had realized that her present cultivation was minuscule in her master's eyes. Master! Lu Sulan wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in her throat when she saw Zhu Shen raising his right arm while looking at her. Sulan, I already know why you brought them here. Since my disciple wants me to help them, so how can I disappoint you? Zhu Shen smiled gently at Lu Sulan before he glanced at Xiao Hua and the others. From now on, the four of you will work for me, but don't worry, you won't be working here for free. As long as you do your jobs well, then you will certainly get something in return. Zhu Shen's voice was calm and unhurried, but his words surprised the four. They thought that their master called for them to do a mission, but to think that they will be working in a wine store. They found it a bit too bizarre, but they didn't dare disobey their sect mistress. What are the four of you standing there for? Hurry up and thank master. Lu Sulan berated them lightly, but the look in her eyes betrayed her excitement. With Zhu Shen's teachings, Xiao Hua and the others will surely achieve more in the future. Xiao Hua slapped her friends' bottoms, which instantly awakened them from their stupor. We thank Grand Master's grace. The four said in unison as they bowed their heads respectfully. Zhu Shen's hands which were rubbing Ice's fur froze all of sudden. Grand Master. Do I really look that old? Well. I don't even know how old I am. Just call me Wine Master Zhu like how the others call me. He said to the four with an indifferent look. He then glanced at Lu Sulan and said. Sulan, bring them to Hestia and tell her to teach them how to serve our customers properly. Lu Sulan bowed and replied in a respectful voice. Yes, Master. After that, Lu Sulan brought the four to where Hestia was at. Zhu Shen smiled as he looked at their figures. With their presence, the workload of Hestia and Lu Sulan will be lightened down considerably. They just have to be trained properly, and they also didn't have to worry about the customers bullying them since there was this valiant blonde beauty standing guard on the store's first floor, not to mention the unfathomable Ren Shuang who was upstairs. Zhu Shen leaned on his chair and was about to close his eyes when he sensed the familiar aura of someone. He used his spiritual power to peer on the incoming figure and smiled lightly after seeing who it was. Just right outside his store was the one-armed barbarian who had helped them fight off against the countless experts yesterday. Although his help was unnecessary, Zhu Shen still had a good impression of this rough and ferocious-looking man. Who could it be other than Hu Xiandao? Just then, Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed when he saw that there were two old men just right behind Hu Xiandao's group. He was familiar with the other old man, Master Fengzi of the Alchemy Hall, but the old man beside him, Zhu Shen had no idea who it was. This old man's spiritual power is at the 9th rank and he smells like he had just concocted a 9th rank pill some time ago. Could he be? Zhu Shen muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. To think that there are so many changes in the store in just one night. Hu Xiandao's loud laughter reverberated inside the store, but when he felt a cold stare nearby, he immediately turned his head in alarm. Thia with an indifferent expression on her face was staring at Hu Xiandao with a cold look. The latter instantly shut his mouth when he saw this lady. After seeing how she had killed numerous experts yesterday, Hu Xiandao developed a strong sense of fear towards her. He didn't dare behave wildly anymore and just went to look for Lu Sulan. Since the Earth Origin Dragon Tree can no longer be taken, Hu Xiandao will return to the Mythos Wildlands and report everything to the elders and the chieftain, so he was here to bid goodbye to Lu Sulan. Sect Mistress Lu, our mission here is already done, so we have to go back to the Mythos Wildlands right away and report everything that happened to the elders and the chieftain. Hu Xiandao said as he looked at Lu Sulan with his most gentle smile, but because of his ferocious face, his smile looked unsightly and appalling to behold. Lu Sulan chuckled when she saw his expression. She knew that this guy was terrible at smiling and would instead scare people if he did so. In that case, Lord Hu should drink the store's wine and also eat the deep-fried shrimp tempura before he leaves. Don't worry, everything is on me. Lu Sulan smiled gently. Hu Xiandao scratched the back of his head and put on an embarrassed expression. Sect Mistress Lu, Lord Hu, please don't decline me. This is just my token of appreciation for helping us yesterday. Lu Sulan smiled at the big guy. If that's the case, we will stay for a bit and enjoy the wine and food here before we depart. Hu Xiandao found a seat for his group and glanced at the new design of the store in awe. Zhu Shen smirked when he saw the simple look of Hu Xiandao. He then called Lu Sulan through sound transmission and told her to come to him for a moment. Not long later, Lu Sulan arrived with Xiao Hua and the other three young ladies following behind her. The four young women were holding the orders of Hu Xiandao's group. Go bring these to the gentleman right there. Make sure to be polite, okay? Lu Sulan told the four. Yes, Sect Mistress Lu. The four replied in unison before they went towards where Hu Xiandao and his group were seated. Master, what can I do for you? Lu Sulan suddenly recalled the embarrassing event last night when she had just awakened her supreme physique. Her face blushed as she looked at Zhu Shen's handsome face. Zhu Shen ignored her ambiguous look and took out something from his space earring. It was a pill that emitted a dense amount of life energy. Even Lu Sulan felt that it was definitely precious just from the life energy it contained. "Master, this is..." Lu Sulan muttered as she studied the pill in her hand. "That's an immortal level pill, the body reforming heaven pill. It can regrow severed limbs and also enhances the physical body of whoever consumes it. Tell Hu Xiandao to come back here after he finishes his report to the Mythos Wildlands," Zhu Shen calmly said as if he was merely passing on a random pill. He was also aware that two old men were standing just right behind Lu Sulan with dumbstruck looks on their faces. They were looking at the pill in Lu Sulan's hands with shining eyes. "Master, do you intend to take Hu Xiandao as your disciple?" Lu Sulan asked with a surprised look. This was an immortal level pill after all. And she knew that Zhu Shen wouldn't give it out randomly for no reason. Zhu Shen shook his head and waved his right hand. "No. Just give it to him and tell him to come back as soon as possible. I've plans for him." Lu Sulan no longer asked after seeing the look on his face. She bowed her head at Zhu Shen before she went towards Hu Xiandao excitedly. She didn't even bother glancing at the two old men who were standing there behind her like wooden statues. Zhu Shen glanced at the two with a tranquil look. "I would assume that you're Alchemy Hall's Supreme Elder. I wonder what's your reason for visiting my store?" His indifferent voice made the two old men break away from their stupor. Master Fengzi wanted to speak, but he was stopped by the old man beside him. "For Wine Master Zhu to guess my identity with just one glance, I can tell that your eyes are truly piercing. This old man is indeed the Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Hall, but you can just call me Qi Hongtian." Qi Hongtian, the Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Hall, smiled and cupped his fists at Zhu Shen. He had seen how he casually gave such a precious pill to someone, so he didn't dare take advantage of his seniority. That was an immortal pill. A pill that can only be concocted by nascent God realm experts. Although he wasn't sure if it was really an immortal pill, but the energy it contained was definitely more than what 9th rank pills have, so he was 70% sure that it was the immortal pill of the legends. Seeing Zhu Shen's silence, Qi Hongtian immediately asked with a curious voice. "Wine Master Zhu, that pill. Was it concocted by your esteemed self?" Zhu Shen was silent for a moment before he replied in a calm voice. "Indeed." His reply was already expected by the two old men, but they were still surprised. After all, it was an immortal pill, and one needs to have the spiritual power of a nascent god to refine such a high-level pill. Furthermore, the ingredients needed in refining the pill were definitely precious. With a fanatical look, Qi Hongtian grabbed Zhu Shen's arm, stunning the latter greatly. "Heck! Please take me as your disciple." Zhu Shen gently waved his right arm, making Qi Hongtian retreat several steps backward. "You're not qualified." Chapter 127, Qualifications to enter the second floor. Zhu Shen's cold and indifferent voice was like a clap of thunder that reverberated in Qi Hongtian's heart. His face was drained of all colors when he heard those cold words, making his wrinkled face look like a corpse. Master Fengzi frowned at Zhu Shen's flat refusal. It was as if the latter didn't even place the Supreme Elder of their Alchemy Hall in his eyes. Although he felt dejected in his heart, he didn't dare voice out any sound of displeasure since Zhu Shen indeed had the ability to act like this. They have also heard about the events that had happened yesterday in his store, so how could they not know that aside from Zhu Shen's identity as an alchemy saint, there was a huge possibility that he was also an expert in cultivation. Just the thought of it alone made his heart tremble in agitation. Tempering one's spiritual power was already a very difficult road, but Zhu Shen was actually an expert in cultivation as well, so how could Master Fengzi be not shocked at his power? The system created a perfect physical body for Zhu Shen, and it was something that goes against the heaven's will. It even exceeded the immortal physique of the legends. Zhu Shen's seamless deity physique was a supreme physique that was perfect for cultivation, spiritual power, and even body refining. With an all-rounded supreme physique, his future would certainly be limitless, not to mention that he has an experience of countless eons during his past life. The only problem was that he had not yet found ways to improve his cultivation other than eating the fruit of cultivation. Sigh. I apologize for my behavior, Wine Master Zhu. I was just excited to see someone capable of refining an immortal pill. I've only seen it recorded in an ancient stone fragment that I've chanced upon during my younger years. I didn't know that I would get to see it with my own two eyes in this lifetime of mine. Qi Hongtian sighed and bowed to Zhu Shen with an apologetic look, but the excitement in his murky eyes was still evident. He was an alchemy maniac since his younger years, so everything related to alchemy excites him so much. That was also why he had reacted on impulse earlier and even disregarded his image just to take Zhu Shen as his master. In the alchemy world, age was but a number, and the true seniority lies in one's ability to concoct high-level pills. So the higher the level of pill one can concoct, the greater the respect one could get from the alchemists regardless of their age. Zhu Shen waved his right hand and shook his head lightly. Alchemy is but a hobby of mine, and among all the things I've studied, my alchemy refinement is the absolute weakest. His voice was calm and devoid of any ripples, as if he was merely stating something ordinary, but his words was like a bolt of tribulation lightning smiting the two old men's hearts. What Zhu Shen said was actually true. His attainments in the field of alchemy refinement was indeed nothing worthy in the primordial god realm. However, he didn't know that he was a genius in the art of alchemy. He had only used several years to achieve the identity of an alchemy immortal in his past life, which would normally take others several thousands of years or even millions of years, but he didn't even treat his alchemy skills seriously since his heart was only devoted to the way of the sword. Qi Hongtian and Master Fengzi forced out a broken smile, making this pair of old men look like they had swallowed a fly. If alchemy refining is just your hobby, then what will happen if you train it seriously? Master Fengzi thought in his heart bitterly. He had studied alchemy for several dozens of years, but his attainments was nowhere near Zhu Shen, who only treated alchemy as a hobby. It was truly depressing. Even Qi Hongtian felt a sense of loss in his heart. This was a huge blow to him since he had devoted all his time to alchemy, but his centuries of bitter self-studying and alchemy research was not even worth mentioning in Zhu Shen's eyes. I've decided. I'll take him as my master even if he refuses me. I will do everything just to get his acceptance. Qi Hongtian muttered resolutely in his heart. The light in his cloudy eyes flickered with a flash of resolve, and the dying passion in his heart was stoked by Zhu Shen's presence. Wine Master Zhu, I truly like to discuss the art of alchemy with you, but after speaking with you briefly, I realized that my centuries of expertise isn't even worth the knowledge you have. This time, I will enjoy Wine Master Zhu's wine and drink away my sorrows. Qi Hongtian chuckled bitterly as he bowed lightly at Zhu Shen before he went to search for a table for himself and Master Fengzi. Just that, the first floor was now fully occupied since there were a lot more customers present due to the massive changes in Zhu Shen's store. Thea, bring them upstairs. Zhu Shen's calm voice echoed inside the store, stunning the customers inside. How could they not know the identity of this man? Right after Zhu Shen spoke, all the customers immediately thought about his words. Yes, master. Thea responded right away and immediately brought the two stunned old men upstairs. The second floor is actually open for business. I didn't hear wrongly, right? The second floor is open for business. What could possibly be there? If the first floor is already this amazing, then what about the second floor? Even Lu Mendi, this young patriarch of the Lu family, was curious about how the second floor of Zhu Shen's store looked like. Wine Master Zhu, are there any requirements needed before we can have the chance to go to the second floor? Lu Mendi stood up and cupped his fist at Zhu Shen respectfully. He was among the first batch of customers of the Immortal's wine, so he was somewhat familiar with Zhu Shen's personality. At this moment, Zhu Shen was already communicating with the system to confirm this. The second floor was indeed more luxurious than the first floor, so there should be prerequisites before someone can go upstairs. Ding! Host, the second floor is only accessible for those with cultivation at the 7th rank Emperor and above. Those with VIP cards can similarly go up regardless of their age. After getting the system's confirmation, Zhu Shen glanced at the customers with a calm look and replied. Only those with cultivations at the 7th rank Emperor realm and above can go to the second floor. Everyone felt slightly dejected when they heard his words, but they could only sigh in their hearts since it was already a normal occurrence in the cultivation world for there to be a segregation between the weak and the strong. Just that, they still felt a bit sad to be unable to see the second floor. However, this also made them even more determined to cultivate properly. To think that these people felt more motivated to cultivate seriously just to have the qualification to go to the second floor. Lu Mendi and the other young scions clenched their fists tightly with determined gazes. The customers of Zhu Shen had already experienced the wondrous effects of drinking his wine, and they had even advanced in their cultivation by leaps and bounds, so how could they not be eager to know what was within the second floor? Zhu Shen felt amused in his heart when he saw their faces. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, he could still faintly guess what was on their minds just from their expressions alone. He couldn't blame them though, since the wines sold in his store were indeed precious and it could be said that they were even comparable to high-level pills. Just then, Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed as he felt another strong presence coming to the store, but this time, he knew who it was. Outside Zhu Shen's store was a line-up of more than several dozens of soldiers. Each of them wore rigid and ferocious expressions as they surveyed the surroundings with wary gazes. Although it was peaceful here, these soldiers were trained to never let their guards down in any kind of environment. Leading these soldiers were 5 individuals dressed in embroidered robes. They were the 4 guardians of the Silver Wing Empire and the Emperor, Emperor Elik Silveria II. The Emperor was stunned when he saw the changes of the store, and he could not help but let out a hearty laugh that stunned the several dozen stern-looking soldiers behind him. Ha ha ha! To think that after just a day, Wine Master Zhu's store has already changed so much. Emperor Elik jumped off his mount and landed gracefully on the ground. He was excited to see the changes inside after seeing the majestic exterior of the store. The Emperor's loud laughter was of course heard by everyone inside the store, and they abruptly stood up in surprise. This was their Emperor. The man who had single-handedly faced off with a huge dragon just to protect his empire and his people. His Majesty is actually here? My God! I didn't know that even His Majesty is one of Wine Master Zhu's customers. Truly surprising. Right after the Emperor went inside the store, he didn't even have the time to utter his exclamation when he heard the respectful greetings from the customers. We greet you, Your Majesty. We greet you, Your Majesty. Everyone except Zhu Shen bowed at the Emperor with reverence. Even Xiao Hua and the other 3 looked at the Emperor with curiosity. Emperor Elik felt somewhat stunned by everyone's reverential gazes, and he felt gratified in his heart to have such people as the citizens of his empire. He gestured for everyone to take a seat and smiled at them lightly. Take your seats, everyone. I'm only here to visit Wine Master Zhu, so no need to bother with formalities. The customers bowed deeply at him before they went back to what they were previously doing, but everyone was now a bit more conscious with their actions with the Emperor's presence inside. Emperor Elik walked towards Zhu Shen with a smile on his face. After arriving in front of the latter, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. The Emperor's respectful attitude towards Zhu Shen instantly garnered surprised exclamations from everyone inside the store. Wine Master Zhu, I'm not late, right? The Emperor's voice was jovial and friendly, but his tone still carried a dignified presence. Zhu Shen shook his head lightly and replied in a calm voice. You're late, but that doesn't matter as long as you brought what I asked you to bring. Emperor Elik smiled at his response and chuckled heartily. Of course. I wouldn't dare go against my words, Wine Master Zhu. Ha ha ha. Why is this old brat so chummy today? His head wasn't hammered, right? Zhu Shen muttered in his heart as he looked at the laughing Emperor Elik. Chapter 128, Hu Xiandao consumes the immortal pill. Lu Sulan had long since brought Hu Xiandao to the second floor, since the body reforging heaven pill was just too precious to be taken out in front of everyone else, and only on the second floor would she feel at ease to give the immortal pill to Hu Xiandao. The barbarian glanced around curiously as they went upstairs, and his eyes occasionally brightened after seeing how luxurious the store was. Their Mythos Wildlands Lion Temple where the chieftain resides wasn't even worth mentioning compared to Zhu Shen's store. After arriving on the second floor, they saw a man with long and unkempt hair standing at the entrance with his eyes shut tight. He didn't even bother to greet Lu Sulan and Hu Xiandao when they passed by him, and just remained standing like a stone statue. This man was none other than Ren Zhuang, who was summoned after Zhu Shen opened the second store expansion package. Hu Xiandao felt a wave of terror in his heart when he took a glance at the man. With just one look, the former instantly knew that the latter was definitely a top expert. This man is dangerous and reeks the air of slaughter. Hu Xiandao exclaimed in his heart as he hurriedly averted his gaze. He was familiar with the aura and atmosphere around Ren Zhuang, since almost all the warriors in their Mythos Wildlands possess similar traits. They were born in the wilds and fought countless times with savage beasts, so their aura already contained the air of slaughter. Just that, the air of slaughter around Ren Zhuang was too suffocating that Hu Xiandao didn't dare glance at him for too long. When they both arrived inside the second floor, Dia had already brought Master Fengzi and Qi Hongtian, and both old men were wearing bewildered looks as they stared at the paintings on the wall. Looking at their expressions, Lu Sulan chuckled in her heart. She then brought Hu Xiandao to a random corner and asked him to sit down. "Lord Hu, please take a seat. I have something important to discuss with you." Hu Xiandao was perplexed, but he knew that Lu Sulan wouldn't just bring him here for useless reasons, so he just nodded his head at her with a smile. "Sect Mistress Lu, I wonder what you want to discuss with me that you even have to bring me to the second floor." Lu Sulan sat opposite him and took out something from her space ring. She then looked at Hu Xiandao's non-existent left arm before she turned her gaze at the latter. "Lord Hu, you already know that my master is an alchemy saint, right?" Lu Sulan asked while letting out a gentle smile. Hu Xiandao promptly nodded his head when heard the question. "Indeed. Even before coming to this store, I've already heard of rumors that Wine Master Zhu is an alchemy saint. Why do you ask this, Sect Mistress Lu?" Lu Sulan smiled at him and showed Hu Xiandao the body reforging heaven pill that was given to her by Zhu Shen. "Lord Hu, this is a high-level pill refined by my master, and it is capable of regrowing severed limbs. He asked me to give this to you as a token of appreciation for helping us yesterday." Hu Xiandao was stunned when he heard the effects of the pill. He took a deep breath and stared at Lu Sulan with a serious look on his face. "Sect Mistress Lu, this is too precious and I can't accept such a gift from Wine Master Zhu." He sighed and shook his head. Lu Sulan had already expected his rejection. She knew his personality well, but she was also determined to give this to Hu Xiandao. "Lord Hu, just treat it as me begging you. If you don't accept this, then I'll just have to crush it into pieces since I've no use to it," she said with a pitiful look, making Hu Xiandao's heart waver. Hu Xiandao laughed weakly as he looked at Lu Sulan's expression. He wanted to reject her once more, but looking at her determined expression, it seemed like he didn't have a choice. With a defeated look on his face, he leaned on his chair and said, "Alas, I still can't bear to see that look on your face. Fine. 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 I'll accept it." He smiled wryly and shook his head bitterly. Lu Sulan smiled from ear to ear when she heard his reply, and she immediately handed the pill to Hu Xiandao. "Lord Hu, my master wishes that you come back after reporting the matters related to the Earth Origin Dragon Tree to the Mythos Wildlands. It seems like he is quite fond of you and is most likely willing to take you under him, but of course, the choice is still yours to make." Hu Xiandao wasn't surprised this time when he heard her words. He had somewhat expected this after Lusulin brought up the pill earlier. Furthermore, who would give out such a precious pill for nothing? Just that, was it really worth it for Zhu Shen to give such a pill to him? Hu Xiandao felt a complicated sensation in his heart, but since he had already accepted it, he could only place his perplexed thoughts at the back of his mind. I will consider it thoroughly, Sect Mistress Lu. He said as he studied the pill in his hand. Lusulin smiled at him and said, Lord Hu, you can consume the pill here and I will guarantee your safety. Hu Xiandao was also eager to drink the pill, so he nodded his head at Lusulin before tossing the pill inside his mouth. Bitter. He almost spat the body reforging heaven pill out because of its extremely bitter taste, but he forcefully swallowed it down his throat. Dense amounts of life energy traveled all over his body, which immediately healed all the hidden wounds he had accumulated. He felt a comfortable feeling enveloping his body as if he was lying on a pile of cotton. The scars all over his body were slowly vanishing, which greatly surprised Lusulin. The situation had already been seen by Thea and the two old men from the alchemy hall, and the latter two could not help but stare at the scene in excitement. So the pill was meant for him. What a lucky guy to receive Wine Master Zhu's grace. The two thought to themselves as they continued to spectate the changes happening on Hu Xiandao. Although Thea remained calm, there was also a light of surprise in her indifferent eyes. Ren Chuang's eyes sprung open as he gazed at the thick life energy around Hu Xiandao with a trace of bewilderment, but he went to close his eyes again after that brief moment. Hu Xiandao felt a wriggling sensation on his left shoulder as if hundreds of ants were crawling and gnawing his skin, but he gritted his teeth and endured the itchy feeling. A few moments later, everyone saw a white bone protruding out of his left shoulder, and it slowly grew as the time ticked by. After that, strands of fiber wrapped around the protruding bone and later formed his muscles and tissues. Lusulin and the others watched the scene with wide-open mouths. Everything that happened in front of them was just too absurd that they almost thought that they were in a dream. Only Thea remained calm as she looked at the slowly regrowing arm of Hu Xiandao. Not long later, the final layer of skin finally covered Hu Xiandao's exposed muscles and tissues. Hu Xiandao opened his eyes and took a look at his regrown left arm with an excited smile. It's truly unbelievable that a pill has such miraculous effects. He clenched his left fist and was still slightly unaccustomed to the feeling. He had just regrown his left arm and it would take him approximately a month to get used to it, but he didn't mind waiting for that long. Unbelievable. It's truly as miraculous as the stone fragment mentioned. Qi Hongtian gasped in surprise as his murky eyes flickered with a profound light. He was now even more determined to take Zhu Shen as his master. Master Fengzi was too shocked to even speak, and he could only stand there like a pole as he stared at Hu Xiandao. Just then, everyone inside suddenly heard a cold voice drifting to their ears. Because of you old fogies from the alchemy hall, the secret of Master being an alchemy saint was exposed, but I let you off at that time. However, if the matter about this pill will be spread, I can assure you that your alchemy hall will no longer exist in this world. Thea's cold words was filled with killing intent, making the atmosphere within the second floor turn extremely cold. Qi Hongtian and Master Fengzi hurriedly nodded their heads like a rattle drum as thick beads of sweat streamed down their wrinkled cheeks. Hu Xiandao gulped in dread and said with a quivering voice, "Why, young Miss Thea, I promise that this will never be known by anyone else." Thea glanced coldly at the two old alchemists and they instantly understood her intentions, so they hurriedly made an oath to the heavens. "With the heavens as the witness, I vow that I will never expose this to anyone else." Thea's cold gaze subsided by a bit, but she still took one last deep look at them before she left the second floor. Everyone sighed in relief after she went downstairs. Chapter 129, Giving the VIP card to the Emperor. After Thea left the second floor, Hu Xiandao focused his attention on the changes in his body. He only realized now that the anma throughout his body was actually growing at a fast rate of time. He was already at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm in terms of physical strength, and it should take him a few more years before he could reach the 8th rank Divine realm, but looking at the minute changes happening inside his body, he could faintly feel that he was on the verge of breaking through. Without delaying any further, he sat cross-legged and directed the remaining life energy from the body reforging heaven pill to enhance his physical body and strengthen his anma. Aside from regrowing one's severed limbs, the body reforging heaven pill was also able to nourish his anma, which means that this immortal pill was also a supplement for body strengthening experts like him. Just the residual energy from the pill alone was actually enough to help him break through to the 8th rank divine realm. It was truly a miraculous treasure worthy of being an immortal pill. The eyes of Qi Hongtian and Master Fengzi brightened when they realized the changes in Hu Xiandao's body. They became even more amazed at the effects of the body reforging heaven pill. Furthermore, the image of Zhu Shen who refined such a magical pill turned even more exalted in their hearts. After all, refining a pill at that level was impossible for even an alchemy saint. Only those at the nascent god realm were capable of concocting such a pill. Could it be possible that Wine Master Zhu is? Qi Hongtian and Master Fengzi glanced at each other as an absurd thought appeared in their minds, making their hearts palpitate in fear and respect. Looking at the old men's stunned looks, Lu Sulan smiled proudly. She knew that they were thinking about her master, and aside from her master, who else could make the supreme elder of the alchemy hall feel inferior? No one. Hu Xiandao opened his eyes and a flicker of limitless power gushed out of his gaze, making the air fluctuate irregularly. However, the atmosphere inside the second floor regained its calm in a mere blink of an eye, as if what happened earlier was but a misconception. Hu Xiandao stood up and clenched his fists tightly, producing crackling sounds filled with explosive power. Hu Xiandao smiled foolishly after sensing his newfound strength. It was unbelievable for him to achieve this kind of change in just a few minutes. This was the power of a high-level alchemist. With a satisfied smile on his face, Hu Xiandao glanced at Lu Sulan and said gratefully, "I will not forget this grace, Sect Mistress Lu." He cupped his hands solemnly and he could not help but feel slightly emotional at the fact that he had now regrown his left arm. Although he looked rather calm on the surface, he was actually excited in his heart to finally regain his severed arm. Furthermore, he had even advanced into the 8th rank divine realm. Everything was too surreal that he still found it hard to believe, but the reality was already right in front of his eyes. Lu Sulan smiled gently and shook her head. "Lord Hu, if not for you saving me back then, I wouldn't be here now. This is the heaven's reward for your good deeds, but of course, you still have to thank my master since he was the one who refined this pill for you." Hu Xiandao nodded his head firmly and thought of Zhu Shen's expressionless face. He could not help but smile, forgetting his grace. Although he had no idea about pill refining, he knew that Zhu Shen must have used a lot of valuable resources when he concocted the pill he just consumed. He silently remembered the favor in his heart and vowed to come back here as soon as he finished reporting the details about the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. "Don't worry, Sect Mistress Lu. I will thank Wine Master Zhu personally." Hu Xiandao smiled, but his smile was truly too appalling to look at that even Lu Sulan could not help but chuckle happily. "In that case, I shall not hold you for long anymore, Lord Hu. Besides, you still have to go back to the Mythos Wildlands to report about what happened yesterday." Lu Sulan smiled gently at him as she spoke. "Then I shall bid my farewell, Sect Mistress Lu." Hu Xiandao cupped his fists at Lu Sulan one more time before he walked downstairs. Lu Sulan smiled and then turned his gaze at the two old men who were still wearing stunned looks. "Guests, what would you like to order?" ******. On the first floor. Emperor Elik was talking with Zhu Shen in a friendly manner, while the latter acted as if he was listening, but his attention was actually on the second floor. When he sensed the increase of strength in Hu Xiandao's physical body, he let out a faint smile. "Wine Master Zhu, come. I'll show you the 100 people that you asked for." Emperor Elik thought that Zhu Shen was pleased with his attitude when he saw the latter's smile. This time, Zhu Shen was also slightly curious about what kind of people Emperor Elik has brought for him, but he didn't really have high hopes for them since they were merely people of humble origins. Nonetheless, he was still looking forward to seeing them. Elec, lead the way. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and gently placed ice down on the floor, which instantly made the chubby cat raise her paws with a disgruntled look. Meow. Ha ha ha. Of course, Wine Master Zhu. Come, follow me. Zhu Shen ignored ice and followed behind Emperor Elec with a trace of anticipation in his heart. Under the dumbfounded looks of the customers, the two men went out of the store. The moment the Emperor and Zhu Shen stepped out of the store, the four guardians and the several dozen soldiers immediately bowed their heads and greeted in unison. We greet you, Your Majesty. We greet you, Wine Master Zhu. Their deep voice reverberated on the now bustling street, making the onlooking crowd excited at what they heard. The Emperor is actually here to visit Wine Master Zhu. Of course. I've heard that they have even become very close friends. The crowd chattered animatedly while looking at the figures of Zhu Shen and Emperor Elec. Emperor Elec smiled in embarrassment when he heard the crowd's words, but he hurriedly concealed it and brought Zhu Shen to the 5 huge carriages at the far end. Zhu Shen took a glance at the 5 carriages without any changes in his expression, but Emperor Elec had long since expected this. Each of the carriages was indeed large and was enough to accommodate 20 people sitting closely together. Men, tell them to come out and meet their master. Emperor Elec ordered loudly. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers replied in unison and they promptly went to open the 5 carriages, making everyone see the faces of the young kids inside. All of them were male with ages that range between 13 to 17. Most of these young men had lean and healthy figures. It can be seen that the Emperor was truly sincere in this trade between him and Zhu Shen. He even brought the ones with the most vigorous and robust figures among the servants that their Silveria imperial family had trained. However, he didn't feel that he was at a loss in this exchange since befriending Zhu Shen was already more than enough. Zhu Shen nodded his head in satisfaction. He was quite contented with the kids that the Emperor brought. Elec, I can feel your sincerity in this exchange. Here's your VIP card, don't lose it. Zhu Shen took out the VIP card from his space earring and handed it to Emperor Elec. Emperor Elec glanced at the small rectangular card in his hands and was a bit bedazzled by its stylish design. Its gold and black color were intricately balanced and the imposing name of the store made it look precious and at the same time luxurious. Wine Master Zhu, what's the benefit of having this card again? He asked with a slightly excited look. Zhu Shen glanced at him calmly and replied. With this card, you'll get a 20% discount from all of your purchases in my store and you can also take out 1 order of each wine and dish. Furthermore, you can also temporarily give this to your children so that they can access my store's 2nd floor. Emperor Elec smiled widely when he heard his reply, but when he heard the latter part of Zhu Shen's words, he could not help but feel curious about this 2nd floor. Wine Master Zhu, is there anything special about your store's 2nd floor? He asked while looking at Zhu Shen curiously. Zhu Shen was silent for a moment before he replied in an unhurried voice. Only those at the 7th rank Emperor realm can go up to the 2nd floor. As for what's special about it, you can go and check it yourself. Emperor Elec was now more curious about the store's 2nd floor after hearing that only those at the 7th rank Emperor realm were allowed to go there. In that case, I'll take a look inside. Emperor Elec smiled. Zhu Shen nodded his head and replied. No problem. Emperor Elec chuckled after seeing that Zhu Shen was unwilling to lead the way for him, but he didn't mind this minor matter and walked inside with a dignified look. I'll be back, Wine Master Zhu. Zhu Shen ignored him and turned his gaze on the 100 young men that were looking at him with curious gazes. They didn't look weak at all despite their young age and they appeared to have been trained how to fight when looking at their refined and growing muscles. They should have been the next batch of Imperial Guards, but they were now here to serve Zhu Shen. Dia, find a suitable place for these kids and make sure that it's big enough to set up a training field for them. Make haste and return immediately. Zhu Shen transmitted his message to Dia. Yes, Master. I'll get it done right away. Thia's gentle voice drifted inside Zhu Shen's head. Right after her tender and pleasant voice ended, a shadow abruptly leaped out of Zhu Shen's store at an incomprehensible speed. No one other than Zhu Shen saw the figure that left the store. It was as if she was the embodiment of lightning with her shocking speed. This is merely the first step of my plans. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart with a serene look on his face. Chapter 130, Value of the VIP Card. Emperor Elik brought the four guardians with him since all of them were already at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm and they certainly had the qualifications to go up to the 2nd floor of Zhu Shen's store. Your Majesty, did Wine Master Zhu tell you what's special about the store's 2nd floor? Defender Duanmu asked as he moved closer to the Emperor. Among the four guardians of the Silver Wing Empire, aside from being the strongest among them, he was also the closest to Emperor Elik. Emperor Elik's face froze and the smile on his face became slightly unnatural, and it was as if he hadn't heard Defender Duanmu's words at all. That's right. He was now looking at the two people descending from the 2nd floor. One was the barbarian that he had seen yesterday, but if he remembered correctly, the guy was supposed to only have a single arm remaining. However, he had a complete pair of arms and even his strength seemed to have jumped to the next realm. Beside this barbarian was the woman that always appeared in his dreams. A memory that was hard for him to forget even though they virtually had no interactions whatsoever. This was, of course, Lu Solan, the sect mistress of the Ice Cloud Sword sect and presumably Wine Master Zhu's disciple. Lu Solan. He muttered in his heart with a complicated emotion, but his face remained calm and dignified except for the faint trace of melancholy that was hidden within his sharp gaze. Lu Solan and Hu Xiandao similarly saw the Emperor and they were also surprised to meet him here. Greetings, Emperor Elik. Lu Solan greeted with an indifferent look. Hu Xiandao cupped his fists and also paid his respects. After all, this was the ruler of the Silver Wing Empire. This one is Hu Xiandao from the Mythos Wildlands. I greet you, Your Majesty. Emperor Elik swallowed down the complicated emotions rising in his chest and put on a calm smile as he said. No need for formalities, friends. We're on the same level of cultivation and you don't need to be like this to me. Just call me by name. Emperor Elik had no idea that Lu Solan had already broken through the 9th rank saint and the latter also didn't explain herself and just stood there like a celestial fairy, graceful and alluring. Hu Xiandao wasn't used to this kind of treatment so he was still a bit embarrassed, but after breaking through the 8th rank divine realm, he had gained more confidence for himself. In that case, I shall be rude and call you Brother Elik from now on. He said with a smile. The lips of Emperor Elik and the four guardians twitched when they saw the unsightly smile of Hu Xiandao, but they remained composed and didn't ridicule the latter for this. Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since someone dared to call me that way, but I like it. Brother Hu, why don't you come up with me and enjoy Wine Master Zhu's wine together to celebrate our friendship? Emperor Elik held Hu Xiandao's shoulder and laughed heartily. He truly liked Hu Xiandao's attitude and this kind of person was indeed worth befriending. Of course, he was also curious how Hu Xiandao was able to regrow his severed arm. Hu Xiandao's face changed and he could not help but scratch the back of his head. He had already delayed his return and he might really be punished by the chieftain if he stayed longer. To everyone's surprise, Lu Solan was the one who replied for Hu Xiandao. Emperor Elik, Lord Hu still has to return to the Mythos Wildlands to report some things. He would be put into a difficult situation if he stays longer, but I guarantee you that he will come back to drink wine with you once he returns here. Hu Xiandao glanced at Emperor Elik and nodded his head at him with an apologetic look. Sect Mistress Lu is indeed right, Brother Elik. I've to go back to the Mythos Wildlands first and return here as fast as possible to invite Brother Elik to drink wine. Emperor Elik smiled at this and didn't make it hard for Hu Xiandao. With a friendly smile on his face, he said. Then I'll wait for Brother Hu's return. I won't hold you any longer, Brother Hu. I still have to check the store's 2nd floor. Emperor Elik patted Hu Xiandao's back and took a brief look at Lu Solan's face before he went upstairs. Defender Duanmu and the 3 other guardians followed behind him after bidding farewell at Hu Xiandao and Lu Solan. Emperor Elik didn't have time to gather his thoughts when he saw a man standing at the entrance of the 2nd floor with his eyes shut tight. He felt a wave of surprise in his heart when he took a glance at the latter since he could not discern this man's strength. Emperor Elik was already at the peak stage of the 8th rank divine realm, but he was actually unable to see through the man's depths. Another expert. To think that Wine Master Zhu is actually hiding another dragon inside his store. Emperor Elik exclaimed in his heart. The emperor hurriedly averted his gaze and didn't dare probe at him any longer. He also transmitted a message to the 4 guardians to never provoke the man. This instantly garnered their shock and bewilderment, but they knew that Emperor Elik was not someone who spoke nonsense, so they immediately expressed their understanding. However, they were still curious about what kind of person could make their emperor react like this. Nonetheless, they still didn't dare turn their gazes on the man and simply followed their emperor inside the 2nd floor. A flicker of surprise suffused their gazes when they stepped inside the 2nd floor. It was no different from the store's 1st floor, but there were no spiritual plants within. Only several paintings attached on every side of the 2nd floor can be seen. Just that, all of them felt that these paintings were far from ordinary when they sensed the profundity they possess. Furthermore, they also felt that the true essence within their bodies was revolving much faster when they stepped foot on the 2nd floor, and they immediately realized that it must have something to do with the paintings. Staying here for 1 hour is equivalent to bitterly cultivating for 3 days. This. Emperor Elik muttered with a dazed look. Defender Duanmu and the others were shocked when they heard the emperor's words and they could not help but admire Zhu Shen even more. After all, he was the owner of this place. Each of you can only remain here for an hour. No one is allowed to stay longer than that or you'll face the consequences. The ever-so-silent Ren Zhuang suddenly came inside the 2nd floor and announced in an indifferent voice. His sudden appearance surprised everyone inside and they also felt that it was such a pity that they could only stay inside the 2nd floor for an hour at most. However, Emperor Elik took out the VIP card and showed it to Ren Zhuang. Then what if I have this with me? Ren Zhuang's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the VIP card in the emperor's hands. He then turned his gaze at the emperor's face and said in a cold voice. I'll ask my master about this. Please wait here for a moment. Swoosh. Ren Zhuang's silhouette vanished from their sights as if he was a phantom, swift and fast. Not long later, Ren Zhuang came back and said. Since you possess this card, you can stay here indefinitely, but of course, you have to leave once the store closes. Emperor Elik smiled and chuckled in his heart when he heard his words. This place was a holy land for cultivation. He finally realized how precious the VIP card was. In that case, I won't hold and stay here for the entire day. Emperor Elik said with a slightly eager look. Ren Zhuang didn't bother to reply and went back to his spot and closed his eyes again. Seeing his attitude, Emperor Elik merely smiled and shook his head. This guy is an expert and he isn't someone I can afford to offend. Emperor Elik found a spot for his group and took a seat. It was only now that he saw that there were already 2 people inside. That's Master Fengzi. As for the old man beside him, could he be Alchemy Hall's Supreme Elder? He exclaimed in his heart and promptly stood up from his seat when he guessed the identity of the old man beside Master Fengzi. The emperor's reaction surprised the 4 guardians and they then turned their gazes to the 2 old men who were busy looking at the paintings on the wall. Isn't that Master Fengzi, the branch head of Beltran City's Alchemy Hall branch? Defender Duanmu muttered in surprise. Emperor Elik walked towards the 2 old men and greeted them with an amiable look. Ha ha ha. Pardon my lack of courtesy. I actually failed to see my friends from the Alchemy Hall here. Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian turned to look at the Emperor. They were busy studying the profundity of the paintings that they didn't even realize that someone had come inside the 2nd floor after them. Emperor Elik, I didn't think I'd see you here. What a coincidence. Master Fengzi smiled as greeted back. Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian merely smiled at the Emperor before he turned his focus on the paintings once again. Emperor Elik wasn't angered by this since he knew that the Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Hall was an alchemy saint with a spiritual power at the 9th rank saint. Master Fengzi, you guys are here earlier than us. What do you think is special with these paintings? Emperor Elik asked as he looked at the paintings once more. He felt that there was something unnatural about them, but he could not pinpoint what it was. Master Fengzi sighed and shook his head with a bitter look. I've no idea as well. We've been here for more than 30 minutes, but we're still unable to see through the profundities within these paintings. Emperor Elik was a bit stunned to hear that. If even the Alchemy Hall's Supreme Elder who had a spiritual power at the 9th rank saint was powerless in seeing the secrets of the paintings, then he would most likely meet a similar end, but he didn't give up. Just as they were about to start perceiving the painting's profundities, a gentle and alluring voice resounded behind them. Dear guest, I apologize for making you wait for long. I'm here to deliver Master Fengzi and the Supreme Elder's orders. Everyone turned their gazes and saw Hestia, who was smiling warmly at them. Chapter 131, Fatty Shue's Reappearance. Zhu Shen did not have to wait for long before Thea sent him back a message transmission. Master, I've found a perfect place for the kids to train and it isn't that far from the store. It was previously an illegal fighting arena for savage beasts, but I already told the former owner to leave the place. You might want to check this place yourself and see if it is to your liking. Thea's gentle voice traveled to Zhu Shen's ears and he could not help but smile at how fast she was able to find a suitable place to train the young men. Although it was owned by someone before, he didn't care one bit since they were also related to shady and illegal beast fighting. Good. Come back here and tell these kids to help you clean up the place. Oh, never mind, I'll look after them myself. Just release your spiritual power so that I can sense your location. Since he was idle and had nothing to do, Zhu Shen decided to supervise the cleanup himself. Thea didn't want Zhu Shen to do it, but she didn't dare retort since she knew his personality well. Once he decides on things, it was rare for him to change his mind. Yes, Master. She then released a stream of spiritual power above the skies that looked like a beam of traceless light. No one was able to perceive anything due to their low cultivation level, but Zhu Shen, who was in the distance, was able to sense it immediately. He closed his eyes for a moment and used his strong spiritual power to create a map in his head. He then silently marked the location of Thea before he opened his eyes. All of you, follow me to a place. Zhu Shen said to the young men in an impassive voice that made the 100 of them feel a trace of worry. The moment they were born, they were already fated to become servants of the Silveria imperial family, so they had stayed in one of the imperial family's training facilities where servants like them were trained according to their gender and expertise. So when facing this unfamiliar man that suddenly became their master, they felt quite uneasy and anxious. Nonetheless, they didn't dare disobey him and just silently trailed behind him with nervous looks. Although some of them tried to put on a calm look, the occasional shivering of their legs betrayed their unsettled emotions. The imperial guards were surprised at Zhu Shen's sudden actions, but they still helped him in organizing the young men, while some of them remained to wait for the emperor and the 4 guardians. Just then, Zhu Shen saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was a fat man that looked like a walking mountain with all his exposed fats jiggling as he walked. Isn't this Fatty Shui from the Shui family? Why is he here? Zhu Shen was surprised to see him since it has been a while since he had last seen this fatty. He can still remember that this Fatty Shui proposed a business deal to him, but Zhu Shen mercilessly rejected his offer. What was surprising was that this fellow was already in the 3rd rank Crusader realm. Furthermore, Zhu Shen can sense a familiar aura that reeked out of his body and he could not help but frown when he saw this. Corpse Chi. Zhu Shen muttered to himself with a cold look on his face. Not far away, Fatty Shui was wearing an enraged look as he walked down the streets. His beady eyes were narrowed into slits making it almost indistinguishable. Each step he took was forceful as if he was venting his frustrations. Fucking shit. Who the hell is that fucking slut? She actually dared to throw away this Lord Fatty from my own territory. What a damnable bitch. Did she really think that I'm not able to do anything to her just because she possesses a bit of strength? I'll fucking call some people and take my revenge. I'll make her pay for humiliating this Lord Fatty. Fatty Shwe balled his large fists in anger as he muttered through the gaps of his teeth. His chubby cheeks trembled as killing intent gushed out of his narrowed eyes. He was just having fun in his beast fighting arena when a familiar-looking young lady went inside and promptly asked him to scram. And as the owner of the place, he immediately flew into rage and asked his subordinates to capture her, but who knew that the woman was actually an expert, so he could only watch as she killed his subordinates one by one. Left with no choice, he immediately escaped by himself while leaving his subordinates there. Although Fatty Shwe had an inkling that he had already seen the young woman somewhere, he could not remember where he had seen her exactly. Just who the fuck was that damnable bitch? I don't fucking care even if she is someone from a noble family. He strode away while occasionally stomping his feet in rage. He didn't even see Ju Shen, who was not that far from him. If he did, his anger would surely explode even more. Ju Shen watched Fatty Shwe's disappearing back figure with a pondering look. It appears that the Shwe family is related to the Undying Corpse sect. To think that there are so many variables hidden within this tiny empire. Things are getting interesting. He muttered in his heart as he led everyone to Thaya's location. After a little more than 20 minutes of walking, they arrived in front of an establishment that looked normal on the surface, but after everyone stepped inside, they saw several mangled bodies and bloody corpses everywhere. This scene made the 100 young men apprehensive that their legs almost caved in from the terror that they felt. It was the first time they had seen such a gruesome sight, so their reaction was understandable. On the other hand, the Imperial guards that came with Ju Shen became alert as they surrounded the young men while surveying the surroundings with wary gazes. They also held their weapons tightly and prepared themselves for any surprise attacks. Their coordination and alertness were indeed extraordinary for mortal soldiers that even Ju Shen silently praised them in his heart. Swoosh! A lithe shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, which made everyone other than Ju Shen step back in alarm. However, when they saw the face of the newcomer, the Imperial guards immediately sighed in relief. Master, this is the place that I told you about. What do you think about it? Thaya asked in a mild voice as she looked at Ju Shen's face with unexpressed infatuation in her eyes. Although it wasn't distinguishable, Ju Shen still perceived her complicated emotions as if she was hiding something from him. He was curious about this, but Ju Shen didn't ask her since Thaya didn't plan to tell him about it. Ju Shen glanced around the establishment and nodded his head in approval. This place is big enough to accommodate these kids, but it needs to be properly cleaned up since it reeks the smell of blood. Anyway, you may go back to the store now, Thaya. He said with a calm look. Thaya bowed her head obediently and was about to leave when she suddenly heard Ju Shen's voice transmission ringing in her head. Tell Ren Chuang to monitor the Shwe family for me. I just want to confirm something, but remember to tell him not to expose himself. Thaya nodded her head imperceptibly before she left the place with a faint swooshing sound. Ju Shen took a glance at the shivering young men and said indifferently. Your first job is to clean this place. As for these corpses, burn them. Ju Shen's silver eyes remained tranquil as if burning human corpses was but a simple task. All the kids felt the coldness in Ju Shen's voice, making them reveal fearful looks. Even the Imperial guards could not help but feel slightly scared of him. The 100 young men immediately scrambled to find some cleaning tools to begin their job. They were afraid that Ju Shen might punish them if they delayed any longer. The place became chaotic with the young men's unorganized cleanup, but Ju Shen just stood there unmoved. He then glanced at the stunned Imperial guards and said, all of you can go back to the store to report this incident to the Emperor. This place is an illegal establishment set up by one of the noble families. He might find out something if he investigates this thoroughly. The imperial guards were perplexed at his words, but they didn't dally for long, especially after hearing that this place was an illegal establishment of a noble family. Such a crime was definitely punishable. We will immediately report this to His Majesty, Wine Master Zhu. The imperial guards cupped their fists at Zhu Shen before they sprinted out of the place. Now, only Zhu Shen was left to supervise the 100 young men. Chapter 132, New Mission. While the young men were cleaning up the place, Zhu Shen was pondering deeply on what he should do next. These kids' bodies are still too weak to start training with my method. I should first help them nourish their bodies before I start training them. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he stared at the situation within the establishment. Some of the young men were only doing what they were told to do, and they simply cleaned the place using the cleaning tools that they found. However, there were a few among them that led a group on their own to make the cleaning process faster and efficient. Zhu Shen silently took note of the faces of these young men who possess the qualities of a leader, but he was still not impressed by this. None of them has a supreme physique, and they haven't started cultivating yet. However, this is much better. Just that, I will need a lot of resources if I want to increase their strength with their limited potential. Luckily, I have the spirit world with me, which has a limitless amount of resources, but getting them is slightly troublesome since they are located in different parts of the spirit world. Looks like I need to break through to the nascent god realm as soon as possible so that I can refine the world heart of the spirit world, and with the ability to freely teleport around the spirit world, it will be easier to gather more resources. Zhu Shen muttered as he looked at the busy kids with a calm look. The system told him that his strength was still insufficient to refine the world heart of the spirit world, but this was nothing to Zhu Shen since he was confident that he will achieve his breakthrough as soon as he finishes more missions. Just that, there was no active mission for him yet, so he could only wait patiently. And as if his prayer was heard, he suddenly heard the familiar notification sound of the system, making him feel a trace of anticipation. A smile slowly bloomed on his indifferent face. Ding! Mission: a hidden cave was discovered within the territory of Greenwood City. However, this was once a dwelling of a peak-stage nascent god who failed to break through to the origin god realm. In the deepest part of the cave, the system has detected the presence of several god crystals which can be of help to the host's cultivation. Zhu Shen was surprised when he heard the contents of the mission. How come there is an origin god realm in this world? With the thin amount of heavenly energy in Nuar, it's impossible for it to produce a character with such a level of strength. Unless, if he came from another world or even the primordial god realm. Zhu Shen was now becoming more curious about Nuar's history. There was also that stone fragment from the Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Hall, which definitely came from someone with alchemy standards that surpassed Nuar. Is it possible that immortals had once come to Nuar? But why? Zhu Shen thought of countless possible scenarios, but he couldn't really tell what could have possibly happened to Nuar back then with the little bit of clue that he had. I'll ask Solon about Nuar's history. She might know a thing or two about the era before the bloody war between the demon race and the Alliance. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. He had heard of the Continental War that occurred more than 50,000 years ago, but he was unsure if there were experts at the nascent god realm at that time. Although there were some rumors of the nascent god realm beast's presence in the divine beast continent, Zhu Shen still had not verified the authenticity of this. Nonetheless, this new mission made him feel a trace of expectation growing inside his heart. Now, Zhu Shen was already eager to begin searching for this hidden cave that was within Greenwood City, but he still had to finish his matters here before he can leave. He also had to make some preparations before he would leave Beltran City, especially after knowing that the Shui family might be related to the Undying Corpse sect. Although he didn't know the full strength of this sect, he had heard from Dabai that their sect master was someone at the 9th rank saint. It would be fine if it was just their sect master who was at that level, but what if there were more experts at that level present in the Undying Corpse sect? That was also why he sent Ren Zhuang to monitor them. Among Zhu Shen's people, the strongest was Ren Zhuang, who was at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. He was just a step away from breaking through to the nascent god realm. Following behind him was Thea, who was now at the mid-stage of the 9th rank saint, then Lu Solan, who had just stepped onto the ranks of saints. Behind them was Hestia, who had just broken through the mid-stage of the 8th rank divine, and lastly, Kenya, who was still at the late stage of the 6th rank king. With their strength, they can definitely protect themselves against the people from the Undying Corpse sect, but what about the Silver Wing Empire? Without the Empire, how can he continue his business? Zhu Shen rubbed his temples as he thought. The Undying Corpse sect seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, but why are they not making a move yet? According to my knowledge, the Silver Wing Empire's strongest expert was only Elik, and his strength has not even reached the 9th rank saint yet. So what's stopping them from attacking? While Zhu Shen was deep in his thoughts, the young men were still far from finishing their cleanup. Thea wasn't merciful when she killed the people here, and she just mercilessly cut their bodies apart, leaving countless bloody remains and pools of blood around the entire establishment. With their current speed, it will take them until tomorrow to clean the whole place. Not long later, Zhu Shen suddenly felt more than a dozen strong auras coming towards them. Each of them had the strength of a 5th rank spirit realm expert, and there was also one man at the 6th rank king present among them. Behind these elites was the towering meatball Fatty Shwet. He was wearing a merciless grin as he told these experts to go inside the beast fighting arena. Brothers, that bitch is inside my territory and she even killed my subordinates. If you can apprehend her, I will pay you all handsomely. Furthermore, that little bitch doesn't look that bad. Maybe you can even have a go at her while you're at it. Ha ha ha. Fatty Shwe laughed lasciviously, making his fat cheeks tremble and bounce. The people he brought here this time were lawless bandits that had some dealings with their Shwe family. He was confident that they were capable of apprehending the young woman that had stormed his place. The man who was at the 6th rank king smiled lecherously when he heard that they were capturing a young woman. The flames of lust and desire within his eyes burned intensely like a raging flame. Young Master Shwet, you don't have to worry now that we are here. As for that bitch, she will naturally experience the best treatment from us brothers. Ha ha ha. The rest of the bandits laughed as well, and the look in their eyes betrayed the dirty thought inside their head. Fatty Shwe chuckled contemptuously in his heart, but he still put on a smile on his face as he looked at the leader of the bandits. Of course. Of course. With the big brothers here, that little bitch will surely be captured. I just hope that big brothers will let me have a taste of that damnable woman as well. He he he. The bandits laughed loudly when they heard his words, but they still nodded their heads. Although this Fatty Shwe looked like a useless pile of fats, he was still someone from the Shwe family and they didn't have the courage to go against them, so they immediately agreed at his request. Of course. It's not a problem at all, young Master Shwet. As long as you can pay us brothers, then you can do anything you want to that woman. Ha ha ha. Fatty Shwe smiled from ear to ear when he heard their respectful reply. As Fatty Shwe and the bandits discussed their plan, they didn't know that there was a pair of cold and serene eyes looking at them from the shadows with undisguised killing intent. Chapter 133, Heads Exploding. Fatty Shwe and the bandits were still laughing and talking as they stepped inside the beast fighting arena, but then, they suddenly heard faint footsteps from behind them. Step. 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 One of the bandits turned around and frowned when he saw the unfamiliar figure walking calmly towards them. Hey, brat! Who are you? Don't get involved in our business here and scram. More bandits stopped in their tracks to watch the scene with interest, and even the bandit leader glanced at the person who was steadily walking closer to them. The bandit leader could not see through the man's depths, so furrowed his eyebrows while holding the hilt of his sword warily. Seeing his actions, Fatty Shwe could no longer hold back his curiosity and turned to look at the situation, but when he looked at the man with familiar long silver hair, his beady eyes widened and a trace of undisguised hatred flashed before his gaze. Zhu Shen. Fatty Shwe said through gritted teeth as he pointed at Zhu Shen's face with his incomparably fat right arm. Swoosh. Pu. A light swooshing sound echoed as Zhu Shen's robes gently fluttered. Everyone at the scene was perplexed, but soon they were horrified since Fatty Shue's right arm that was pointing at Zhu Shen earlier was no longer attached to his shoulder. They could not even emit a scream from the sheer terror that they had felt. Fatty Shue still didn't realize anything, but when he saw the bandits' shivering bodies and the weird sensation on his right shoulder, he finally noticed that he could no longer feel his right arm. And to his horror, he felt a warm sensation on the right part of his body as if something warm was streaming on his fats. Blood! Blood! Ah! Fatty Shue screamed like a pig in a slaughterhouse when he saw his severed arm on the ground, and he could now feel the numbing pain slowly enveloping his entire being. Painful! Too painful! Blood continuously streamed down his right shoulder and his face immediately turned pale from the loss of blood. "Sir, we are merely bandits hired by this fatty. Please spare us." The bandit leader promptly knelt down with a terrified look on his face, but his right hand was actually holding a concealed dagger on his leg. The other bandits were still stunned and they could still not process the entire scene since everything happened too fast that they didn't even see how Zhu Shen managed to cut Fatty Shue's arm. Zhu Shen remained unperturbed when he saw their pleading looks, and the killing intent in his eyes was palpable that the bandits could not even utter a cry nor move their already stiff bodies. As for the bandit that told Zhu Shen to scram, he was already sweating buckets, and his body was shivering as if he was inside an icy chamber. Swoosh! 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 Pu! 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 Four heads exploded as Zhu Shen continued to walk towards them with steady steps. His cold eyes sent shivers down the spines of those who were still alive, but they could not even move their bodies because of the intense feeling of dread in their hearts. Zhu Shen's gaze was sedated and calm, and anyone that laid eyes on his incomparably cold gaze seemed to feel as if their bodies were frozen stiff. "Lord! Lord! Have mercy!" The bandit leader shouted in horror, and the hand that was holding his concealed dagger could not help but quiver. Swoosh! 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 Pu! 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 Four more headless corpses dropped on the ground, drenched in their own pools of blood. Now, there were only 6 of them left, including the wailing Fatty Shue. And up until this point, no one was still able to perceive Zhu Shen's movements. "Lord! Please spare us! We can be your slaves!" This time, the remaining bandits had almost lost their sanity and they immediately prostrated on the ground to beg for mercy. Their bodies were still shivering from the terrorizing scene that they had witnessed, and they didn't even dare glance at Zhu Shen's feet. Even the bandit leader almost lost his courage after seeing how easily Zhu Shen killed his subordinates. However, his shivering right hand remained on the concealed dagger attached to his leg. He was looking at Zhu Shen's shadow that was reflected on the ground and was prepared to make his move. D. The bandit leader shouted and abruptly pounced at Zhu Shen with a gleaming dagger in his right hand, but before he could even lift the dagger, his body suddenly froze and his face contorted in pain. Bang! His whole body had exploded. Broken bones and bloody remains scattered all over the ground, staining it with a crimson-red color. Some of the bandit leader's blood also splashed on his remaining subordinates and onto the wailing Fatty Shue. "Ah! Ah! Run! This guy is a demon! Flee!" The remaining bandits shouted in terror as they tried to flee, but their heads exploded before they could even take a step forward. Thud! 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 Only Fatty Shue was left from their group, and he was still on the ground, shaking in terror as he glanced at Zhu Shen's face. "Zhu Shen er. Wine Master Zhu. Don't kill me. I'm the son of the Shue family's patriarch." His voice had almost become hoarse from the continuous wailing earlier. Now, he finally remembered the identity of the young woman who drove him out of his territory earlier. He cried out in his heart, "Fucking shit! Zhu Shen stood before Fatty Shui and glanced at his shivering fat face with an indifferent look. Seeing Zhu Shen's silence, Fatty Shui felt a bit of hope and he immediately spoke in a shivering voice. Wine Master Zhu. T, the patriarch of the Shui family. He's even stronger than Emperor Elik. If you kill me, he will surely take revenge. Zhu Shen felt a bit curious when he heard his words, but his eyes remained cold, and he didn't even bother to speak. He only glanced at Fatty Shui as if he was looking at a dead person. Fatty Shui's teeth were now clattering from the intense anxiousness he was feeling. He thought that Zhu Shen would compromise after telling him the strength of his father, but the latter was still unmoved despite his warnings. This made him curse Zhu Shen inwardly. Wait. There is something else that you need to know, Wine Master Zhu. My uncle, Elder Me. Before Fatty Shui could spout his words, his fat head suddenly exploded into pieces, but Zhu Shen who was near him wasn't even stained by his blood. It was as if there was an invisible energy preventing him from being tainted by Fatty Shui's filthy blood. So noisy! Zhu Shen muttered coldly as he walked back inside the beast fighting arena. It seemed like nothing happened from his casual attitude. However, a dozen headless corpses served as an indication that a brutal scene had taken place earlier. It seems like my assumption was right. The Shui family is indeed intricately related to the Undying Corpse sect, but with the death of Fatty Shui, will they dare come here if they knew that it was done by me? Zhu Shen thought in his heart with disdain. He didn't really think seriously about the Shui family or the Undying Corpse sect, but he still had to make some preparations since there was still a possibility of them coming for revenge. Though he believed that neither the Shui family nor the Undying Corpse sect would come any sooner with the present state of things since they were most likely preparing to overthrow the throne. Sigh. I'll do that kid Elik a favor and tell him about this. As for helping him, we'll see. Zhu Shen muttered to himself while pondering deeply. Puff. Puff. The Imperial guards that came with Zhu Shen to the beast fighting arena arrived inside the wine store. The customers glanced at their figures with perplexed gazes, but they didn't question them. The Imperial guards wanted to go upstairs, but they were suddenly blocked by Thea. Ren Zhuang was no longer inside the store since he had already headed to the Shui family's estate after receiving Zhu Shen's instructions, so Thea was now doing his task, which was to monitor and protect the second floor. Only those at the 7th rank Emperor realm and above are allowed upstairs. Her voice was extremely cold and icy. The Imperial guards furrowed their eyebrows, but they didn't dare reveal a displeased look since they knew who she was. Young Miss Thea, we're sent here by Wine Master Zhu to deliver a message to the Emperor. One of the Imperial guards stepped forward and cupped his fists at Thea as he spoke in a respectful voice. Thea's cold countenance turned a bit gentler when she heard them say Zhu Shen's name, but she still prevented them from going to the second floor. You don't need to go upstairs. I know what my master wants to say to the Emperor, so you can go now. I'll deliver Master's message to the Emperor myself. She said mildly. She was the one who caused a massacre in the beast fighting arena, so she already knew what Zhu Shen would like to tell the Emperor. The Imperial guards glanced at each other and sighed to themselves. They could do nothing at this woman since her strength was just too much for them to handle, so they could only agree to her with forced smiles. In that case, we'll have to trouble young Miss Thea. Thea gestured for them to leave before she walked upstairs. Chapter 134, Emperor Elik's Fierce Determination. Thea stepped inside the second floor of the store and saw 7 individuals standing in front of a painting. Their faces were filled with bewilderment and wonder as if they trying to discern something from the painting. Seeing their expressions, Thea smirked contemptuously and walked towards them. Step. 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 Emperor Elik and the others turned their gazes towards Thea and their faces immediately became mild. They knew that she was one of the top experts under Zhu Shen, so they didn't dare behave arrogantly in her presence. Young Miss Thea, what brings you here? Young Miss Hestia already went down to get out orders, and we don't have any more orders yet. Defender Duanmu smiled respectfully as he spoke. Thea took a momentary glance at him, but she ignored Defender Duanmu and didn't reply to him. Instead, she turned her gaze to the emperor and said with an indifferent look. My master found a place to settle those kids in, but it was a beast fighting arena owned by a noble family. Since it was an illegal establishment, I told them to scram and killed some of their people. Her voice was calm and unhurried as if she was merely telling a minor issue, but those who heard her immediately furrowed their eyebrows. Emperor Elik already knew about the existence of the beast fighting arena in Beltran City, but he ignored its presence since it didn't do anything too outrageous on the surface. Furthermore, he also found out that the place was protected by the Shui family, and with the precarious state of their Silver Wing Empire, he didn't want to entangle himself with the Shui family at the moment. However, this matter became more complicated with the involvement of Zhu Shen, and as the emperor, he could not act like he knew nothing or he would surely incur Zhu Shen's displeasure. It seems like young Miss Thea had seen the atrocious behavior of the people from the beast fighting arena. Don't worry, I will handle everything about it and make sure that the noble family protecting this establishment will be punished accordingly. Emperor Elik's expression was dignified as he said those words. Although he wanted to stay neutral in this situation, the other party involved was Zhu Shen, and he didn't want to destroy his good relationship with him for a mere beast fighting arena of the Shui family. He might encounter some retaliation from the Shui family, but Emperor Elik didn't care. Their Silveria imperial family still had a huge secret that no one else other than himself knew. That secret was enough to protect their Silver Wing Empire from catastrophe, but he didn't want to expose it too soon. He didn't even bring it out when a dragon came at their doorstep. However, for the sake of maintaining his amiable relationship with Zhu Shen, he didn't mind revealing it early on. Thea looked at the emperor and realized that the latter might have already known the existence of the beast fighting arena. She felt even more disdainful in her heart when she learned of this, but her countenance remained calm and cold. Since the emperor already knows of their shady actions, I hope you won't sit idly by and do nothing. I don't want my master to be used as a borrowed knife to kill your enemies. My master might not care about it, but I'm not the same. Her voice was freezingly cold and the eyes she used to look at the emperor flashed with violent killing intent, scaring everyone within the second floor. Even the Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian, who had a 9th rank saint spiritual power, was stunned at the palpitating killing intent released by Thea. As for the others, they gulped in fear as they stared at her peerlessly beautiful visage that was wearing an aloof expression. She looked like an ice goddess that looked down upon the mortal world. Emperor Elik was scared stiff when he felt her fluctuating killing intent, but the dignified look on his face didn't waver. He had faced off with death countless of times in his life, but he was still here standing with great willpower. He forced out a smile and gestured for Thea to calm down with both his hands. Young Miss Thea, calm your anger. I will immediately take action after I leave the store, and I will not allow anyone to bully Wine Master Zhu. They will have to go through me first before they can do that. His regal and valiant imperial aura unconsciously gushed out of his body when he spoke those words, which greatly lessened the pressure on everyone from Thea's killing intent. Thea stared deeply at Emperor Elik as if she was trying to see through his soul. The look in her eyes made the emperor feel a trace of terror in his heart, but he outwardly remained composed. Seeing this, Thea praised him inwardly. Such great disposition for an emperor in a mortal world. If he was born in the primordial god realm, he might even become a renowned expert. I'll remember your words. Don't disappoint my master. She muttered coldly before she left the second floor, leaving behind the 7 people standing there with buckets of sweat streaming down their faces. Phew! Emperor Elik heaved a huge sigh of relief after Thea left. Even with his strong willpower, he almost collapsed when faced with her terrifying gaze. He then shook his head and said with a wry smile. Young Miss Thea is too strong indeed. I feel that she could kill me in just one blow. I wonder how Wine Master Zhu managed to subdue her. Defender Duanmu and the 3 guardians had a look of fear in their eyes, and they could hardly move their legs that were shivering slightly. Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian and Master Fengzi were similarly dumbstruck at Thia's power, but knowing that Zhu Shen might be even stronger than her, the two of them didn't feel surprised that she was willing to follow Zhu Shen. In the end, Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian still warned the Emperor out of goodwill. Elik, young Miss Thia is already a 9th rank Saint Realm expert, and Wine Master Zhu is someone even stronger than her. Don't do something that will destroy the relationship between you two. It won't be good for your Silver Wing Empire to have him as your enemy. Emperor Elik furrowed his eyebrows when he heard those words, but he was not that surprised since he had seen for himself the power of Zhu Shen. In fact, he already planned to mobilize the Silveria Imperial family's forces to intimidate the Shui family the moment Thia had spoken about the beast fighting arena. Emperor Elik cupped his fists at Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian and replied in a calm voice. I understand, Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian. He then turned to look at Defender Duanmu and the other 3 guardians and ordered with an imposing look. The 4 of you, go back to the Imperial Palace and gather some of our men to intimidate the Shui family, but don't do anything too serious to damage the Shui family. We don't want a civil war at a time like this. Defender Duanmu and the other 3 solemnly bowed at the Emperor. We obey, Your Majesty. They hastily left the 2nd floor after that. I hope this matter won't escalate further. The Blue Fang Empire and the Violet Thunder Empire are looking at our lands with hungry eyes all these years. If a civil war breaks out within my Silver Wing Empire, those two would surely take action. Not to mention the sects and other powers that held similar intentions. Sigh. Emperor Elik sighed and shook his head. Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian and Master Fengzi glanced at the Emperor with a hint of pity in their eyes. Being an emperor was truly not easy, and even a talented person like Emperor Elik might not be able to handle the situation if his empire was faced with the combined attacks in every direction. If you can somehow manage to gain Wine Master Zhu's help, then your Silver Wing Empire might be able to tide through anything that may happen. Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian said as he patted the Emperor's back encouragingly. Emperor Elik's eyes burned with determination as he muttered fiercely in his heart. I will make sure that my Silver Wing Empire will not fall from this war. Chapter 135, Rebellious Yang Zhenqi. The next day, inside the beast fighting arena, there was a huge platform at the very center with a measurement of 100 meters on each side. This was where the savage beasts were forced to battle against each other. Standing on the platform was Zhu Shen, and he was eyeing the 100 young men that were standing before him. All of them were exhausted beyond belief since they had cleaned the place for one whole day without rest, and they could only take a short break every once in a while. They weren't even allowed to sleep by Zhu Shen, making these young men silently bear hatred towards him, but how could their feelings escape Zhu Shen's senses? Even so, he didn't care about what they felt since he knew that their anger would only turn into gratitude in the future. Zhu Shen gazed at them one by one and remembered their faces silently in his heart before he spoke in a cold tone. I know all of you feel resentful and angry for being forced to clean this place without rest, but you can't do anything about it because all of you are weaklings. His cold words penetrated the hearts of the young men, but they could only clench their fists with furious looks. They were still afraid of Zhu Shen, so they could only aim their raging expressions on the ground. Looking at them, Zhu Shen smirked and his eyes flashed with a cold glint. All of you are just a bunch of weaklings with nothing noteworthy to be proud of. Even if you are forced to do things, what can all of you do with your puny strength? Are you willing to remain as trashes in your entire lives? Zhu Shen's voice wasn't that loud, but it reverberated within the hearts of these young men like a clap of thunder. Hearing his words, a few of them lifted their heads with red eyes. No one among them was willing to remain mediocre in their lives, but before they were even born in this world, they were already branded as servants of the Silveria Imperial family. The few young men that lifted their heads still had traces of fear in their eyes, but the fact that they dared to look at Zhu Shen showed how much courage they had. One young man with a slightly darker skin tone and thin physique courageously glanced at Zhu Shen with his eyes that had already turned red from exhaustion and furiousness. The boy gritted his teeth as he resentfully looked at Zhu Shen, who was looking at them with a cold grin. Sensing the boy's piercing gaze, Zhu Shen was slightly amused and he could not help but take a clearer look at him. Among this batch of young men, this boy had the thinnest and frailest body, and he was also the only one that distanced himself from the others when they were asked to clean the beast fighting arena. He was like a lone wolf, silently enduring everything. After realizing that Zhu Shen was looking his way, the thin boy felt scared in his heart, but his gaze was still fixated on Zhu Shen's face like a rebellious little cub. "Boy, state your name," Zhu Shen said as he looked at the young man with interest. Even his newly accepted disciple Kenya didn't dare glance that way to him. The dark-skinned young man felt his heart thumping wildly as he faced Zhu Shen, and with a slightly trembling voice, he said, "Yang Zhenqi. Yang Zhenqi is it? From now on, you'll do more than twice they do," Zhu Shen said emotionlessly. Yang Zhenqi's face twitched when he heard those words, but he could do nothing about it since he was technically Zhu Shen's servant. They were trained to follow orders since they were young, but he hadn't experienced something like this before. With an indignant look on his face, he let out a sound through gritted teeth. "Why?" Seeing his rebellious look, Zhu Shen chuckled coldly and replied, "Because among your peers, you are the weakest. So you need to work twice as much as them so that you won't be left behind. I did not get all of you just to have some little servants. I intend to train you all as warriors. And I don't need a wimp to become a warrior." "A warrior?" the young men exclaimed in their hearts. Although they had no idea what kind of warrior Zhu Shen was talking about, all of them could not help but lift their heads with anticipation. In the profound dragon continent, only the strong experts were respected, while the weak people were fated to be trampled upon by the others. Sensing their eagerness, Zhu Shen smiled at them, but his smile was slightly unnatural, making the young men shiver in their hearts. "Indeed. I want to train you as warriors, but to undergo my training, you will experience pain that is worse than death, and your road will only be filled with hardship. Now, are all of you still willing to be trained as warriors?" The young men revealed stubborn expressions as if they were provoked by Zhu Shen's contemptuous glance. Without waiting for the rest to speak, Yang Zhenqi clenched his fists tightly and roared, "I'm willing. As long as I become strong, I'm willing to suffer pain." His young face contorted as he shouted with all his might. The other young men also woke up from their stupor when they heard his loud shout. "I'm willing! I'm willing! I'm willing!" Their young but vigorous voices reverberated within the arena. Zhu Shen smiled as he glanced at this scene. "Elec, to think that you gave me a bunch of fearless little cubs. I think I have to thank you in the future for this," he muttered in his heart as he looked at the passionate looks of the young men. "In that case, I will train you all until you break your bones. But before that, I will let you eat to your heart's content and allow you to have an ample amount of sleep to prepare for tomorrow's intense training," Zhu Shen said as he took out countless spiritual fruits from his space earring and placed them neatly on a huge table. These fruits were from the spirit world, and he had just prepared them last night. Although these fruits were merely low-level spiritual fruits, it was still enough to nourish the bodies of these young kids. He also had high-level spiritual fruits in his possession, but the young men wouldn't be able to handle the potent energy within the high-level spiritual fruits, so he could only provide them with the lowest-level spiritual fruits. Seeing the spiritual fruits served before them, the young men's eyes brightened. They were attracted by the aromatic smell of the spiritual fruits, and since all of them were beyond exhausted, they needed to replenish their energies as soon as possible so that they won't be sick. Normally, cultivators wouldn't be sick, but these kids were yet to begin their cultivation journey. Except for their slightly stronger bodies, they were still mortals with no cultivation prowess, so all of them were still susceptible to sickness. That was also why Zhu Shen prepared these low-level spiritual fruits last night. He brought out a few hundreds of spiritual fruits and they should be enough for the entire day. "You can eat, and you can do anything you want for the rest of the day, but you're not allowed to go out of this place," Zhu Shen said before he vanished from the platform with a swooshing sound. Swoosh! Everyone was astounded at his sudden disappearance, but their gazes were instantly locked onto the fruits that piled like a mountain on the huge table. "Let's go eat first." "Yeah, right. He said that we will begin the intense training tomorrow, so we should be in tip-top condition." Zhu Shen could have taken them inside the spirit world, but he didn't want to expose it to the young kids too soon since there might be moles among them. Although he trusted Emperor Elik, he didn't want to risk it. The guy might be beneath him in terms of strength, but he could not afford to be careless in exposing his secrets. He had to gain the kids' acknowledgement and trust before he would decide on taking them inside the spirit world. Chapter 136, Yang Xingqi's Tenacity. Another day later, inside the Shui family estate, Patriarch's Hall. Bang! Shui Yangkai, the patriarch of the Shui family, punched the wall behind him with an expression full of rage and hatred. He then retracted his fist, showing a hole on the wall that revealed the scenery outside. It must be noted that the walls within the Patriarch's Hall was a foot thick and was made with a precious stone that was even harder than steel, but it was actually penetrated easily by Shui Yangkai's punch. Such absurd power was truly horrifying. "He dared to kill my son. That fucking Zhu Shen. I'll fucking tear him into pieces." Shui Yangkai roared, making everyone inside the hall feel their ears turning numb. Shui Yangkai looked to be in his 40s, and although he wasn't on the handsome side, his thick eyebrows and well-defined jawline made him more attractive. He was Fatty Shui's father, but it looked like Fatty Shui didn't inherit his genes aside from his skills in cursing. "Yangkai, calm your anger. That Zhu Shen is tough to deal with, and don't forget that he has still a servant at the 9th rank saint. It will be troublesome if we fight them now. Just endure for a bit until Elder Ming breaks through to the peak stage of the 9th rank saint." Elder Ming said that his closed-door cultivation might take several months, and by then, who in the Silver Wing Empire can threaten our Shui family? Not to mention that we still have the members of the Undying Corpse sect secretly hidden in one of our territories. A thin old man with a rosy complexion said as he glanced at Shui Yangkai. This old man was the supreme elder of the Shui family, Shui Yangkan. "Humph!" Shui Yangkai turned his gaze at Shui Yangkan and snorted. The both of them were at the early stage of the 9th rank saint and their prowess was almost on the same level, so Shui Yangkai could only silently endure the death of his own son. It was truly infuriating for him. Looking at him, Shui Yangkan was also worried about his son, Shui Tong, since the latter was a frequent visitor of Zhu Shen's store. "Later, I will tell that son of mine to not visit that damnable store starting today. Supreme Elder Yangkan, I will stay silent about this for now, but I cannot promise the same once Elder Ming finishes his closed-door cultivation," Shui Yangkai said in a cold tone. Shui Yangkan shook his head with a solemn look suffusing his old face. "Don't destroy the plans of Elder Ming. He meticulously laid out everything for many years and nothing must go wrong with this. We've hidden ourselves for too long, and we can't afford to lose in this war just because of personal reasons. Yangkai, you might not fear me, but don't forget what would happen if you incur Elder Ming's wrath." Shui Yangkai's face abruptly changed when he heard Shui Yangkan's words. "That's right. I must not anger Elder Ming, that demon, or I might be refined as a corpse puppet," Shui Yangkai exclaimed in his heart in terror. Seeing Shui Yangkai's terrified eyes, Shui Yangkan harumphed coldly in his heart. The two of them and all the elders inside didn't even know that there was actually someone listening to their conversation from the hole that was punched through by Shui Yangkai. It was a man with long and unkempt hair. His expression was deadpan and aloof, but there was a ruthless look in his eyes. This man was none other than Ren Zhuang, who was tasked by Zhu Shen to monitor the Shui family. Two experts at the early stage of the 9th rank saint and someone who is on the verge of breaking through the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. "I really want to try my twin swords on them, but unfortunately, Master said to refrain from attacking them now. In that case, I should just gather more information about their strength before I come back to the store." Ren Zhuang muttered in his heart. Swoosh! His silhouette vanished from his spot with a faint swooshing sound. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yangkan, who were deep in their thoughts, didn't even sense his presence. It can be seen how good Ren Zhuang was when concealing himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the beast fighting arena, on top of the battle platform, 100 young men were in a horse stance, and their young faces were covered in thick beads of sweat. They were in this position for more than an hour already, and some of them were almost reaching their limits. However, considering that they were merely mortal kids, their tenacity and willpower were still beyond their peers. Even Zhu Shen nodded his head in approval when he saw their stubborn looks filled with unyielding nature. Elek! 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 Will you regret it if you see these young men's growth in the future? Zhu Shen chuckled when he thought of that. After that, Zhu Shen appeared on the battle platform and said in a cold voice. Everyone except Yang Xingqi may take a rest. Finally. Huff. Puff. Sigh. Finally, we can rest. The young men immediately sat on the battle platform with exhausted and pained looks while they glanced at Yang Xingqi with a hint of pity. Yang Xingqi's eyes were filled with intense fierceness and he wasn't even affected by everyone's glances. Although Zhu Shen was harsh on him, it was actually part of his plans since he had already decided to nurture Yang Xingqi as the leader of this group of youths. And as the future leader of these elite young men, he had to be a lot stronger than them. Are you tired? Zhu Shen asked with a calm look as he walked towards Yang Xingqi. And no. Yang Xingqi said fiercely, but his legs were already shivering from the numbing pain he felt, but his eyes burned with no intentions of surrender. Zhu Shen nodded his head and took out a chair from his space earring. He then took a seat and placed one of his legs on top of the other and reclined on the chair with a lazy look on his face. Are you sure that you are not tired? Zhu Shen smiled teasingly. Yang Xingqi glanced at Zhu Shen's lazy figure that was reclining on the chair with a comfortable look hanging on his face. No. I can handle this. My physique is the weakest among everyone present here, so I have to double my efforts. I won't give up. I want to be stronger. I want to be stronger. He shouted with a contorted look on his young face. Yang Xingqi was still 13 years old and was among the youngest of this group of young men, but his character was the most unyielding and fierce. Zhu Shen liked the kid's attitude more and more, making his cold eyes reveal a trace of heartfelt praise. Up to you. Zhu Shen said in a calm tone. Pain. 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 Arg. Yang Xingqi shouted in his heart as he persevered with an unsightly look. He could hardly feel his legs anymore, but there was something within him that kept him from collapsing. Everyone can already see that his legs were quivering from exhaustion, but Yang Xingqi's legs didn't cave in. I have to endure this pain if I want to be stronger. This is nothing compared to facing the ridicule of the noble scions. I don't want to be mocked again. Only with strength can I gain everyone's respect. This is nothing. Arg. Yang Xingqi roared in his heart and he didn't even realize that another hour had already passed by. Zhu Shen stood up from his chair and walked towards Yang Xingqi. He then flicked the latter's forehead lightly, and Yang Xingqi's frail figure instantly collapsed on the ground. Thud. Huff. Puff. Yang Xingqi breathed heavily as he tried to sit down in a comfortable position, but he found it hard to move his body with his numbed legs. All of you can rest for another hour. 1 hour later, I will be back, so use this time to properly rest. We're still not done for today. Zhu Shen smiled at them, making the young kids feel their hair standing on end. Swoosh. After Zhu Shen vanished, some young men went towards Yang Xingqi and revealed worried looks. Brother Xingqi, are you all right? Yang Xingqi glanced at them and nodded his head lightly. Mn. They sighed in relief after hearing his response. Chapter 137, Zhu Shen's Sword Techniques. Brother Yang, are you really okay? A young man wearing coarse linen clothes asked as he glanced at Yang Xingqi with a worried look on his slightly handsome face. This youth's name was Han Sen. Yang Xingqi furrowed his eyebrows as he glanced at Han Sen in confusion. Who are you? His tone was bland and unfriendly, which slightly surprised Hansen, but he merely smiled widely at Yang Xingqi's unapproachable attitude. "Brother Yang, you can call me Hansen. I truly admire your courage. You even dared to talk back to our master. Ha ha ha." Hansen gave him a thumbs up as he chuckled. Yang Xingqi was not used to talking with someone else, so he felt slightly uncomfortable. He wanted to move away from Hansen, but his legs ached so much that he couldn't help but produce a muffled groan, making him grab his legs with both his hands. "Arg!" Hansen immediately held him after seeing his pained expression. "Brother Yang, don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry. I will plead master to allow you to rest for another hour," Hansen said while gently patting Yang Xingqi's shoulder. "No." Yang Xingqi glared at Hansen, making the latter a bit confused. "Master is testing me. I can sense it. Although this is indeed torturous for my body, he wouldn't do something without reason. If I can't persevere through this, then I'm not worthy of his nurturing," Yang Xingqi added seriously as a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Hansen was dumbstruck at his words, since he felt the grand ambition of Yang Xingqi from his words. "Brother Yang, how do you think will master train us to become warriors? Although we received a bit of training from the Silveria imperial family, our master's method in enhancing our bodies is quite different than their style. Furthermore, I don't feel any substantial growth in our bodies aside from feeling painful and numb," Hansen said with a wry smile. Yang Xingqi frowned when he heard those words, and he was about to reply when the both of them suddenly heard a swooshing sound. Swoosh! The two youths were stunned when they saw Zhu Shen in front of them, and they could not help but feel scared in their hearts, since they had just talked about Zhu Shen behind his back. Zhu Shen stared at the two of them with a faint smile. "Indeed. This little guy here is right. During the first month of your training, all of you will experience extreme pain and suffering," Zhu Shen said as he casually sat down on a chair that he had just taken out from his space earring. Master. Aye. Hansen's lips quivered as he stood up hastily, but he could not even speak coherently due to the fear he felt. "Don't punish him, master." He meant no offense with his words. Yang Xingqi stood up with gritted teeth as he endured the pain in his legs. Zhu Shen remained silent and merely looked at the two with an amused smile. He then turned his gaze to the resting youths and ordered. "Your 1 hour is up. Everyone, go back to your positions and do the horse stance again for another hour. As for the both of you, you'll do it in 2 hours." Zhu Shen grinned as he leisurely looked at the expressions of the two kids. Yang Xingqi's expression was still the same, but Hansen looked as if he had swallowed horse shit. In the end, they both went back to their positions and did the horse stance once again. Zhu Shen was suddenly bored, but then, he thought about something. "I should start teaching my disciples with my sword techniques after the store closes. I'll also tell Solan that I will allow some disciples of her Ice Cloud Sword sect to join," he muttered to himself as he observed the kids. In his past life, Zhu Shen instructed countless immortals about his sword comprehension, and many talented youths also wished to take him as their master. However, Zhu Shen rejected all of them, including Celestial Emperor Lao Go's second wife. Recalling that graceful figure who always wore a veil, Zhu Shen felt a trace of fluctuation in his cold heart. He sighed to himself and closed his eyes for a moment and cleared his thoughts before opening them again. After calming himself down, Zhu Shen transmitted a message to Thea. "Thea, tell Lu Solan and Kenya to go here after the store closes. You and Hestia can also go with them." Zhu Shen didn't have to wait for long before he received Thea's reply. "Yes, master. How about the 4 new waitresses in our store?" Zhu Shen knew who she was talking about, so he immediately said. "You can bring them as well." "All right. After we close the store, I will bring everyone there." Thea's gentle voice resounded inside Zhu Shen's head. Zhu Shen reclined on his chair and sifted through his memories to search for the most perfect sword technique for his people. I've made thousands of mythical level sword techniques and over several dozens of supreme level sword techniques in my entire life. Which one should I teach them? Zhu Shen was in a dilemma since he had too many to choose from, but he took his time to recollect his memories. Cultivators sought to become immortals or powerful godlike figures that could control the heavens and earth through the palm of their hands. However, to become a strong cultivator, one needs to have a high-level cultivation technique, and meditate using their true essence to strengthen themselves. Cultivation techniques are divided into 6 levels according to their overall potential and power: common, refined, rare, legendary, mythical, and supreme. In the primordial god realm where peak experts were as numerous as the clouds, there were billions of cultivation techniques that can be found. Just that, only the strongest sects and holy lands owned mythical level and supreme level cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the number that they had accumulated in their respective sects definitely did not exceed Zhu Shen's. Zhu Shen might have lived his past life as a loner, but he wasn't idle for those billions of years. He researched the most profound sword techniques, and he even researched techniques in other fields during his leisure time, but most of his time was still dedicated to learning the extremity of the way of the sword. The sword techniques of those kids are still too crappy, so I have to teach them the fundamentals of swordsmanship before I can give them the high-level sword techniques. For now, I can only teach them the ones at the legendary level. That should be enough. They will be the core members of the sect that I'm planning to establish, so I should do my best in helping them increase their prowess. However, to gain true enlightenment in the way of the sword, they need to experience countless battles. This is a bit troublesome. Zhu Shen muttered as he pondered with a deep look. It seems like I have to involve myself in the affairs of this world to allow my disciples to achieve enlightenment through battle, but where should I start? Zhu Shen thought in his heart, and he suddenly recalled about the recent events in the Silver Wing Empire. The Silver Wing Empire was currently in a precarious situation since there was a huge possibility of a civil war to occur, especially after Zhu Shen learned that the Shui family was related to the Undying Corpse sect. Furthermore, there was also the second prince who was a demon in disguise. Not to mention the other forces waiting at the sidelines. Zhu Shen suddenly felt that the Silver Wing Empire was a little too pitiful. It was actually housing so many tigers without their awareness, and they were not just some random tigers. Zhu Shen suddenly thought about Alec's amiable look and he could not help but respect the man sincerely. Even if his empire was facing such a perilous situation, he was still able to retain his calmness and dignified attitude. Since we are brought together by fate, I might as well help you tide through this. Zhu Shen smiled. He then turned his attention to the youths who were still in a horse stance and silently planned their training process. Chapter 138, A Simple Sword Strike. Night arrived, but 2 youths were still in a horse stance. They were Yang Xingqi and Han Sen. Because the 2 were doing double the training of others, there was still another hour before they could take a rest. While gritting his teeth, Han Sen glanced at Yang Xingqi with difficulty. Brother Yang, can you still hold on? Yang Xingqi nodded his head solemnly and replied. Mn. You shouldn't have talked like that to master earlier. Han Sen chuckled bitterly when he heard that. What's done is done. There is no need to think about it. Also, I still have to thank the master for his mercy. If our master was someone else, I would have died already. Han Sen said and shook his head. Yang Xingqi was surprised at his reply. He didn't think that this young man called Han Sen was actually quite open-minded. Nonetheless, Yang Xingqi remained silent and focused his attention on himself. Just then, both young men suddenly saw the silhouettes of a few individuals coming towards the battle platform of the beast fighting arena. Zhu Shen, who was sitting on his chair with his eyes shut tight, remained unmoved despite having already sensed their presence. He was still in the process of searching for the best sword techniques for his people, and he realized that it was actually quite hard to choose from the many that he had in his memory. Thaya, Lusulan, and the others stared curiously at the two youths who were in a horse stance before they turned their gazes on the other young men who were either resting or eating spiritual fruits. Are they the slaves brought by the emperor a few days ago? Kenya asked silently, but since the beast fighting arena was fairly quiet, his voice still echoed within the establishment. Thaya glared at him before she pointed at Zhu Shen, who had his eyes closed. Shut up! Kenya immediately closed his mouth after seeing the look on Thaya's face. He was very afraid of this young lady, so he promptly remained silent and just stared silently at the group of young men. He was curious about why his master decided to train these kids, and looking at all of them, they were young men below the age of 19. Thaya walked in front of Zhu Shen and bowed respectfully as she spoke. Master, I've brought everyone here as per your instructions. Zhu Shen's eyes sprung open and he nodded his head at Thaya. Good. All of you come here. After hearing his words, Thaya gestured the rest to come over. Looking at their bewildered expressions, Zhu Shen let out a smile which stunned all of them, since it was quite rare to see him smile, but just recently, their master seemed to smile a lot more than usual. Initially, I only wanted to teach Lusulan and Kenyat, but I changed my mind. I consider all of you as my people, so I will remain partial to everyone. Now, I called everyone to come here because I will be imparting my sword techniques. However, your sword comprehension is seriously flawed, so I still have to help you understand the fundamentals first before we can proceed to that. Zhu Shen said as he stood up from his seat. Hearing his words, Lusulan and the others' eyes immediately lit up in excitement. They knew that Zhu Shen was a very strong expert with a formidable cultivation level, so they were eager to learn something from him, even if it was just the basics. Kenyat, although you are not a swordsman, the way of the saber and the way of the sword is intricately related to each other. The only difference between them is their utilization, so you don't have to worry about this and just listen carefully. Zhu Shen looked at Kenyat as he said those words. The latter nodded his head at his master to show his understanding. The dragon tattoo in Zhu Shen's right arm suddenly lit up as it slowly flew out and formed into an ordinary-looking black sword. Lusulan's eyes flickered when she saw this sword, since she had already seen it when she was with Zhu Shen in the Green Mountain Lake. She knew that it was not the sword's true form, so she didn't take it lightly despite its shabby appearance. Get your swords and maintain distance among yourselves. Zhu Shen commanded with a serious look. Everyone immediately followed his orders and took out their weapons. The others had exquisite-looking swords in their hands, while only Kenya had a huge machete-like knife. He smiled awkwardly after seeing their strange glances, but he didn't take it to heart since he knew the true power of this knife. Watch closely. Zhu Shen lifted his sword and did a casual sword strike. Everyone studied his movements deeply, but they failed to sense anything special about it. But then, bang! 100 meters away from Zhu Shen, a stone pillar that was 2 feet in diameter was suddenly cut horizontally in half. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise after seeing it. They only saw Zhu Shen brandishing his sword without any superfluous actions, but it actually cut a stone pillar in half. What an unbelievable sight! Among them, only Thaya had a thoughtful look as if she had recalled something from her memory, and in that instant, a trace of regret, melancholy, and nostalgia flickered in her beautiful pair of eyes, but she hurriedly concealed it, afraid that Zhu Shen would see her reaction. Master, how did you do it? Lusulan had a look of anticipation in her eyes as she asked Zhu Shen. Although she had already seen the strength of Zhu Shen, she was still excited about the thought of learning swordsmanship from him. Kenya and the others perked their ears as they stared at Zhu Shen's calm and collected look. Without making them wait for long, Zhu Shen replied. That sword strike might have looked ordinary on the surface, but that isn't the case. My first lesson to all of you is sword comprehension. Seeing their confused looks, Zhu Shen smiled lightly. I added my sword comprehension in that strike, but since your understanding of the sword is too superficial, none of you were able to discern the true might of that simple sword strike. Sword comprehension. I never heard of it. Kenya muttered as he scratched the back of his head. Pack! Thia smacked the back of his head, making Kenya fall on the ground face first. Zhu Shen ignored them and continued. To learn about sword comprehension, one must have deep knowledge and understanding about the way of the sword. However, one can only gain enlightenment in sword comprehension through constant battles and wars. A sword is a weapon of killing, and only on the battlefield will your true potentials be unearthed. Zhu Shen narrated his understanding of swordsmanship, but he only told them the fundamentals to strengthen their foundations. Lu Sulan, Kenya, and the others were deeply absorbed in his discussion, and they didn't even realize that there were already a few young men who joined them in listening to Zhu Shen's teachings. Zhu Shen didn't stop the kids from listening to his discussion. In fact, he intentionally paused from time to time to allow these young men to consolidate his words in their hearts. Chapter 139, Master wants to set up a sect? Sulan, I have something to discuss with you after this training. Zhu Shen said as he glanced at Lu Sulan. He planned to integrate the Ice Cloud Sword sect in the sect that he will be establishing in the future. He wanted to discuss it with Lu Sulan and see if she could somehow manage to gain the elders' approval. Lu Sulan was confused, but she still nodded her head after seeing the serious look of Zhu Shen. Okay, before I end today's training, I will tell you about the 5 levels of sword comprehension. First level, Sword Intent Manifestation. Second level, Sword Ray Manipulation. Third level, Heart of Sword. Fourth level, Birth of Sword Soul. Fifth level, Extreme Sword Deo. Since none of you has achieved sword comprehension, so I will only talk about the first level, Sword Intent Manifestation. Zhu Shen recalled his baleful dragon sacred sword, and it turned into a small wisp of black smoke before it went back to his right arm in the form of a dragon tattoo. Everyone was amazed when they saw that, especially the young slaves that joined the discussion. Zhu Shen remained unperturbed when he saw their surprise and continued his discussion. The first level of sword comprehension is the first step for a sword cultivator in his path towards the peak of swordsmanship. Everyone attentively listened and no one dared to make a sound, afraid that it might affect the others. At times, they displayed perplexed looks, but later on, it was as if they had gained some sort of minor understanding of the first level of sword comprehension. After Zhu Shen finished his discussion, everyone was still wearing thoughtful looks on their faces, so he calmly waited for them to digest everything that he said. He only told them the possible ways to learn sword comprehension, and he didn't tell them how he did it himself, since everyone's sword path was different. Not long later, everyone recovered from their usual state and they could not help but glance at Zhu Shen in worship. After listening to his teachings, they felt that it wouldn't be long for them to reach the first level of sword comprehension. Everyone except Lu Sulan can go now. Remember that we will meet at the same time tomorrow. That's it, leave. Zhu Shen waved his right hand and gestured for everyone to leave. They bowed respectfully at Zhu Shen before disappearing from the scene. Now, only Lu Sulan was left standing in front of Zhu Shen. The latter took out a chair from his space earring and gestured for Lu Sulan to sit down. Sulan, take a seat. Thank you, Master. She bowed her head gently before she sat down. You might be curious as to why I've asked you to stay behind. Zhu Shen smiled at her. Lu Sulan nodded her head and she felt slightly embarrassed when she stared at her master's mesmerizing eyes. It was so enthralling that she was almost lost in the depths of his gaze. Sulan, I'm planning to establish a section. Zhu Shen's voice was calm, but his words stunned his disciple greatly. Lu Sulan thought that Zhu Shen had no ambition whatsoever and merely wanted to live an isolated and peaceful life, so when she heard that Zhu Shen wanted to set up his own sect, she was shocked. Master, why do you want to set up a sect? Are you perhaps planning to dominate the profound dragon continent? Lu Sulan's eyes widened as she asked that, but she sounded as if it was a natural thing to say. She believed in Zhu Shen's strength, and if he truly wanted to rule the entirety of the profound dragon continent, Lu Sulan was certain that her master had the ability to do so. At first, Zhu Shen wanted to say no, but after thinking it through, he replied with a smile on his face. Who knows? Lu Sulan was speechless at this, but at least, there was a possibility that Zhu Shen was planning to do just that. Thinking about it, she felt a trace of anticipation growing inside her heart. Anyway, after establishing my sect, I hope you can integrate your Ice Cloud Sword sect into mine, but of course, you still have to consult the opinions of the elders of your sect about this. Zhu Shen promptly added after seeing the dreamy expression of Lu Sulan. Master. The sect that you're planning to establish. When she heard Zhu Shen's words, she instantly understood his intentions, but she was still surprised at his ambition. Zhu Shen nodded his head with a calm look. Indeed. The sect that I plan to set up isn't just meant for the profound dragon continent. I don't have plans to remain in this world forever. I want to go back to the primordial god realm, but before I go there, I have to make some preparations. Lu Sulan had many questions to ask, but she didn't know which one to say first, so she could only remain silent while staring at Zhu Shen's indifferent look. I know you have a lot of questions, but it's still too early for you to know everything. So for now, go back to your Ice Cloud Sword sect and tell the elders of your sect about what we had discussed earlier. Also, don't forget to tell the disciples of your sect to come here as soon as possible. As to where they will stay, I will give this task to you. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and patted her head gently. Lu Sulan bowed her head to hide her blushing cheeks, but she still answered in a small voice. Yes, Master. I will get this done immediately. Zhu Shen nodded his head and smiled. Don't worry about your duties in the store, I'll just ask the fifth princess to temporarily work for us since I know that you'll be busy in the next few days. Lu Sulan was speechless when she heard that. Her master actually wanted the most beloved daughter of Emperor Elik to work in his store. If it was someone else, she might have scoffed in disdain, but Zhu Shen would definitely do as he said. Master, will the emperor agree to this? After all, the fifth princess is the one he doted the most among his children. She asked with a wry smile. Zhu Shen chuckled when he heard that. Elik will not decline it. He said confidently. This was also a chance for Elik to strengthen his relationship with Zhu Shen, and knowing his brilliance, Zhu Shen was certain that Emperor Elik won't hesitate to send his daughter to him. Sensing the confidence in her master's voice, Lu Sulan no longer spoke and she just silently stared at his otherworldly visage with an infatuated look on her face. Chapter 140, Ren Chuang's News. It was another bright morning for Beltran City. Zhu Shen was now inside his store waiting for the emperor's arrival. As for the beast fighting arena, he left Kenya there to monitor the kids' training. He had already taught the young men what to do for the entire day, and he wasn't worried since Kenya was there to oversee everything. Almost half of the first floor was already occupied by the customers, making Xiaohua and her three friends busy, but there was not even a look of dissatisfaction in the girl's eyes. Not long later, Emperor Elik arrived inside the store with the four guardians following behind him. The former's dignified expression was evident, but Zhu Shen can see a trace of solemnity within his gaze. It seems like Elik has encountered a problem. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart as he remained seated on his chair. Emperor Elik was in a bad mood since the men that they sent to punish the Shui family didn't return. Although those soldiers were only at the third-rank crusader and below, they still represented the Silveria imperial family's face, but the Shui family actually killed them without hesitation. This made Emperor Elik furious, but he could only swallow this rage since he didn't want the conflict between the Silveria imperial family and the Shui family to escalate. As the emperor was deep in his thoughts, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sitting nonchalantly in a random corner of the store. He was stroking the fur of a chubby white cat with an indifferent look on his face. Emperor Elik's eyes brightened when he saw the man and he involuntarily let out a smile. The emperor then strode towards him with an eager look on his face. Wine Master Zhu, it's nice to see you here today. How are the young servants that I brought here? He he he. Emperor Elik smiled widely after he said those words. The four guardians behind the emperor remained silent, but they still cupped their fists at Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen turned his gaze to the smiling emperor and replied in a mild tone. I'm satisfied with the kids you brought, Elik. Hearing his answer, Emperor Elik laughed. Ha ha ha. I know you would be, Wine Master Zhu. It appears that you had some matters to take care of during the past few days. I wonder if it is related to those kids. Elik probed with a smile. Zhu Shen remained silent, but he still nodded his head in reply since the emperor would still know about it. Furthermore, he planned to construct his sect's temporary headquarters within the territory of Beltran City, so even if he remained silent about it, Emperor Elik would still discover it in the future. The emperor's smile broadened when he saw Zhu Shen's reaction. Elik, from the look of your face earlier, you seem to have encountered something terrible. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to the Shui family. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and gestured for the emperor to follow him as he spoke in a calm voice. The emperor trailed behind Zhu Shen and furrowed his eyebrows at the latter's words. Wine Master Zhu, you're not wrong. From what happened yesterday, it appears that the Shui family isn't just a normal merchant family. Zhu Shen led the emperor and the four guardians to the second floor. The atmosphere between them became slightly solemn after Zhu Shen started talking about the Shui family. After everyone took a seat, Zhu Shen stared at the emperor. Elik, I want to be honest with you. The Shui family isn't as simple as you think. Emperor Elik and the four guardians frowned when they heard him, and the former couldn't help but ask in a curious tone. Wine Master Zhu, did you discover something about them? Zhu Shen was silent for a moment before he replied. Elik, do you know about the Undying Corpse sect? Emperor Elik felt his heart tightening from that question, but he still nodded his head gravely. I know a bit about the Undying Corpse sect. They are a bunch of demented people who refines the corpses of strong experts to become their corpse puppets. Why do you ask this, Wine Master Zhu? Do you mean the Shui family is related to them? The four guardians' eyes flashed with surprise, but they remained silent. Zhu Shen shook his head calmly. They are not just related. If my assumption is right, the Shui family is part of the Undying Corpse sect. I've already sent one of my people to monitor them and he should be here now. Zhu Shen decided to tell the emperor what he knew about the Shui family since the Silver Wing Empire was truly in a precarious situation, and with the empire's current strength, Zhu Shen was certain that it will be destroyed or taken over by either the Undying Corpse sect or the demon race. However, Zhu Shen decided to remain silent about the demon race as it might negatively affect the emperor's state of mind. The emperor and the four guardians were stunned at this sudden revelation. So that's why they are not afraid of provoking my Silveria imperial family. To think that I've been rearing a poisonous snake in my own turf. Emperor Elik mocked himself inwardly. Swoosh! A man dressed in black armor suddenly appeared beside Zhu Shen, which greatly surprised Emperor Elik and the four guardians that they even stood up from their seats. The four guardians even held the hilts of their swords while looking at the man in alarm. His arrival was so abrupt that they thought it was an assassination attempt. After looking carefully at the man's face, Emperor Elik furrowed his eyebrows. Isn't this the guy that... Calm down. This man is Wine Master Zhu's subordinate. Emperor Elik gestured for the four guardians to not move as he apologetically smiled at Ren Zhuang and Zhu Shen. The four guardians bowed their heads in embarrassment and they promptly sat down on their seats while looking at Ren Zhuang with curiosity and respect. The man was able to arrive beside Zhu Shen without them detecting his presence. That means that the man was much stronger than them. Zhu Shen smiled in amusement. Everyone, this is Ren Zhuang, the guardian of my store's second floor. Oh, so it's Lord Ren. Nice to meet you. Emperor Elik smiled amiably as he looked at Ren Zhuang, but he was inwardly stunned since he could still not sense the latter's strength. No matter how he stared at Ren Zhuang, it was as if he was looking at an ordinary person, but how was that possible? Ren Zhuang remained silent and just nodded his head at them. He wouldn't even bother to glance at them if not for Zhu Shen's sake. Master, I've made you wait for long. Ren Chuang muttered while bowing to Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen waved his right hand and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Just tell me what you discovered about the Shui family. Ren Chuang glanced at the emperor and the four guardians in bewilderment, but since his master has already spoken, he nodded his head. Master, there are 3 9th-rank saint experts in the Shui family, and there were also 8 8th-rank divine realm experts present there, but I think that this isn't their full force. I've heard them speak that the members of the Undying Corpse sect are hiding in one of their territories. I assume that there are still some top experts hidden there. Zhu Shen was unperturbed and he only remained silent, but Emperor Elik and the four guardians had looks of disbelief spreading on their faces. What? The Emperor exclaimed. Chapter 141, Wine Master Zhu wants the little dragoness to work for him? Emperor Elik frowned and rubbed his temples as he thought deeply. If the words of Lord Ren is true, then my Silver Wing Empire might really experience a catastrophic civil war, but if the Shui family is really that strong, then why are they still not taking action until now? Could it be? Could they have known about my secret? Impossible. Only I know about it. But, it appears that the Shui family discovered something. Do I really have to awaken him now? Sigh. Zhu Shen glanced at Ren Chuang and said. Chuang, get us 6 bottles of deep sea spring dew here. Ren Chuang nodded his head and left. Emperor Elik turned to look at Zhu Shen as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and sighed. Zhu Shen remained silent and just observed him. He knew that Emperor Elik was now helpless at the current situation that his Silver Wing Empire was facing. The four guardians also remained silent since they knew that they couldn't do anything in this situation. The atmosphere became awkward, but luckily, Ren Chuang arrived with 6 bottles of deep sea spring dew floating around him. Master, here are the wines. Ren Chuang bowed at Zhu Shen and placed the 6 bottles of deep sea spring dew on the table. You can leave now, Chuang. If you want to take a rest, you can go back to your room. Zhu Shen said in a calm voice. Ren Chuang shook his head lightly. There is no need, Master. I've already taken an ample amount of rest, so I should just stand guard as per usual. Zhu Shen waved his right hand and nodded his head. Okay. After Ren Chuang left, Zhu Shen opened 1 bottle of deep sea spring dew and took out 6 silver cups from his space earring. He then quietly filled each cup with the wine. Looking at the golden liquid inside the silver cups, Emperor Elik's eyes turned a shade brighter. Zhu Shen was amused when he saw the expression on his face, but he just silently passed the silver cups to the 5 of them. As of the moment, this is the most expensive wine in my store. You guys have drunk it many times already, what do you think about it? Zhu Shen changed the topic to ease the atmosphere. He then held his cup of wine and looked at the golden liquid within as it emitted a dense fragrant aroma that could make anyone enchanted and enthralled. Emperor Elik knew that Zhu Shen wanted to lighten the atmosphere around them, so he let out a smile as he answered. To be honest, after drinking Wine Master Zhu's deep sea spring dew, I felt that my treasured Phoenix's godly flames wine tastes bland. Sigh. Too bad I only discovered it when I'm already this old. His melancholic voice had a tinge of regret. Emperor Elik closed his eyes as he gently placed the cup close to his lips. He could already smell its pleasantly enticing oceanic scent which made his body quiver in delight. And with an entranced look, he emptied his cup of wine. Sigh. Even after drinking it a couple of times, I still get dazzled by its unique taste and smell. Wine Master Zhu, I'll bring a bottle of this today. Emperor Elik smiled at Zhu Shen as he said that. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly as he filled everyone's cup again. Sure. Since you have the VIP card, it's not a problem. He replied. Emperor Elik smiled and he just quietly enjoyed the wine since he might not be able to drink it peacefully like this again. Zhu Shen the 4 guardians similarly remained silent. Master, the 1-hour time limit has just passed. These 4 can go, while he can stay since he has the VIP card. Ren Zhuang suddenly came and pointed towards the four guardians and the emperor with a deadpan look. Now, aside from Zhu Shen, there is another expressionless block of wood in the store. Defender Duanmu and the other three guardians sighed in pity, but they did not dare linger for long since they didn't want to displease Ren Zhuang and Zhu Shen. Thanks for the wine, Wine Master Zhu. Your Majesty, we will wait for you downstairs. They then bowed before they left. Zhu Shen was silent for a moment before he spoke. Elik, you have good subordinates. Emperor Elik smiled widely at his praise. Oh, by the way, my people will be busy in the coming days, so we might be understaffed. I'd like to invite the fifth princess to work for me, what do you think? Zhu Shen said with a smile. Actually, Zhu Shen also thought of inviting the fourth prince to work for him, but after careful consideration, he thought that it wouldn't be ideal for the emperor since he felt that Emperor Elik was secretly grooming the fourth prince to join the fight for the throne. The emperor was stunned at this, but he suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Wine Master Zhu, if you like that little brat of mine to work for you, then it's not a problem at all. However, that little kid is quite hard to control and is untamable, and even everyone in the imperial palace could hardly restrain her. I don't know if that little brat will agree to this, but I'll tell her about it after I return to the imperial palace. Emperor Elik was excited at the thought that Zhu Shen wanted to invite his daughter to work for him. Although she had to work as a waitress in his store, the emperor didn't think that it was something shameful since he knew Zhu Shen's strength. He truly wanted to immediately go back to the imperial palace and bring that little dragoness here. Who knows, maybe Zhu Shen would even decide to impart his teachings to her. That would really be good for her and the Silveria imperial family and even to their Silver Wing Empire. Zhu Shen's lips twitched when he heard his reply, and he then recalled the shy and adorable look of the young fifth princess and compared it with the emperor's description, but then he suddenly remembered the scene when the little girl scammed the second prince of his true crystals. Zhu Shen couldn't help but nod his head in agreement at the emperor's words. Don't worry about her, Elik. She wouldn't act like a tyrant here under Thaya's watchful eyes. Zhu Shen said in amusement. Emperor Elik laughed when he heard those words. He had seen Thaya a couple of times in the store, and he knew that the latter was an expert at the 9th rank saint. Thinking about the rumors about Thaya, Emperor Elik's smile abruptly froze. It seems like my worries are unnecessary. With young Miss Thaya around, that little brat will surely behave herself. Emperor Elik forced out a smile. Zhu Shen remained silent when he heard that and he just quietly drank his cup of wine. Wine Master Zhu, I know you just want to stay peacefully here in Beltran City, but I hope that you can protect Dante and Sylvia for me if ever a war breaks out. Emperor Elik's tone had a trace of pleading in it, but he still maintained his dignified expression. Zhu Shen was surprised at this. He thought that the emperor would ask for his help, but it looks like he had misunderstood the latter. Zhu Shen glanced at the emperor and nodded his head calmly. You have my word, Elik. I will protect those two when the time comes. Emperor Elik heaved a sigh of relief after getting Zhu Shen's promise. He was truly unsure if Zhu Shen would aid them if a battle occurs in the future, so he could only ask for Zhu Shen to protect the fourth prince and the fifth princess, the two children that he doted the most. With Wine Master Zhu's promise, I can now stay at ease. Later, I will tell those two to come here and work for you. I hope you don't mind taking my son Dante as well, Wine Master Zhu. Emperor Elik smiled in embarrassment. Zhu Shen was pleasantly surprised when he heard that the emperor would also tell the fourth prince to come to his store, so he immediately nodded his head. It's not a problem at all, Elik. Emperor Elik was overjoyed and he could not help but smile widely after getting Zhu Shen's approval. Ha ha ha! Great! Chapter 142, Stunned Emperor Elik. A few hours after that, Lu Sulan came to the second floor to look for Zhu Shen. She went back to the Ice Cloud Sword sect last night to talk with the elders and the disciples about what Zhu Shen had told her. Of course, she did not divulge some matters to the disciples and only talked about it with the elders. Initially, the elders of her sect adamantly refused when Lu Sulan told them about Zhu Shen's proposal, but when she told them about Zhu Shen's identity as an alchemy saint and also his unparalleled strength, their resistance became weaker, and then they decided to meet Zhu Shen before making any decisions. Lu Sulan walked towards her master and was surprised to see him talking with the emperor. Her master even looked to be in a good mood, which made her even more stunned. Although Zhu Shen's face was still indifferent, she could feel the elation in his eyes. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, your majesty." Lu Sulan bowed her head at Zhu Shen and then curtsied at the emperor. Zhu Shen's remained calm after seeing Lu Sulan, but the emperor's face became slightly unnatural. "Sulan, how's your discussion with the elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect? Did they agree to my proposal?" Zhu Shen asked in an indifferent tone. Lu Sulan glanced at her master and then to the emperor with a look of hesitation, but then she suddenly heard her master's voice. "You don't have to worry about Elik. He will know about it soon anyway. Just say it." Lu Sulan nodded her head in understanding and calmed herself down before she spoke. "As per master's orders, I went back to the Ice Cloud Sword sect to discuss with the elders about your proposal. At first, they immediately refused it, but then after I told them about master's identity and strength, they decided to compromise and meet with you first. They said that they want to see you before making any decisions since this matter is related to the future of the Ice Cloud Sword sect." Zhu Shen leaned on his chair and nodded his head calmly. I see." Emperor Elik, who was listening at the sidelines, was shocked when he heard Lu Sulan's words. Just what is Wine Master Zhu planning to do with the Ice Cloud Sword sect? He seems to be making a big move now, but what could it be? "Sulan, take a seat first. Tell me everything that happened during your discussion with them, including their reactions." Zhu Shen gestured for Lu Sulan to sit beside him. "Yes, master." Lu Sulan sat down and pulled her chair closer to Zhu Shen before she started talking about what had happened during her discussion with the elders of her sect last night. "Master, here's what happened." Elik wanted to leave and give them space, but he was truly curious about what Zhu Shen was planning, so he shamelessly remained seated on his chair and acted as if he wasn't listening to their conversation. However, the more he heard Lu Sulan's words, the more he became stunned. "What? Wine Master Zhu is planning to set up a sect. And he's even planning to integrate the Ice Cloud Sword sect as a part of his sect." This, Emperor Elik almost choked on his wine as he listened attentively. It was truly a shocking surprise for Emperor Elik to hear this, since he had thought that Zhu Shen only wanted to live an idle life in his store, but to think that Zhu Shen was actually planning of establishing a section. Even Emperor Elik could hardly calm himself down from this piece of news. Who was Zhu Shen? He was an alchemy saint. Aside from that, he was also able to defeat a dragon with a cultivation level at the peak of the 9th rank saint. Not to mention that he has a few strong subordinates serving under him. After Lu Sulan was done telling Zhu Shen about what happened last night, she quietly filled his cup with wine while looking at his pondering face. Even until now, she could still not believe that this otherworldly man had become her master. Zhu Shen, her heart, which was like a frozen iceberg for many years, slowly melted as she stared at this man. Zhu Shen didn't see the infatuated look of his disciples since he was pondering upon her words. "It seems like I really have to meet the elders of Sulan's section." Zhu Shen muttered in his heart as he took a glance at the emperor only to see his dumbfounded expression. Zhu Shen was amused to see the look on his face. When Emperor Elik saw Zhu Shen look his way, he cleared his throat and spoke in a probing tone. Wine Master Zhu, are you really planning to set up a sect?" Zhu Shen was silent for a moment, but he nodded his head at the emperor soon after. "Indeed. Since you're here, I will ask if it's fine with you if I set up my sect within Beltran City." Emperor Elik's lips quivered as a series of thoughts flashed within his mind. "I know that Wine Master Zhu has no malicious intentions, but this is so sudden." "Oh, right. I have an idea. Wine Master Zhu, I can agree to this, and I'm even willing to give you the piece of land around your store, but I have one request. Emperor Elik's expression turned serious as he spoke those words. What is it? Zhu Shen asked, but he could already guess what was on the emperor's mind. He understood the latter's plight, so he patiently waited for him to answer. Emperor Elik suddenly stood up from his seat and bowed deeply at Zhu Shen as he spoke. Wine Master Zhu, I hope that you can offer your assistance to the Silver Wing Empire if ever a war breaks out. Lu Sulan was a bit surprised when she saw the emperor display such a humble attitude to her master, but she thought that it was understandable as well. Although she had no idea about the empire's precarious situation, she can still feel the tense atmosphere within the empire. After breaking through the 9th rank saint, her senses were heightened to a certain degree and she can somehow feel the danger lingering in the air. Zhu Shen sighed softly and replied. All right, I'll tell my subordinates to come and aid you when that time comes. The emperor felt the pressure on himself lightening down after hearing his reply. Thank you, Wine Master Zhu. If you ever need my help in the future, I will never hesitate. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards to form a faint smile, but he hurriedly concealed it. Don't think too much about it, Elik. This is merely a deal between us. Zhu Shen stood up and pulled Lu Sulan's hands, which made the latter blush. Bring me to your elders. He muttered as he looked at Lu Sulan. Mn. Lu Sulan replied with her head down to hide her blushing face. Elik, I've to go now. Don't forget your words. I want those people around this plot of land to leave as soon as possible so that I can begin the construction of my section. Zhu Shen's voice drifted to the emperor's ears, but the latter remained silent as he watched Zhu Shen pull Lu Sulan out of the second floor with a complicated look on his face. Sigh. It seems like you've already found your man, Sulan. Chapter 143, Cold Rejection. Zhu Shen came downstairs with Lu Sulan following behind him. The latter was looking at her master's back with a crimson-red face as her expression alternated between that of shyness and elation. When Zhu Shen held her hand a moment ago, she felt like she was walking in a field of flowers and greeneries, making the throbbing of her heart even more intense. As for Zhu Shen, he was unaware of his disciple's thoughts since his mind was occupied by something else. He was confident that he can persuade the elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect into accepting his proposal, so he wasn't worried about it in the slightest. And after he's done with his discussion with them, he was planning to visit Green Cloud City and complete his mission to get the God Crystals and the rewards from the system. Sulan, where are the elders of your sect? Zhu Shen turned to glance at Lu Sulan and saw her dazed expression. Ah! There they are seated there. Lu Sulan woke up from her stupor and pointed in one corner of the store where 10 mature ladies can be seen seated closely together. They were wearing the standard robes meant for the elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect. Each of these mature ladies looked to be in their early 30s with different kinds of charms, but they all had one thing in common: they have the same frosty expressions on their faces. The 10 of them were already aware of Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan's arrival, and they could not help but feel surprised when they saw Zhu Shen. His face was otherworldly, like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, and even these frosty mature ladies felt their hearts fluttering when they saw his handsome face. And they didn't even realize that their eyes flashed with a bright glow at that instant. Just as these beautiful elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect were about to greet Zhu Shen, the respectful voices of 2 old men suddenly echoed inside the store. Wine Master Zhu, Qi Hongtian would like to accept you as my master. Please accept me. Wine Master Zhu, Fengzi would like to accept you as my master. Please accept me. Everyone inside the store was surprised to hear their words, and they instantly turned their gazes towards the 2 old men who were now kneeling beside Zhu Shen. They displayed the most humble expression as they prostrated reverently before Zhu Shen. However, the customers' expressions turned strange when they recognized the identity of the 2. Aren't they Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian of the Alchemy Hall? They actually want to accept Wine Master Zhu as their master? Whoa! Even the 10 elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect were dumbstruck at what they saw. Their beautiful faces suffused with a look of disbelief. They finally realized that Lu Sulan wasn't exaggerating Zhu Shen's strength at all. Heck! He even made the two proud top alchemists of the alchemy hall willing to take him as their master. No one else was capable of doing that. Zhu Shen's eyes remained peacefully calm as he slowly turned his gaze towards the two old men kneeling before him. The both of you are not qualified to become my disciple. Leave. His voice was cold and emotionless as if he didn't regard the two old men seriously. The bodies of Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian trembled when they heard his cold rejection. They thought that Zhu Shen would accept them considering their high attainments in alchemy, but they didn't know that Zhu Shen never treated their alchemy skills seriously. The two old men lifted their heads and looked at Zhu Shen's calm face with dejected and perplexed looks. Wine Moss. The both of you may be talented in everyone's eyes, but to me, your talents in alchemy is mediocre at best. Leave now. Zhu Shen cut them off and no longer bothered with them. The customers and everyone else was dumbfounded at this. To think that Zhu Shen didn't accept the two as his disciples. It was truly shocking for them. Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian glanced at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They then stood up and left the store, but to everyone's surprise, they actually knelt outside the store amidst the hot sunny weather. Everyone admired their determination, but they could only sigh in their hearts since Zhu Shen didn't even bother to glance their way. We greet you, Wine Master Zhu. We greet you, Wine Master Zhu. The elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect who were as pretty as the flowers hurriedly stood up from their seats and greeted Zhu Shen with utmost respect in their eyes. They didn't dare treat him lightly anymore, especially after witnessing the scene earlier. Zhu Shen nodded his head at them and gestured for them to sit down. Everyone, please sit down. The 10 elders promptly sat down and looked at Zhu Shen's face with eager looks. Lu Sulan, who was standing behind her master, could not help but let out a smile when she saw the expressions of the elders. Sulan might have already told you guys about my plans, but I will tell it to you once again. Zhu Shen grabbed a seat for himself as he spoke those words, while Lu Sulan stood behind him with a look of reverence. I plan to visit Green Cloud City this time, and after I complete my business there, I will begin the construction of my sect here in Beltran City. At that time, I hope that your Ice Cloud Sword sect will be willing to become part of my section. Zhu Shen added with an indifferent look as he eyed the ladies in front of him. He was confident that they would accept his proposal. The 10 elders glanced at each other and knelt in front of Zhu Shen without hesitation. We greet you, Lord Sect Master Zhu Shen. We greet you, Lord Sect Master Zhu Shen. Their beautiful voices reverberated within the store, but their words came as a surprise to everyone. What? Wine Master Zhu is setting up a sect. This is an astonishing piece of news. I need to go back to my clan and report this to the elders. I would surely apply to become a disciple of Wine Master Zhu's sect. The customers discussed excitedly as they watched the scene with wide eyes. Zhu Shen didn't stop them and only gestured for them to return to their seats after a few seconds. Inform the disciples of the Ice Cloud Sword sect about this and settle them down here in Beltran City. Also, the Emperor will give this plot of land to us, so you must help the Silveria Imperial family in cleaning the entire place. Make sure that nothing goes wrong while I'm gone, and you don't have to worry about experts at the 9th rank saints, since there will be someone who will deal with them if ever they decide to confront us. Zhu Shen gave a series of commands, but there was no displeasure on the ladies' expressions. In fact, they were eager to serve this handsome and unfathomable man. We follow Lord Sect Master's orders, they said solemnly as they stared at Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen was pleased with their attitude, so he let out a smile. Great! Looking at his smile, the ladies went into a daze and they seemed to be enchanted by his looks. Master, I want to go with you. Lu Sulan held Zhu Shen's right arm and looked at him with a pleading expression. Zhu Shen felt her warm and soft body sticking closer to him, but he remained indifferent. Absolutely not. But Master Sulan, don't be stubborn. Don't leave the elders here to work alone. Besides, you have to protect everyone while I'm away. I will feel more at ease with you present here to oversee everything. Zhu Shen rubbed her head gently with a smile. After hearing his words and feeling his tender touch, Lu Sulan dipped her head shyly as she replied in a small voice. Okay, master. I will stay here. Staring at Zhu Shen, who was surrounded by more than 10 pretty ladies, the customers could not help but click their tongues in admiration. Chapter 144, Preparations. Zhu Shen didn't mind how other people called him, as long as they maintain their respectful attitude, then it's fine with him. Lord Sect Master, although Sulan can't go with you to Greenwood City, you should bring someone along who can help you do the menial tasks. One of the ladies glanced at Zhu Shen in anticipation as she spoke those words. This elder's name was Xia Xinyu. She was not the prettiest among the elders, but her figure was definitely comparable to Lu Sulan. Aside from that, her cultivation level was also at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. Within the whole of the Silver Wing Empire, she could already be considered as a top-class expert. Zhu Shen thought for a moment and felt that she made sense, so he nodded his head in agreement. Okay. You'll go with me later, but before we leave, you go make some preparations first. Xia Xinyu smiled and nodded her head eagerly. Yes, Lord Sect Master. I will prepare immediately. She then bowed her head at Zhu Shen and sprinted out of the store to prepare herself, leaving behind a group of women who were wearing peculiar gazes as they watched her disappearing figure. Even Lu Sulan giggled when she saw Xia Xinyu act like that. Everyone, I have to go and prepare as well. You can return to your lodgings and begin with your tasks. Sulan, you'll manage things in my stead, okay? Zhu Shen patted Lu Sulan's head gently, making the ladies reveal a trace of jealousy. Yes, master. Lu Sulan replied in a mosquito-like voice. After he got Lu Sulan's reply, Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and walked towards Ice, who was lying on the floor with her chubby belly facing upwards. Zhu Shen then grabbed the fat cat and walked towards the exit of the store while carrying it in his arms. Meow. Human, where are you taking this cute cat? You actually dare to kidnap me? Meow. Ice waved her paws threateningly while glaring at Zhu Shen's face with a hostile look. Zhu Shen glanced at the cat and his face suddenly turned incredibly serious, making the fat cat put on a wary look. Meow. Ice, after I leave Beltran City, I want you to protect everyone while I'm gone. Although Ren Zhuang and Thea are here to keep an eye on things, it would still be difficult for them to protect so many people at once, so I want you to help them if ever something happens. Zhu Shen's voice was solemn, making the usually arrogant and mischievous fat cat nod her head involuntarily. Meow. I want 2 bowls of milk a day and I'll agree to this request. Ice replied with a pair of big shining eyes. Zhu Shen nodded his head promptly at her request. This wasn't a problem for him at all in exchange for her protection. No problem. Although this little creature was lazy in nature, it was still a genuine god-beast progeny with a cultivation level at the early stage of the nascent god realm. She was even stronger than Zhu Shen at the moment. Of course, it will be different if Zhu Shen wields his baleful dragon sacred sword. Ice's cute large eyes brightened in elation when she heard his promise. Outside the store, Zhu Shen saw the figure of 2 old men kneeling with resolute gazes. When the both of them heard Zhu Shen's footsteps, they immediately stared at him with firm looks on their aged faces. They were already rejected once, so they no longer spoke and just silently glanced at Zhu Shen's figure. They only hoped that their unswerving determination would move Zhu Shen's heart. In the end, Zhu Shen didn't even bother to stop in front of them and just walked past them, ignoring the 2 old men completely. Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian sighed in their hearts, but they remained kneeling on the ground while looking at Zhu Shen's receding figure. Sigh. It looks like our talent is truly nothing in Wine Master Zhu's eyes. Master Fengzi shook his head with a dejected look. Indeed, but we should still wait here until he accepts the both of us as his disciples. We're already so old, and with our current attainments, the best we can achieve is only the peak stage of the 9th rank saint in terms of spiritual power, so we have nothing to lose anymore. Supreme Elder Chi Hongtian nodded his head with a wry smile. Hearing his words, Master Feng's eyes flickered with resolve. Zhu Shen brought ice to the beast fighting arena and threw her randomly to the establishment, making the cat bounce on the ground a couple of times before she managed to balance herself. Some of our people are there inside, so make sure that none of them dies. If one of them is missing, I'll throw you back to the Divine Beast continent. Ice's fur stood on end as she glared at Zhu Shen while raising her front paws. Meow. Zhu Shen smirked and ignored the chubby cat who was looking at him with a fierce look. It's hard to believe that you're a descendant of a glacial sovereign tiger. He muttered to himself with a look of disdain which garnered Ice's displeasure, but in the end, she could only stare at Zhu Shen's figure as he swaggered out of the scene. What a hateful human! Stinky human! Meow! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the outskirts of Greenwood City, more than a dozen groups of cultivators and mercenaries can be seen sprinting towards a certain location. If one would look closely, there was a huge cave in the direction where these people were headed into. Boss Scar, there are a lot of strong people this time, so it might be hard for us to gain a lot of benefits. Lu Ziyufeng glanced warily at the other groups as he spoke those words. Boss Scar's gaze became solemn when he heard him speak. Ziyufeng, some of them may be stronger than us, but don't forget that there are also a lot of groups here, and it is still unknown who will get more benefits. We just have to act carefully and not provoke these people. Lu Ziyufeng and the others nodded their heads gravely as they followed behind Boss Scar. Although they were not optimistic in the mission this time, they were still willing to follow Boss Scar even if the situation was unfavorable for them. This was the group of Boss Scar and they were coincidentally in Greenwood City to inspect the cave that was discovered by the locals of the city. This mission was the reason why they were not present in Zhu Shen's store during the past few days. Their goal here was to temper themselves and get a few treasures if they were lucky enough. Boss Scar thought that only a few people would dare to check this place, but when they arrived in Greenwood City a few days ago, the mysterious cave was already the talk of everyone, making it quite famous in the city. Everyone, tempering ourselves is the #1 priority here, and the treasures only come second, so make sure to stay safe and be wary at all times. Boss Scar warned his friends with a solemn look. Lu Ziyufeng and the other mercenaries nodded their heads in understanding. Chapter 145, Streaking through the skies with a beauty in his arms. With Ice overseeing things here, I can now visit Greenwood City without worrying about anything. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he went back to his store. Just right outside his store, Zhu Shen met Emperor Elik who had just exited. The latter was somewhat surprised when he saw Zhu Shen, but he immediately let out a smile filled with complicated emotions. Wine Master Zhu, I heard that you will be going to Greenwood City. What might your reason be for visiting that place? He inquired with a curious look. Zhu Shen glanced at Emperor Elik and remained silent for a moment before he replied in a calm voice. Nothing special. I'll just pluck a few spiritual plants and other ingredients for my wines. Emperor Elik looked at Zhu Shen deeply, but he could not read the latter's expression, so he could only choose to accept his reason. I see. I wanted to discuss more things with you, Wine Master Zhu, but it appears that you are in a hurry, so I won't take much of your time. For now, I'll just return to the Imperial Palace and tell those two little brats of mine to immediately come here and work for you. Ha ha ha. Be careful on your journey, Wine Master Zhu. Emperor Elik chuckled before he left with his men. He was eager to let the 4th prince and the 5th princess work in Zhu Shen's wine store. If they received Zhu Shen's guidance, their growth would surely increase by leaps and bounds. Zhu Shen watched their disappearing backs indifferently and turned to walk inside his store. He also ignored the two alchemists who were still kneeling outside his store. This made the two old men bitterly shook their heads. If they thought that it was that easy to move Zhu Shen's heart, then they are terribly wrong. Inside the store, Zhu Shen saw that Xia Xinya was already there waiting for him. He could also see the excitement in her eyes as she talked with Lusulin and the other elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, but when the ladies saw Zhu Shen's figure walking towards them, they abruptly stood up from their seats and bowed respectfully at him. Zhu Shen waved his right hand and gestured for them to sit down before he turned his attention to Xia Xinyu. "Have you prepared your things?" he asked. Xia Xinyu put on a meek appearance as she faced Zhu Shen's expressionless face. "Yes, Sect Master Zhu. I've already prepared everything on my end," she replied while stealthily looking at his eyes. She didn't dare stare at him for too long, afraid that she might be enchanted by his charms again. "Good. Let's go." Zhu Shen turned around as he said those words, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Lusulin with a serious expression. "Sulin, you stay here and handle the store for me, okay?" he said solemnly. Lusulin nodded her head at her master and smiled gently. "Master, don't worry about the store and just focus yourself on your journey. With young Miss Thea and Lord Ren's presence, no one will dare to create a ruckus here." Zhu Shen nodded his head at Lusulin and beckoned at Xia Xinyu to follow him. He then communicated with the system inside his head. "System, give me the mission details." Ding! Mission: a hidden cave was discovered within the territory of Greenwood City. However, this was once a dwelling of a peak-stage nascent god who failed to break through to the origin god realm. In the deepest part of the cave, the system has detected the presence of several god crystals which can be of help to the host's cultivation. God stones. Could it be? System, are the god stones in that cave sufficient to help me break through to the nascent god realm? He asked with a hint of anticipation. Ding! Host, you have to find out about this yourself. Please work hard. Zhu Shen's face twitched when he heard the system's reply, but he was now feeling slightly expectant about this hidden cave. The owner of the mysterious cave was an origin god realm expert, which was the next realm after the nascent god realm. With his strength, he should have a lot of treasures in his possession, but this was nothing to Zhu Shen since what he lacked right now were not treasures, but resources that could help him promote his cultivation level. Aside from that, the mission provided by the system only stated about the god stones, so Zhu Shen's number one goal in this trip was to get those god stones from the cave. Lord Sect Master, can I know your purpose in visiting Greenwood City? Xia Xinyu asked while looking at Zhu Shen's side profile. Zhu Shen glanced at her with a calm face and replied indifferently. You'll know soon. Xia Xinyu pursed her lips at his reply, but she didn't ask him about that again. However, she was really curious as to what made Zhu Shen decide to visit Greenwood City. Just what could it be? Zhu Shen then looked at Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian, who were still prostrating before him, and sighed in his heart. The both of you should stop doing this. You will only waste your time here since I will never change my mind. Zhu Shen said in a cold tone. Master Fengzi and Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian stared at Zhu Shen unyieldingly. Wine Master Zhu, even if you don't accept the both of us as your disciples, we will still willingly follow you. Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian balled his thin and weak-looking hands as he gazed at Zhu Shen. Master Fengzi remained silent, but his expression was the same as the Supreme Elder. Zhu Shen shook his head and grabbed Xia Xinyu's waist tightly in his embrace before he unfurled his inky black wings. While ignoring Xia Xinyu's embarrassed look, he soared through the skies as he hugged her supple figure tightly. Xia Xinyu was still at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm, so she was still incapable of flying. Only when one breaks through the 8th rank Divine realm will they be able to use their true essence to manipulate the power of the elements and allow themselves to fly in the skies. Xia Xinyu's face was beet red as if she was drunk, and she also appeared to be in a dazed state as she held Zhu Shen's arms tightly, afraid that she might fall from the sky. With the power of Zhu Shen's dark wings, it wouldn't be long before they would arrive in Greenwood City. He didn't use his ability to cut through space as it consumes a lot of his true essence. Furthermore, he already expected that the mysterious cave wouldn't be safe, so he must conserve his strength. The deceased expert was an origin god realm, and that kind of cultivator was still too strong for Zhu Shen. He might have placed some traps inside the cave, so every bit of Zhu Shen's true essence was needed for the exploration within the mysterious cave. ******. More than several hundred cultivators were standing outside the mysterious cave. Some of them were in groups, while a few others were lone travelers. All of them were wearing cautious expressions as they glanced at the cultivators around them. "Boss Scar, we've been waiting here for several hours already, but no one is still willing to go inside first. It looks like everyone is afraid that there might be some traps laid inside the cave." Lu Ziyufeng muttered as he alertly observed the other cultivators around them. Boss Scar nodded his head gravely and replied, "No one here is dumb enough to send themselves to an unknown place. Later, the stronger groups might force the weaker ones to lead the exploration, so everyone must prepare for that." Lu Ziyufeng and the others nodded their heads solemnly. Although their group was fairly strong, they still remained alert as they waited for things to happen. The atmosphere suddenly became tensed as all the cultivators held the handles of their weapons tightly. No one wanted to become the cannon fodder, so they didn't dare step forward to go inside the cave. "Fellow warriors, I have a suggestion." A bald man with dark skin shouted in a loud voice which instantly made everyone glance his way. The bald man looked like a monk, but the dangerous presence he emitted was similar to those who had gone through countless battles, so no one dared to make any rash moves. "Here it comes." After getting everyone's attention, the bald man smiled and said plainly, "I can see a few friends here who are at the second-rank elite warrior realm. How about letting these friends lead the way for us?" Everyone's expression turned weird when they heard his words. They understood his intentions and they could not help but feel that this bald man was truly vicious. He was actually suggesting to send the weakest among them to lead the exploration. But upon thinking it through, they also thought that his suggestion was reasonable, so they didn't oppose the idea. Boss Scar and his buddies heaved a sigh of relief. The weakest among his group was already at the third-rank Crusader realm. They felt that they had just survived a disaster at that instant. Chapter 146, Huzayandao's Gentle Heart. All the second-rank elite warrior realm cultivators felt indignant in their hearts, but they couldn't do anything since the Baldi looked like a very strong person. Even if the bunch of them grouped up together, they would only be lambs for him to slaughter. "I won't join this exploration anymore. Farewell." "Me too. I don't want to use my life to exchange for the unknowns. I might as well return to Greenwood City." A few of the second-rank elite warriors voiced out their thoughts. None of them wanted to be the cannon fodder, so they could only choose to leave. Who would want to trade their lives for something uncertain? Not to mention that the mysterious cave might be very dangerous. Everyone frowned when they heard those low-level cultivators speak, but none of them stopped them from leaving. Just then, "Did I give you guys the permission to leave?" The bald man's face darkened as he glanced at those low-level cultivators in disdain. He was a 7th-rank Emperor Realm expert, so he didn't really take them seriously. After hearing his cold words, those low-level cultivators who initially wanted to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks. They could not help but look at the bald man in fear while holding their weapons tightly. When he saw their actions, the bald man chuckled in derision. "Friends, please lead the way while I'm still in a good mood." His threatening words reverberated within the minds of everyone, making them feel slightly anxious. The only thing that consoled them was the fact that this bald man appeared to be a lone cultivator. However, their vigilance towards this bald man still heightened considerably. "Sir, this is the territory of Greenwood City. No one can force us if we want to leave." "That's right. You may be strong, but do you have the guts to ignore Greenwood City's rules?" The bald man became enraged when he heard their dissatisfied voices. He then sneered at them. "Rules? Do you think I care about some measly rules? Since you guys are tired of living, there's no use in keeping you alive anymore." After saying those words, the bald man pounced towards the low-level cultivators and raised his fists in midair, causing a violent fluctuation in the surroundings. His abrupt attack surprised everyone around and they didn't even have the chance to stop him. Bang! 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 And just like that, the bald man started his killing spree without even a look of hesitation in his pair of dark obsidian-like eyes that seemed to contain a trace of cruelty in his already brutal visage. Those second-rank elite warriors didn't even last after a single blow from him before their bodies burst into smithereens. Blood and broken bones scattered on the grassy field, painting a crimson color in this beautiful greenery. The bald man's eyes flashed with a flicker of savagery as he killed those low-level cultivators, while the other warriors could only look on in surprise. No one even dared to offer help to those pitiful cultivators since everyone was scared witless at this man's cruel nature. "You're a demon. Stop. The city lord of Greenwood City strictly forbids killing within his territory. If this is known by him, you'd surely be punished by him." A middle-aged man with rough facial features glanced fearfully at the bald man's face as he grabbed his bleeding left shoulder, which no longer had an arm attached to it. He grimaced in pain and his complexion was already pale. If not for him being a second-rank elite warrior, he would have already passed out from the severe loss of blood. "Friend, hold back your anger. We can talk this out, so there is no need for this unnecessary killing. Just give me some face here. How about it?" A voice echoed in a distance, stunning the bald man. He was surprised that someone was actually brave enough to stop him from killing, but when he saw the owner of the voice, his killing intent died down almost instantly. Walking towards the bald man was a towering figure with bulging and refined muscles. His head was covered by long wavy red hair and there was also a tinge of coldness in his pair of eyes. If Zhu Shen was here, he would surely recognize this man since this was none other than Hu Xiandao, who formerly only had one arm but had fortunately regrown his severed limb with the help of Zhu Shen's body reforging heaven pill. Currently, Hu Xiandao was already an expert at the early stage of the 8th rank divine realm in terms of physical body strength, and his aura, which had weathered through countless bloody battles in the violent and dreary Mythos wildlands, unconsciously gushed out of his body. The bald man immediately let out a warm smile when he saw Hu Xiandao stepping out for those low-level cultivators. He could not see through Hu Xiandao's exact level of strength, but he could still somehow sense his overpowering and oppressive aura. With this, he no longer dared to continue his madness and abruptly stopped his killing spree. "Since this friend has spoken, I will of course take a step back, but these bastards will have to lead the way for us inside the cave." The bald man smiled at Hu Xiandao as he cupped his fists at the latter to show his respect. Hu Xiandao nodded his head at his greeting, but he frowned when he heard the bald man's words. "Friend, although letting them lead the way inside is indeed a good idea, but I don't like using the lives of other people to get what I desire." Hu Xiandao shook his head calmly and glanced at the low-level cultivators. "Leave. This place isn't something that the likes of you could casually enter. Only death awaits you inside." After hearing Hu Xiandao's clear warning, the low-level cultivators no longer hesitated and left one by one after offering their heartfelt thanks to him. They also didn't forget to glare at the bald man before they left the place. The bald man felt somewhat humiliated for having been disregarded by Hu Xiandao. In all his life, he had never been treated like this, so he was truly furious in his heart. However, he was wary of Hu Xiandao's power, so he didn't dare act rashly, and he could only force out a crooked smile. "Friend, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" the bald man asked while hiding his displeasure inside his heart. Hu Xiandao fixed his gaze on him and replied in a cold tone. "Hu Xiandao." After telling him his name, Hu Xiandao turned around and went back to his spot. The bald man's eyes flickered with rage after seeing Hu Xiandao's attitude, but he forcefully pressed down his anger and coldly snorted. Hu Xiandao sighed as he looked at the bloody remains of those who died. At first, he didn't want to help them, but after seeing their unswerving will and pitiful faces, Hu Xiandao's gentle nature immediately kicked in. "It looks like I'll have to delay my return to Wine Master Juice store. I hope he won't be displeased by my actions. I just can't pass up on this opportunity, or I would surely regret it for the rest of my life. He was supposed to come back to Beltran City after sending his message to the Mythos Wildlands, but he inadvertently heard the rumors about this cave from the residents of Greenwood City. And as a man with great aspirations, he instantly decided to take a look at this place, but who knows that before he could even step inside the mysterious cave, he would actually see this brutal sight. Although those that had died were only strangers with weak cultivation bases, Huzayandeo didn't want to see them dying for just a simple reason. That's also the reason why he decided to intervene. Now, the situation returned to how it has been a few minutes ago, but everyone was already starting to get impatient, so some daring groups decided to sprint towards the cave. This instantly drew the crowd's attention, and not long after that, many others went towards the cave after seeing that those people arrived safely inside. Bhaskar and the others also followed behind the crowd, but their faces were grim and alert as if they were prepared for any surprise attacks. They had seen how the bald man had killed those low-level cultivators without even a hint of hesitation. This action made Bhaskar and the others feel a huge amount of dread in their hearts, making them slightly nervous as they went inside the cave. Brothers, we must all stick together at this instant. I'm afraid that this journey is much harder than our last missions. I apologize for implicating you guys in this. Sigh. Bhaskar sighed and shook his head in regret. He was the one who suggested in going to this place to temper themselves, but he didn't think that it was actually extremely dangerous. Lu Ziyufeng and the others bitterly shook their heads, but they didn't blame Bhaskar for this since his intention was good. Boss, what are you apologizing for? All of us agreed to complete this mission and this was not your choice alone. Lu Ziyufeng chuckled as he lightly slapped Bhaskar's back with a smile on his face, while the others nodded their heads in agreement. Bhaskar felt a surge of warmth in his heart after seeing the consoling looks of his buddies, and he immediately vowed in his heart that he would protect them at all cost. Chapter 147, Meeting Acquaintances. Zhu Shen with Xia Xinyu on his bosom landed on the grassy field outside of the mysterious cave. The pair saw a few dead bodies strewn all over the place, which made Xia Xinyu a bit surprised. Zhu Shen merely took a quick glance at those corpses with his emotionless gaze before he walked straight towards the mouth of the mysterious cave. Lord Sect Master, are you here for this cave? Xia Xinyu was truly curious about this. With the strength that Zhu Shen showed and his high and mighty identity, what could be inside this cave that suddenly moved his heart? She started to speculate, but she really had no idea what Zhu Shen was here for. Zhu Shen turned his gaze to Xia Xinyu and replied in an indifferent tone. This cave is an abode of a top expert, and hidden inside his lair are countless high-level treasures. I'm here for those treasures, so don't ask any more questions and just silently follow behind me. Xia Xinyu sensed the impatience in his voice, so she promptly nodded her head in an obedient manner. In her mind, Zhu Shen was not someone who can be easily swayed by treasures, so her doubt increased when she heard his reply. Just what did he come here for? Zhu Shen used his spiritual power to scan the passage ahead of them. He can sense that more than 100 cultivators had already gone inside, but Zhu Shen wasn't worried that they would take the God Stones since he had already seen the layout of this mysterious cave through his spiritual power. This cave actually had 10 levels in total, and the deeper one goes inside, the more treasures they would find. However, hidden inconspicuously within this cave were numerous traps that could even threaten an 8th-rank Divine Realm expert. And if not for the long passage of time, these traps could have had the ability to even kill nascent God Realm experts. But since so many years have already passed by, the power of these traps had greatly diminished. Along the way, the pair saw a few bloody corpses that met their ends from those hidden traps. That's why their journey was rather carefree, since most of the traps were already disabled by the cultivators that went inside earlier. Xia Xinyu hid behind Zhu Shen and held the hem of his robes when she saw how those cultivators met their ends. Although she was already a peak stage 7th rank Emperor Realm expert, she was strangely meek and reliant if she was together with Zhu Shen. Furthermore, she could feel that her heart was at ease if she was near him, it was as if nothing could go wrong as long as this man was there for her. This was a strange and new feeling for Xia Xinyu. She had been cultivating diligently in the Ice Cloud Sword sect for many years and she had no idea about the relationship between a man and a woman, so she could not understand the sensation she was feeling right now. Just then. Shua! 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 Dozens of bone arrows suddenly streaked towards them which instantly made Xia Xinyu went pale in shock. She could feel the strength behind these arrows and it was definitely enough to injure her severely and it could even possibly take her life. Although her life was at risk, she believed that Zhu Shen could easily ward off this attack, so she only let out a surprised shout without taking any further actions. Ah! Zhu Shen didn't even bat an eye as they faced those bone arrows, and before those arrows could penetrate their bodies, they evaporated into thin air, leaving no traces behind. Xia Xinyu's eyes widened when she saw that and she could not help but glance at Zhu Shen in awe, surprise, and bewilderment. He didn't even see how Zhu Shen moved, but those bones arrows weren't even able to touch their shadows. Initially, Xia Xinyu wanted to ask how Zhu Shen managed to destroy those bone arrows, but when she recalled his words earlier, she immediately decided to swallow down her curiosity. As the pair moved deeper inside the mysterious cave, the corpses that they encountered increased. Pay attention to your surroundings. We've already reached the second level of the cave and this place is much more dangerous than the first level. The hidden traps here are many times deadlier than that one earlier. Zhu Shen grabbed Xia Xinyu's hand and pulled her closer to him. Xia Xinyu nodded her head while pursing her lips. Earlier, Zhu Shen tried controlling the space element to arrive inside the 10th level right away, but it seemed as if there was a strong formation that prevented him from using his power to control space. So he had no choice but to go through all levels and he even had to take care of Xia Xinyu along the way. After walking for several minutes, they could finally see the cultivators who had gone inside the mysterious cave earlier than them. There were only a little more than 100 of them left and they all appeared to be in a sorry state. After staring at them for a brief moment, Zhu Shen was a bit surprised since he saw a few acquaintances among the group, but when he looked at the injuries all over their bodies, Zhu Shen knew that they definitely had a tough time surviving. Let's go! Zhu Shen pulled Xia Xinyu's dainty hand, causing the lady to produce a light sound of protest, but she didn't pull her hand away from Zhu Shen's grip. Hu Xiandao's ears suddenly twitched and he immediately turned around to check the situation, but when he saw Zhu Shen walking towards them, he could not help but feel a bit stunned. Wine Master Zhu! He exclaimed in surprise. Hu Xiandao's voice wasn't that loud, but the volume of his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear it, so these cultivators instantly turned around to see what's going on. And when they saw the two persons walking nonchalantly towards them, they felt a bit indignant in their hearts since they had gone through fire and water just to reach this place, but the both of them didn't even appear to be injured. The bald man frowned when he saw the unharmed Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu. He had already been pressing down his rage since they had gone inside this damnable cave, and now he saw that this pair was totally unharmed, and this made his anger soar, so he strode towards Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu with bloodshot eyes. Friends, did you intentionally let us go inside the cave first to disable the traps for you? The both of you are unharmed because we have already disabled all the traps on the first level. You wretched couple! The bald man could no longer hold back his rage as he spat out those cold words. Zhu Shen didn't even spare a glance at him and continued walking towards the severely injured Bhaskar and his buddies. To his surprise, all of them were alive and this perplexed him a bit, but when he saw Hu Xiandao standing together with them, he suddenly understood what had happened. Hu Xiandao must have protected Bhaskar's group from the traps of the first level. Zhu Shen casually threw a couple of healing pills to them and nodded his head at Hu Xiandao as if he was praising his actions. Hu Xiandao smiled foolishly as he stared at Zhu Shen's figure with a look of worship. Not far from them, the bald man who was ignored glanced murderously at Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu. Chapter 148, Illusionary World. Zhu Shen felt a strong killing intent piercing through his back and he could not help but smirk in amusement. A flicker of imperceptible anger flashed before his pair of silver eyes as Zhu Shen turned to face the bald man with a calm look. I chose to ignore this ant earlier since I don't want to dirty my hands with his filthy blood, but who knows that this guy is actually tired of living. Zhu Shen muttered as he looked at the bald man as if he was looking at a corpse. Hu Xiandao, Boss Scar, and the others who were familiar with Zhu Shen's personality were surprised to hear these kinds of words from him. The wine master Zhu in their minds was quiet and had a lazy disposition, but this face of Zhu Shen in front of them gave a different feeling. The baldy's face contorted with fury when he heard Zhu Shen's words. Brother Hu, I want to give you face, but this damnable bastard is just too much, so don't blame me for being merciless. The bald man glared at Zhu Shen with a face full of wrath. Zhu Shen's eyes looked calm and tranquil on the surface, but the killing intent in his heart has reached to a terrifying degree that everyone could feel the atmosphere around them suddenly drop. Just because he appeared to be harmless and quiet doesn't mean that Zhu Shen didn't want to kill. It's just that he preferred to live a peaceful life in this mortal world, but never did he thought that he would actually be treated casually by the mortals of Nuar. It seems like I have truly been merciful all this while. Sigh. Zhu Shen shook his head lightly, and the majestic and overpowering demeanor of one of the top paragons in the primordial god realm suddenly burst forth from his being, bringing awe and fear to the onlooking crowd. Zhu Shen's eyes were still serene, but this time, even the weakest among everyone present could already feel the oppressive might that Zhu Shen possessed. The bald man's eyes went wide in panic and he immediately regretted his rashness. To think that this brat that didn't look older than 20 could actually exude such an earth-shaking aura. This truly made the bald man vexed in his heart, but he could do nothing but sigh to himself with a bitter look. Little bro. Pu. Like a watermelon hit by a huge mace, the bald man's head suddenly exploded under the dumbstruck gazes of everyone. The headless corpse staggered briefly before it dropped to the ground. Thud. Fear enveloped the hearts of the onlooking crowd after seeing how a 7th-rank Emperor realm expert died just like that. He wasn't even able to continue speaking before his head exploded into a bloody mess. Such cruelty! Zhu Shen's silver eyes were still tranquil as if nothing noteworthy happened. He then grabbed the dumbfounded Xia Xinyu towards the deeper parts of the mysterious cave while ignoring the crowd who stood rooted in their spots. Suddenly, Hu Xiandao, Boss Scar, and the others heard Zhu Shen's voice inside their heads. Leave this place. You will only be courting death if you foolishly get inside. After that, they all looked at each other and smiled wryly to themselves. Let's go back. Since Wine Master Zhu has already spoken, we should just listen to his orders. Hu Xiandao said to Boss Scar and his buddies. At first, they were strangers, but after casually talking among each other, Hu Xiandao learned that they were actually customers of Zhu Shen, so he readily provided them with help and prevented them from dying. If not for this barbarian's assistance, Boss Scar and his buddies might have already lost their lives. Boss Scar glanced at Zhu Shen's back with a complicated look and shook his head. Wine Master Zhu has hidden himself deeply, but it seems like he is now allowing others to see his true power. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? He muttered in a barely noticeable voice. Hu Xiandao naturally heard Boss Scar's words and his heart became agitated all of a sudden. Even this fearless barbarian felt fearful as he recalled Zhu Shen's pair of incomparably cold and emotionless eyes. Luckily, I'm not his enemy. He muttered in his heart with relief. After that, their group started to leave the mysterious cave. When the other groups saw them leaving, they promptly abandoned the idea of going deeper into the cave, but some brave souls still dare to go deeper with resolute faces. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Within the third level of the mysterious, the scene in front of Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu suddenly changed. Before them was a vast expanse of greeneries, tall mountains, and beautiful rivers. There were also a few savage beasts that emitted violent roars after sensing the pair's arrival. Xia Xinyu's gorgeous face revealed a hint of pleasant surprise when she saw the splendid scenery in front of them. Illusionary world. Zhu Shen muttered under his breath and nodded his head inwardly. The fellow who owned this place isn't just an ordinary origin god realm expert if he was capable of constructing this illusionary world. If it wasn't eroded by the endless passing of time, it could have trapped nascent god realm experts, but now, it could only manage to confine experts below the 9th rank saint realm. What a pity! Zhu Shen said in a casual tone, but Xia Xinyu, who heard his words, suddenly revealed a tinge of cruelty, and she took out a cold and gleaming sword before plunging towards Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen sneered as he swiped his right arm, brandishing it like a dragon's claw, which instantly tore through the air and sliced Xia Xinyu's body apart. Rib! The scene in front of Zhu Shen once again changed. This time, he was back inside the cold and gloomy cave with dim lighting. He saw that Xia Xinyu was still under the effects of the illusionary world, but he didn't help her right away and instead went towards a corner of the 3rd level. He then pressed his hands on a bulging part on the wall, which caused a clicking sound to echo faintly. Click! And as if forcefully awakened from a long slumber, Xia Xinyu panted while holding her ample chest with a look of terror. She finally realized that the beautiful place that she had seen earlier was only an illusion created by a high-level array formation. Thinking about this, sweat trickled down her pretty face as her chest rose up and down as she breathed heavily. She then looked in front of her and her eyes exhibited a trace of horror after realizing that her companion wasn't present. Zhu Shen. Sect Master Zhu Shen. Where is he? She suddenly felt a sense of emptiness as if she was abandoned by the world. Step. 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 When she heard those footsteps, Xia Xinyu abruptly turned around and immediately dashed towards Zhu Shen after seeing his figure. She dived into his embrace and sobbed like a married woman who had finally seen her husband after being separated for many years. Zhu Shen's eyes flickered and wanted to push her away, but when he heard her sobbing sounds, he just stood there foolishly and allowed her to vent her emotions. Eyes. This little girl is so troublesome. I shouldn't have brought her here. Chapter 149, Unexpected Customers. Zhu Shen didn't know how to coax a woman, so he just rubbed Xia Xinyu's back gently. If there was someone else here, they would have surely believed that they were a couple. She's already a very strong woman in Nuar's standard, but she's still acting like a little girl. Perhaps she might be someone with a not-so-nice past. Zhu Shen's eyes turned milder when he thought about that. After crying her heart out for several minutes, Xia Xinyu realized that she was too childish, so she couldn't help but blush in shame as she stared at Zhu Shen's handsome but expressionless face. If only I could see his smile. Lord Sect Master, my apologies for having wasted your time. Xia Xinyu dipped her head in embarrassment. She actually cried in front of someone that she had just met. Although she admired Zhu Shen's power and charisma, it didn't reach the point of feeling affection towards him. Zhu Shen shook his head and pulled her towards the 4th level of the mysterious cave. He wanted to complete his mission as soon as possible so that he can try to break through to the nascent god realm. ******. A day later. The Immortal's wine. The wine store was packed with people like always, and the 4 little beauties Xia Hua and her friends were so busy attending to the customers, but there was not even a hint of dissatisfaction on their youthful faces. In fact, they were even proud to work as a staff in Zhu Shen's store. At first, they had some resistance, but after receiving Zhu Shen's sword guidance, the 4 of them no longer harbored any discontent. Aside from that, nobody dared to bully them because no one had the guts to do so. Who would be foolish enough to flirt with these little beauties inside the store when there was always a pair of incredibly cold eyes watching them? Not long later, Emperor Elik came back to the store with a broad smile on his face. His appearance inside the store brought exclamations from the customers, but they instantly reverted to their normal states since they already knew that the emperor was also a regular customer of Zhu Shen's wine store. Following behind the emperor were 2 teens wearing excited looks as they glanced at the new design of the store. They were the 4th Prince Dante Silveria and the 5th Princess Sylvia Silveria. The emperor had already told them about Zhu Shen's proposal, and the both of them immediately accepted the offer without even voicing out their displeasure. This surprised Emperor Elik especially after he saw the eager look of Sylvia, his only daughter. He thought that the little demoness would reject it instantly, but who knew that she was even more excited than him about it. As stunned as he was, the emperor looked at his fourth son to know why his daughter was acting weird, but the fourth prince merely let out an ambiguous smile. The emperor had a bad premonition about it when he saw the fourth prince's cheeky smile, but he didn't dare think about it anymore. Emperor Elik was not surprised about Zhu Shen's absence since he already knew that the latter would visit Greenwood City. However, he was dying to know the reason for Zhu Shen's sudden decision in going there. "Young Miss Thea, I've brought my kids here under the instructions of Wine Master Zhu." Emperor Elik smiled warmly while pushing his son and daughter forward. Thea nodded her head indifferently at the emperor before she swept a casual glance at the fourth prince and the fifth princess. Her icy gaze sent shivers down their spines, but the two still flashed a forced smile. "Greetings, young Miss Thea." "Greetings, young Miss Thea." They already heard about Thea's strength from their father, so they were more reserved and respectful to her this time. "Go look for Hestia. She will teach both of you about what to do here," Thea said calmly. The fourth prince and the fifth princess timidly nodded their heads and they didn't even dare look at Thea's eyes. After that, the two immediately sprinted out of the scene to look for Hestia. They were afraid that they might collapse if they stay near Thea for a much longer time. Now, only the emperor and Thea were left standing there. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward as the two remained silent. "Young Miss Thea, do you know how long will Wine Master Zhu stay in Greenwood City?" Emperor Elik could not help but ask to dissolve the awkward air. Thea shook her head lightly and answered with an imperceptible longing in her pair of enchanting eyes. "I don't know, but Master wouldn't stay there for long. After completing his matters in Greenwood City, he will certainly return right away." Emperor Elik nodded his head in understanding and hesitated for a moment before asking another question. "Then what about Su? Sect Mistress Lu?" He didn't know why he asked that question, but his heart seemed to have not released all his feelings for Lu Solon yet. Thea's beautiful face turned weird when she heard him ask that and she didn't even bother to reply. And without even looking at him, Thea walked out away, leaving the emperor behind who was wearing a self-mocking smile. "Sigh. Why is it so hard to forget her?" he muttered in his heart as he walked towards the second floor with a desolate look. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly sensed two strong auras outside the store, making Emperor Elik abruptly stop in his tracks. He frowned and peered deeply towards the figure of the two and he could not help but gasp in surprise. Two ninth-rank saints. Outside the store stood two old men wearing a set of embroidered black robes and their murky eyes revealed a trace of corpse chi that was invisible to the eyes of others. "So this is the store of that bastard Zhu Shen. It doesn't look that bad." Shui Yangkai, the patriarch of the Shui family, muttered in a disdainful tone, but he was inwardly shocked at the store's exquisite design. He could even feel a strong fluctuation of energy surrounding the store that seemed to be a protective barrier. Although he could barely sense it, he could still somehow tell that it was definitely a high-level array formation. This revelation shocked him senseless since it was even stronger than their Shui family's protective array formation. Shui Yankin, the supreme elder of the Shui family, furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at the store with great interest. "Oh, this Zhu Shen isn't simple indeed. Perhaps only Elder Ming can stand on the same level as him," he muttered. The two old men impatiently stepped inside the store and their faces immediately changed after sensing the slight shift in space. The store looked huge from the outside, but it was actually a lot larger inside. Space manipulation. The two glanced at each other as they exclaimed with dumbfounded looks. They've already heard about this from the customers of the store, but they still felt shocked after experiencing it themselves. "Welcome, dear guests." Xiao Hua smiled radiantly at the two old men as she curtsied elegantly. Hestia taught them that everyone that steps inside the store was their customer and they should be treated with equal respect no matter what their race or social standing was. So upon seeing these two old men, she immediately revealed a professional smile. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yankin glanced at Xiaohua with amiable smiles on their faces. They didn't come here to wage war with the store, and they were only here to gather information about the store's strength. Guests, may I be presumptuous and ask you guys about the level of your cultivation? Xiaohua asked in a humble tone, but the two old men were caught off guard by this sudden question. Little lass, why do you ask this? Shui Yankin smiled gently at her, revealing the look of a cordial and kind-hearted elder. Xiaohua glanced at him gently and pointed her right index finger upwards and said in a mysterious tone. Experts at the 7th rank Emperor realm and above are allowed to go to the store's 2nd floor. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yankin revealed confused expressions when they heard her answer, but their curiosity towards this 2nd floor intensified. Oh, little lass, can you tell us what is the benefit of going up there? Shui Yangkai asked. Xiaohua gave them a brilliant smile before she replied. Guests, you'll know about it once you go upstairs. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yankin felt a bit doubtful since this might be a trap set up for them, but when they saw Xiaohua's innocent smile, they instantly discarded the thought. Ho, you're playing mysterious with us old men eh? In that case, we shall see what's so special about this 2nd floor. If we will be disappointed about this, I won't be lenient with you little lass. Shui Yangkai jokingly said as if he was a harmless old man. Xiaohua giggled when she heard that and she didn't even realize that Shui Yangkai actually meant his words. Guests, follow me upstairs and you'll know why I'm so confident about this. Xiaohua turned around and gestured for the two old men to follow him. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yankin smiled widely and trailed behind her with amused faces. Looking at their figures, Emperor Elik, who was now standing beside Thea, frowned as he pondered deeply.